They march into battle with grim resolve to deal. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke, they press on, facing Vexino's horde until the dawn. With every volley, they hold the line. Their determination, an unbreakable sign. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Though the enemy's technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to another Modern Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a bug stream, a stream hostile to, well, to orcs as we know it, because Yarricks back, baby. Oh, Yarricks rules have been revealed, and he's pretty good. Baby. He is pretty good. I don't think anyone will be complaining about the old man's stat lines and abilities when he hits the table. Well, I think our opponents probably will be. You know it's good because you know it's always a sign of a good guard model, because the moment the guard get anything good, the internet starts complaining about it, saying it's totally broken, it's totally overpowered, it's totally out of control. And well, it looks like Yarrick is going to be giving those people legitimately something to complain about. Is he as broken as the Tau Twin Lance was when they first dropped? No, because he's not completely uninteractive. Does he have several good abilities that kind of make him not from a combat point of view, but from like a force multiplication support point of view, make him like the guard Primarch. He is kind of our guard Primarch. They have to have some wanky bullshit over the top, you know, model with 10,000 years of daddy issues behind it. And we need an old man who's too angry to die. Who's too stubborn to die. He's not that angry. He's just too stubborn to die. Oh my days. So that is what we got, and I'm loving it. He is absolutely he feels absolutely right for the Gad. Yeah, he feels absolutely right for the Gad. So there we go. Yeah, it's been a big weekend. We've had Yarricks come out, and we've seen another model for 11th edition come out as well, which is the Weird Boy, which looks kind of cool. And I have some bad news, unfortunately, as well. I don't think it'll really affect you guys all that much, but it affects me, which is my cat's bum has fallen off again. I know. So for those of you that have been sticking around for the Mordian lore, as it were, I've got two cats. One of them is a little sickly child, and a couple of months ago, he got a big abscess on, if you're looking at his bum, on the left-hand side, and it burst and it went everywhere. Well, he's had the same thing, but on the right-hand side. But this time, we knew what we were looking for, and we knew what to do. So we kept on. You know, he started showing signs again of being like not happy. Because he's normally a very happy cat, and we were like, "Is he okay?" And then on Sunday night, it's on sort of Saturday, and then on Sunday night he wouldn't sit down. Like he was no, is it sorry, Friday night. Friday he was being a bit doddery or being a bit off. Saturday he was really off, and I was like, right, we're taking him to the vets. So you know, he's really off. And then I got up in the evening, in the morning, I should say. Got up, well, not in the morning, sort of early morning, and he wouldn't sit down. Like he was sort of just stood there, sort of perched. And I was like, what's? And then I picked him up, and he was like, meow, meow. And when you pick him up, he always purrs. He's a very happy cat. He was like, meow, meow. And I was like, he's never been upset when I picked him up before. So basically, we took him to the vet first thing on Sunday. Well, Mrs. Mordian, I reported this to Mrs. Mordian after she got home from work on the Saturday. I'm sort of fucking the timeline up here a bit here, but basically we're like, look, he definitely needs to go. She felt it was like, I think he's getting another abscess, and I was like, I think he's getting another abscess because he won't sit down. He's being a bit doddery. He's acting the way he was before. We couldn't see anything though, but we could sort of feel it. So we took him straight to the vets, and the vet shaved it off, and it had begun to burst a little bit. Like a tiny little bit of liquid starting to come out. And we were like, right. So the vet was like, you've caught it just in time, because if it had ruptured again, he would have had the big, like 10 pence piece open wound again. But this time the vet just took it. There was so much in there. But he's doing much better this time. He's a much shorter road to recovery. But that was my weekend. Basically, the cat's bum fell off again, but this time we caught it, so it wasn't so bad. But fortunately, he's already well on the road to recovery. And as I believe, what is a good omen is the Yarricks stuff came out today as well. So my cat's bum fell off over the weekend, but it was kind of good news because we caught it before it was serious. And then Yarrick came out. So yeah, all coming up Millhouse. And in a funny sort of way, it's all been very good news because basically he's just been sat on the sofa on a blanket, just like sleeping and then getting up and eating, going to the toilet and going back and everything. Lots of strokes. He's pretty high on painkillers and everything. But throughout the entire process, I've been building terrain like mad. So it's all worked out for the best in a funny sort of way, because now I have actually built and painted 8 pieces of terrain, and I just finished building a big Stalingrad school as well. Which is why I was late to the stream this evening, because I kind of got sucked into it. It was a bit of a beast. I'm not gonna lie, but look at that beast, chat. You still see the glue, still dry in there. Look at that absolute beast. Breaks with the 2 parts. So yeah, I've been doing all of that whilst basically keeping an eye on the cat and reading about the Yarrick updates. So yeah, there we go. So it's not enough beef on the channel causes abscesses. It's a gland thing. It's definitely. It's both. It's. You've got cats have got glands on the side of their bum, basically, which can get like compacted and everything, especially if they're a bit sickly, like our cat is. So it's just it's basically just it sounds a bit gross, but it's an anal gland which has got a bit bunged up, and then that's become infected. I know, but fortunately. Like I said, it was he is about 90% better than he was last time. Like last time was really, really bad. Yeah. Last time was last time he was like not on death's door, but he was definitely, in death's neighborhood with how like bad it was and everything. Because it exploded, it got infected, all sorts of bad shit. And this time the vet just went syringed it out, cut it open, squeezed it all out. He was very good about it. Got it all out, cleaned it all up, doesn't need any stitches or anything, and basically sent him packing with a big dose of painkillers and lots of antibiotics. And last time it was like a 3-week road to recovery. This time it's gonna be like a week. So yeah, much better. All right, there's a Yarrick update. I'm just here for the feline anal gland chat. Yeah, baby. There we go. So it's been a funny old weekend, but it's like I said, it's been weirdly productive with like the terrain and we're getting loads of terrain done, and looking after the cat and everything. But you can see I'm a bit tired. Look at this for a bag under my eye, man. Holy shit, it's like super soft and puffy. I haven't got much sleep the last couple of nights because whenever he's ill, he likes to sleep on me, which is nice, but I find it difficult to sleep with the cat lying on me. So I'm like there, like half asleep, like So I've had about 2 hours sleep last night and the night before. Yeah. There you go. But there you go. That's what he wants to get better, so that's what he gets. There you are. Anyway, so that's why the intro today is so wibbly wobbly all over the place, because I'm absolutely knackered. I need to bang some Pro Plus up my ass, get some caffeine into my system. But yeah. But with all that said, let's get into the stream properly today. I'm sure there's going to be lots of updates from the weekend that you guys are going to be excited about. I'm sure there's going to be lots of tournaments and stuff going on. And there's going to have been lots of painting and hobbying stuff going on. So we'll catch up. We'll do all the traditions, catch up on super chats, then we'll get into all the good news and all that kind of good stuff. So there we go. So with all that said, let's get into the stream proper. You guys know what we have to do to start a stream off right. It's got to be our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Morning Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Oh my god, Clannish Cat's puffing off. Standing recounted, it's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their cat's exploded abscess out? No, just me? Okay, bayonets out then. Or power claws for Yarrick. We've got Spriggs, Ix, Airborne, Nostalgia Vivek, Mango Jablonski. We've got Major Problems, Kaon, Sabian Wilson, Cool German Dude, Flame Wave, Kalanish Cat, RK, Rava Senpai, Kaon, Mark Coyle, Sergeant Oddball, Simple Logic, Max Jacks, GDR Club, Big North, Sky Ranger, Gamer Stuka, Addy, Still in Jake, Asian Persuasion, Mikhail Mecca, Lower Decks, Revenga, Lord Castellan, Hadrian, Saucy Mons, Zello. We've got Sonsu, McCon, Vegan Farn, Bentley Kramer, Mark the Big Ogre, Razor, James Homer, Raising Rune Lords, Rodan S, Raphael, Major Problems. I've lost me place. Oh, shit. oh, wow. Where the fuck? Matt Larkin, Sonubi, Lucky Cass, Fox Knight, Barrett Garza, Daniel Simpson, Edward Barak, Daryl, Bentley Kramer, Simulation Explorer, Mike P, Firestorm, Ishmael Thompson, Rider of Angmar. We've got Toshby Station, Chansey, Godlike Poet, Starbucks Meg, Zark, Lord Pulpy, Solarius, Eternorombus, Desert Frostbite. We've got J Bond, Snacks Lotto, Capic Eagle, Bob M, Russell W, Elliot Henderson, Warhammer Bjorn, Michael Gibson, Chris Steve Camp. I think we're just almost people just repeating themselves now. Death and Angel, Real Jar, Shire Norms, Mostly Harmless, Riverside Miniatures, Yanis Splitoris, Kale Savage, Phil Campbell, Nesting It Up, and we have Grumpy Jedi, John Shaves, GDR Club, Tank Charmer, Last Guardsman, Ostrico, Thomas, Les, Corey, Cal Herbert, Morgan Rudolph, Litfire General, Damien, Reagan, Yanis. Is that everyone? 1 minute. 1 minute. Learn, train, play. Wildfire. Done with this. The Wheelbarrow Warrior. 818 Tank. Pete Jobson. Karl Me Maybe. Lucky Cass, Jäger Scott, T-Troll, Commit Tax Fraud, don't listen to him. Cyrillic Dude, A Orcish Bard, CJ, The Endust, Project Lazarus, and Forgotten Soldier, and Atom Fire, hey! Commander Combat, did I not say you? Sorry. Fred Fox, hey! Welcome. Thank you so much to all of you beautiful bastards for joining today's stream. I hope you guys are excited for it. Whilst I've got your attention, if you go ahead and smash the like button and subscribe and all that kind of good stuff. I know you guys hear it from every single YouTuber, every single content creator to like and stuff, but it really does make a big difference. So, big thank you to all of you guys who've done it already, and a big thank you to all of you that do go ahead and do it. And of course, we also need to say a big thank you to everyone that's got the stream started off right, coming in with all the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all that good stuff. And let's take a look now at what we have got going on here. Doing it slightly out of order, as it only seems right when you get such a big amount of support. I want to start off with Kalanish Cat. Hey! Kalanish Cat, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you for the Death Strike chat, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Oh, my days. Kalanish Cat coming in and dropping the casual 100 quid super chat. Boom, baby. Boom. Holy shit, man. Clash Cat, thank you so much for your incredible generosity. Thank you for your amazing fucking support. From the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose, thank you so much, man. And I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir. And I know you've all just done a roll call, but can you all spam your favorite emoji if you're trying to remember, or spam 07 again to show some appreciation and some love, and some gratitude and some respect to Clash Cat for coming in and doing a very, very big super chat and getting the chat started off right. My God, sir. Clash Cat for the little Nurgle spawn 07. Dude, thank you so much. That really does make a big difference. Obviously, I mean, everyone knows vet bills aren't exactly the cheapest thing in the world. So no, it really is appreciated. We actually, it's kind of funny. I always joke with Mrs. Mordian that he is the most expensive free cat, because he was a rescue cat. He was literally he just got rehomed for free, and he was originally he was free, but since then, in the last 4 years we've had him, he has been expensive. But it's worth it. I mean, it is worth it because he's, your pets are part of your family. Me and Mrs. Mordian are very big animal people. Like, Mrs. Mordian has worked with animals for years. I've always had pets. We both always had pets. We absolutely love our pets to bits. And yeah, and so it doesn't, you know, whatever they need, you know, whatever they need is obviously whatever is what they get. So, yeah, but it was, yeah, it was, and honestly, part of the ship, part of the crew, exactly. But yeah, whatever they need, and yeah, and I will say this, you know, it's a lot better. It's a lot better this time than it was last time. Like last time, we just didn't know what was wrong with him. We've never had a pet get an abscess before, you know. So he was just like really unwell for like 2 or 3 days, you know, leading up to when his abscess just burst, and he was obviously that's very very bad because he was because he's a cat. You know, you don't generally cats wander around and do what they want, right? So you know, he is an indoor cat because he's a sickly child. But even so, like he still takes himself off and he has his favorite sleeping spots and everything. And we don't see him like every minute of every day, but we do keep an eye on him. So you know, he had, you know, last time it had like burst, and then he had like tried to, you know, a poor thing had tried to like clean it, and then basically it's very toxic, like pus and bacteria and everything. Sorry for the graphic start to the stream, but it's we're not talking a little bit here. We're talking it's a lot of liquid to come out of like one cat. And especially because it's like a gland as well, that's, you know, which is used to like, well, the gland is infected and everything. So he had been like trying to clean it up and then basically like being sick and everything. So it was absolutely everywhere. So he was dehydrated from being violently ill. He had a big open wound. I mean, when I say open wound, guys, I'm talking this is not a big cat. He's a small cat by all standards, and he had a wound which was probably as big as a 25 mil base. Now, if you think on a human, if you had a 25 mil open wound that was deep, very, because it goes right in. It was like, I mean, I had the picture. I won't show you now, but it goes several, you know, multiple probably 2 or 3 centimeters into his, probably 2 centimeters into him, and 25 meters wide, 25 millimeters wide, right? So you've got to think that's a big wound on a human. You've got to think how big is that relative to the size of a cat. It's probably the size of you having like a saucer, a sort of missing. And that's what he had last time. He was very, very, very unwell. But fortunately, you know, we've got a very good vet who we've got a very good vet and we've got a very good cat who's very well behaved at the vet, so he was able to get what he needed. This time though, we recognized the symptoms. And so we just took him to the vet, and and if you can sort it out before it burst, it's like super, like it's like I said, it's like 95% less serious. So what the vet did is they've got a syringe. I suppose it's like a needle, you know, syringe with a needle on the end, and they stick it in and they pull it out. And again, you've got to think like this is only a small cat, and they fill the syringe all the way up, and it's like a big fucking syringe. So this must be like quite a few milliliters of fluid. So it's all yellowy, gross stuff. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm ruining cats. Like I wish I had done the super chat now, but you know they pull all that out, and then but that's the soft stuff, and then underneath is the harder stuff that isn't liquid. That's more, again, sorry for all the gross. Sorry, Grumpy Jedi. First time I joined the stream, no, I said, bro, Grumpy Jedi, this, I wish I could tell you this was unusual, but we cover anything and everything on these streams, and we get into it. So they pulled, that's the liquid that comes out, but there's still the, for lack of a better term, matter that's on the inside, and that needs to come out. So what they have to do is basically, obviously the syringe is just a little hole. They have to basically do a tiny incision, probably only a couple of millimeters, 2 or 3 millimeters, but big enough so that they could then basically squeeze it all out, wipe it up, squeeze it all out, wipe it up, squeeze it all out, wipe it up. And they basically, and it's very, very painful. You've got to think, it's kind of funny. A lot of cats have to go under anesthetic. They have to be conked out because cats, well, I don't know if anyone's ever tried to, if anyone who's ever owned a cat will tell you they don't like being fucked with. Like, well, no animal really likes being fucked with, especially when you can't communicate. You can't tell them. They just have to trust you that it's going to be okay. But obviously cats especially don't like it. So, but he had this done, zero anesthetic, just a bit of numbing spray on. because he just needed it doing. It's just that simple. He's pretty hard kitty, and he's a pretty good boy. So we just held him, and he lay there like he wasn't happy, but he didn't thrash or anything like that. He just let us do it. And he got all out. And the moment it was all out, you could see, like, the change in him was amazing. You got to think how painful that would be. And then the relief afterwards. You know, that alone would there be a little sense of euphoria from that. If it would be for any of us, right? So he was all straight away. You could see he wasn't better, but you could see like his temperament had changed a little bit. You know, and when he was in back of the car, he's moving around a bit and all that kind of stuff. And then we got him home, you know, and banged an antibiotic down his throat, chucked some pretty strong painkillers down his throat, gave him double the amount of cat treats he's meant to have in a day, and he was pretty happy. And then he's just basically just been all he's done for the last 24 hours is just eat and sleep and just and be fine. He's got the cone of shame on. That's the one thing that he's not happy about. He's got his cone on, but he's very good about it. He never tries to get it off or anything like that. So yeah, he's so is he a Nurgle spawn? He's like Yarrick now. I think he's like Yarrick now. Yeah. He's like Yarrick now. His iron will is seeing him through. He's even got a hat. Well, it's a cone, but it counts, right? So yeah, he's on. So I've been with him all day today, just basically keeping an eye on him and building and painting terrain. Did that yesterday and today to keep an eye on him. And Mrs. Mordian came home, and then she looked after him for a bit whilst I sorted dinner out and whatnot. And now Mrs. Mordian's looking after him and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think like last time he was way worse. This time I think last time, like I said, it was a 3-week recovery. This time I think he'll be done by Friday. Yeah, so there we go. He's got antibiotics all the way until Friday, which is really good. So yeah, there we go. So Clannish Cat, thank you very much for the generous super chat, sir. It's going to make a big difference. It's going to obviously help with the the vet bill that we originally had, and then the follow up and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, thank you so much, man. And that's the full timeline and grim story, and that's the full breakdown of what it's like when your cat gets an abscess on his bum. So yeah. There we go. He's currently, Mr. Morning's keeping an eye on him. He's currently attempting to eat with the cone. He does very well with the cone. He's got used to it now. Like he was really fucked off. The first time he had to wear a cone, he was really angry. Like his tail was whipping all over the place. Like he was really, which wasn't good because he was just like making his wound aggravated and everything. This time he put his cone on and he just accepted it. He went, oh, okay. Fine. He didn't try and take it off. Didn't even really thrash his tail around or anything. He was just a bit like, fucking hell, this thing's back on again. Yeah. He's got 2 cones. This is how you know he's a sickly boy. He has 2 cones because we have to be able to swap between him when he gets one dirty. So he's got the main cone and the reserve cone. And we have them at home. We don't have to go to the vets for them. We have them. Yeah. He's just the cat tree is now the Mordian fortress of arrogance. Indeed. Absolutely indeed. Yeah. So he's got the cone of shame on now, but he's doing all right with it. He just can't. The cone is he's got the Vanguard cone and the auxiliary cone. Honestly, the cone is the funniest thing because he can't balance. I don't know if like sometimes his ears get like trapped behind. Like not behind it, but like sort of, pinned. They're in the cone, but sort of slightly pinned back. And then he sort of has to like shake his head to flick them forward again. Or if it's his whiskers aren't in the right place. But sometimes when on the cone, he sort of walks he walks almost drunkenly. He's not walking like this. He'll walk like almost like a drunken zombie kind of walk. And then sometimes, he'll shake his head. He'll shake his head, obviously become dizzy, and then just fall over backwards. Like he'll be stood there, like on all fours, or sat down, and then he'll shake his head, like as cats will want to do, and then he'll just sort of, I don't know how it happens. He'll shake his head, and then his head will just start going backwards, and then he'll just fall over backwards. Then he gets back up again. Yeah, it's honestly one of the funniest things I've ever seen. This cat wearing a cone. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, there you are. He has absolutely no sense of balance with this cone on, and that's his least favorite bit. The abscess is not this time round. The abscess isn't really that much of a problem. You know, it's all, we need to give it a good clean tomorrow to make sure that it's he's not getting all matted on the back of his fur and everything. But the cone, he actually is probably more bothered about the cone at this point. Yeah. All right. Anyway, there we are. What a start to the stream. What a start to the stream. What else we got coming in here? I want to say a big thank you to Russell W. Russell W, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Thank you so much, bro. Also, thank you for the super chat. Banzai! Hashtag Evan did nothing wrong. I mean, Evan did a very minor boo-boo, but nothing too serious. There you are. Nothing that didn't warrant more than a chuckle and fuck's sake, Evan, and that was about it. There we are. What have we got next? Hashtag free Evan. Evan is free. He's free. He's Evan, I think, self-flagellated himself more than I ever would have done. Yeah. There you go. You're pretty popular on Reddit now. I've always been popular on Reddit. Yeah. It is what it is. It was it was so funny waking up this morning. Like, I literally woke up and I was like, I've got a lot of messages. This is more than I usually have to ignore. And then I read them. I read them and was like, oh, fuck this. I'll do it. Fuck this. I was like, it's not that urgent. It's not the end of the world. Go back to sleep. Went back to sleep for a couple of hours. Woke up and went, okay, now I'll deal with it. Yeah. And Torrent Tierney, thank you for the super chat, bro. Bolt Action update. Well, BA update. It could be Blood Angel update. Blood Angel or Bolt Action update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. There's a few bits going on. Here you go. Organised my first Bolt Action event and it was a big success. Hey! It started with just me and a mate playing regularly at the club. People would wander over and say, I picked up Bolt Action Army ages ago, but never had anyone to play it with. We would set up a game, and from there, it grew steadily. 1 year later, we sold out our first event. Each table recreated a different major World War II battle, and we had loads of great feedback on the terrain. Now we're hoping to tempt a few 40k players over in July, especially those getting tired of the flat, two-dimensional battlefield, but Action is played in full 3D. Picture of each table attached. Nice! Wow! Dude, look at that, man. That's so cool. Hey, yeah, bro. And the thing is, like, it's really, people go on and on about how difficult it is to have terrain like this. Oh, it's impossible to have terrain like this. It's unfeasible for Warhammer 40k. And it's like, dude, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4 buildings, 4 or 5 buildings, and some trees. It's really not, it's not that much. Like, it's not that much to make something that looks really beautiful. And yeah, I think people, people always go about, oh well, you can't store that for like the TOs. The TOs couldn't have that much, couldn't have terrain like that. It's like, well, you're sort of giving TO, what? So you're going to give the tournament organizers a good excuse to give you shitty terrain. Why are you running defense for that? You should demand good terrain, for one. And, and secondly, like, there is what it is there's an element of the bigger an event gets, the worse the terrain becomes. Because being able to do, and that is, I think that's also, I think that's something that is like, that is understandable. When you're running a small, 10 to 12 person event, you don't need as much, you don't need as much terrain, so that terrain can be of a higher quality. When you're running a 100, 200, 300, 400,000 person super major, then yeah, the terrain probably has to be a little bit more cookie cutter, for lack of a better term. But on the one hand, I can respect it, or not respect it, I can understand it from a point of view of logistics. But from another point of view, maybe not to get all old manish, but maybe wargaming was never meant to be played like that. Maybe wargaming, it's kind of like the whole Jurassic Park thing. We were so obsessed with, could we run super major events, that we never stopped to ask ourselves, should we run super major events? And yeah, I think I know, maybe I'm just an old man who won't change with the times. Maybe I'm just a wargaming boomer. Although today I did get called a tourist, which was hilarious. But maybe wargaming is at its best when it is at a small to medium scale. Maybe I'm just saying. I'm just thinking out loud. Yeah.
only have one rule.
Yeah, like Jurassic Park, it would work if we didn't cut corners. Exactly.
You don't do your job.
I mean, this is literally 4 buildings, some hedges, and some trees. Look at that. That's so cool. Like, imagine having to battle over a river. Like, you turn up and you have to battle over the river, and and it's not this is well unfair for my army. It's okay, this is a tactical challenge that I now need to overcome. Yeah. Iwo Jima, that looks amazing, man. I mean, look at the difference. Look at this board here. And look at this piece of shit back here. Don't that say it all, chat? Don't that say it all? One has got a river flowing through it. We've got, trees on one side, a ruined village on the other, buildings you can actually get inside and occupy. Like, a road going through it. And one is just this piece of shit. Hey, there we go. Nice. That looks good, man. It might not seem like a big deal, but getting to play on a railway is super cool, man. And the funny thing is, if you knew there was going to be a railway on that board ahead of time, you could actually probably bring, in bot action, you could bring a railway-based unit. I think there are rules for trains and stuff, or units that can go on rails. There's a Japanese armored car that can go on rails, but it can also go off rails as well. Yeah. A Japanese transport that has rail line rules. Exactly. Imagine if you were in Japan, you brought that armored car rail line unit, and you're like, yes, finally, and you're going to place it on the rails, like, yeah, that one looks more 40k, but the railroad adds a lot. Exactly. The railroad and the actual road makes a big difference. Yeah. And the buildings themselves are very different as well. Yeah. Very cool. Hey, look at that. Tobruk, man. Very nice. Very, very nice. Good shit. Damn good shit. And Tropictivity, excellent work, sir. Absolutely love the boards. You've done a stunning job, mate. And great to hear that the bolt action community is growing in your area. All right. Meryl, thank you for the gift of membership, sir. Thank you for your support, and as always, I raise my glass to you, sir. You're an officer, a gentleman and a scholar. There we are. I want to say a big thank you to Simple Logic. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for keeping us fresh stocked with new channel members. Thank you for the extra squad to hold the line in the name of the Emperor. Or, as I have been painting up some Orc boys recently, and I'm pretty happy with the way they're coming out, another mob of lads to crump the bastards. There you are. Lord Castellan, thank you for Super Chat, man. I like his rules. I just want him to have some EXE. He's so close to perfect. Oh, summary execution. He's so close to perfect. He's not Kane, Yarricks, Dawes, Morale, the Commissar way. Yeah, I will say that is definitely something they should FAQ back onto the model. 100%. Or if it's a digital data sheet, they should just update the data sheet. Yeah, considering that we see him execute a governor, it's a bit stupid that Commissar Yarrick does not have the summary execution ability. He definitely should do. Like, it's weird he doesn't. So, yeah, I definitely think that needs updating. But I agree. He's very close to being... Yeah, he's more like Commander Yarrick. Yes, Cyrillic dude, exactly. So, but yeah, he definitely needs some execution. Like, there's no doubt about it. He's still fundamentally a Commissar at the end of the day. James Homer, thank you for super chat. Hi, Mordian. Army list in stream discussion. Let's have a look. First 11th edition Army list. What do you think? Grizzled Company, Catachan Command Squad, Master Vox Flamer, Heavy Flamer, Catachan Commander, another Catachan Command Squad, same jobby, Rust Commander with Limus Battle Cannon, Heavy Flamer, Heavy Stubber, 2 times Heavy Flamer, Catachan Jungle Fighters, tie 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. 6 Chimeras, 2 Hellhounds, 2 Limus Battle Tanks, 2 Scout Sentinels. So I think it's pretty good. I do think that you could probably do with 1 extra tank of some variety. I'm not sure 3 battle tanks is going to be enough. I mean, it might be, but you've got to think, like... Here's the thing. There's a lot of people, including myself, who think it's going to be like a melee-dominated meta. But there's absolutely going to be, at least at the beginning of 11th, a huge bit of baggage brought over from 10th to 11th, which is going to be Catan. Catan spam is still going to be a big thing. And so you're still going to need, like, the guns to deal with a Catan. And at the end of the day, I don't think that 2 Limus battle tanks is going to cut it. I know you've got the commander as well, but I think you probably need 1 more Lehman Rusts. I would recommend drop 1 Scout Sentinel and 1 Armored Fist Squad and get another Lehman Rust if you can. Even if it's just a Lemus battle tank. I know you won't quite have the orders because you only have like the 1 commander. If there's a way for you to... Well, maybe you could convert one of the Hellhounds into Lehman Rust commanded, with the points allowing. But I definitely think you want a couple of tank command. If you could get it, I don't really see why you've got the 2 Catachan command squads, to be honest. I'd sack off the 2 Catachan command squads. I don't think they're doing anything for you. That's 130 points. And then I'd sack off one of the Armored Fist squads. That's 280 points. And that will get you another Lehman Rust tank commander with 45 points spare. So you'll have 2 Hellhounds, 2 tank commanders, 2 battle tanks, 5 Chimeras with infantry inside, and 2 Scout Sentinels. And I guess it's what do you do with that? What do you do with that 45 points is the big question. Do you take a Tech Priest Engines here, which could be quite nice? You've got 5 points of those, so it would give you 50 points in total to play with. You could drop one of the Scout Sentinels, and that would get you 105 points, which is pretty tasty. But I don't think there's anything... I was trying to get you up to like another... And I was trying to get you up to like another Hellhound, but I just don't know if it's possible. Yeah. Yeah. But maybe just a Hydra or something. It sounds crazy, but Hydras won't be that bad in the new edition. Yeah. So, but you know what I mean? I think you need, what I'm trying to say is, I think you need a little bit more DACA. I think you don't quite have enough. That's my main take from the list. All right, but it's a damn good stab. It's a damn good stab at the first 11th edition list, and it's really in line with what I've been thinking. Although controversial opinion, I have been thinking about Eradicator Nova cannons on my tank commanders for 11th edition, because you need a weapon that's going to allow the tank commander to actually fucking hit something, and I feel like. I feel like you go to what's going through my head is I'm actually not even looking at Grizzled Company. If I'm going mechanized, I'm going back to Combined Arms, and I'm thinking 2 tank commanders with Eradicator Nova cannons, 1 with Grand Strategist, so I can do 5 orders, 3 Lehman Russ battle tanks, and then 5 Chimeras with Catachans inside. And then see, well, I mean, how many points? What would that get us to? I think that's going to be most of our points, to be fair. 235, 235, 185, 185, 185. 150, 150, 150, 150, 150. That would still leave us with 225 points left over. I mean, depending on the situation with indirect fire, that could be some pretty good. That could be just enough points left over for some good old indirect. And if we need, and if we needed some more, and if indirect fire is diddled. Well, that's at least that's at least 1 Hellhound. 125 for the Hellhound leaves us 100 points left over. I need to add in 15 for Grand Strategist, to be fair. So that's 85 points left over. So maybe there's enough for like a Scout Sentinel, and that leaves 30 points left over. Who knows what we could spend it on? Maybe upgrade a unit or something. But the point is, like, we've still got a lot of play in the old Met Guard. Yeah. All right. So yeah, like, but I'm in the same sort of place you are, mate. I'm in the same place you are, James, because that's our brains are going to the same place at the start of 11th. Just slightly different approaches, but we're going to the same place. Yeah. RK, thank you, super chat, man. Some pictures for my weekend game against Mrs. RK over the weekend. Let's have a look, man. All right. The Axis forces faced off against Task Force Hornet this weekend to try and secure the main bridge to the city of St. Albin. The US forces were conservative with jump deployment, so armor held the flank as the wolves swept around. The US took the bridge and held it for 3 turns, only for the combined efforts of my commander, wolves, and Brandenburgers clearing the defenders from the bridge. Loss of Vogel Spinner and a Stug immobilized, but all the US had left was 1 Firefly platoon commander and a linebacker surrounded by armor. Nice! Look at that board, man. That looks cool. I like it. I always like it when there's like graveyards and shit like that on like boards. It reminds me of some of the old Warhammer Fantasy stuff. Yeah, I love it, bro. Hey, double Stug. Cool. Wow, that is a lot of German stuff. Holy shit, man. My God. You can definitely cram a fair bit in a list when you, go a bit more bolt action. Oh, those poor boys. Those poor boys, they're beautifully painted, but they're not going to last 5 seconds against those Schreckwolfen. Oh, my days. I like the color on the fireflies, man. They're great. That's cool. The Berlin Blitz. Nice. Looks like the US took a bit of a pounding, but it looks like it was a fun game and lots of beautiful terrain to fight over. And something proper, like fighting over a bridge. Something proper, you know? I could definitely see... One thing I will say about 11th edition is I'm really excited for the terrain aspect of it. There's a reason why, like, I'm getting on... I'm painting up. So let me show you guys what I've been working on. I've got a few bits, right? So... I've been working on some terrain that it's like a mixture of like terrain that it's basically terrain I'll be able to use in pretty much any game that I want. So, including 40k and bot action. This is the beauty of the new footprint thing. Like I can put the footprint down and then put whatever terrain I want on it. Yeah, tournaments will come up with some kind of like special format, but fuck that, right? So I actually, finally, after owning... having the sprues for this for like 3 years or so, I finally got round to painting my bolt action ruined farmhouse. I actually have 2 of these. I've just brought one over, but I've actually got 2 of these. But I thought, you know, plopping one of these, this can be used easily in bolt action or K47 or now 40k because it's just a ruined building. You know, that's all it is. So you just, you know, get your footprint, plop it down. And if you look at the, like the terrain maps, for example, on Warhammer Community, let me just find them. Where are you? There you go. So you look at the terrain maps, like you've got bits like this here and this here, where it's like, you know, put something just big down that covers the whole footprint. Well, I think this farmhouse would be perfect for that. Just plop it right on there. Yeah. Or, you know, or likewise, it might even work quite well as being, as, you know, representing that pretty decently. I mean, look, we've got like a big hole and stuff there and everything. So just plop that down there. It's yellow terrain, so you can drive through it as a vehicle if you want to. So yeah, I've got, this is not micro art, although I have been working on some micro art stuff as well. So I figured this is a really good piece of terrain because this is what I love about the footprints. Like, I could put this on... I can now use this in any game system that I play. I could use this in an old world. Because it's a ruined building. It's meant to be a ruined farmhouse, but I painted it up in... and yes, I did paint it. I know it's grey, but I did paint this. I actually used the sponge technique, which I'm very happy with. So yeah, I sponged on 2 tones of grey and then painted the wood a more traditional style, and I went and did the little bits of wood in here and here as well. That sprue color, it's funny. It is very close to sprue color. But yeah, I figured I could use this in old world as well, or I could. But it's painted in you know, in a rather than sort of like sandstone or limestone color. I painted it in just generic building sort of grey, right? And my thinking was that I could even use this in like in an urban map now. This is just a, you know, put it on a grey urban battle mat, and it just looks like a house in a city that's been, you know, bombed out and fucked up. So I've painted up 2 of these. Now the ruined farmhouse set actually comes with 2 buildings. You've got this one here, and you've got this smaller one here. So I've actually got 4 buildings out of 1 terrain set, which is really, really cool. So yeah, I've got those, and then I've been building up the K47 terrain as well. So you get a bunch of these little L-shaped ruins in the K47 starter set, and I actually had 4 sets of ruins from various sources and whatnot. So you get 2 bits in there. You get enough for, you know, you can make like a little corner like that. It's very reminiscent of the old 4th edition style ruins. And again, I figured I could use that in this scenario. So if I have the farmhouse and the mini ruin, that would go really well, like, you know, here. and then if I wanted to do, here and here, and if I wanted to do the these kind of like ruins, or have a little bit for here and here as well, these little ones would be perfect for that. And then I was thinking, what about the I was thinking, well, if you look at this, obviously they've gone for some more traditional sort of L-shaped styles, but I thought if you're going to fight over a building, it should be a proper building. Look at that bad boy. Imagine a platoon of guardsmen trying to defend that building. It might actually be too big. It might actually be too big. But fortunately, it does break into two halves. Yeah. It does break into two halves. So I could have, if we look at the terrain maps, maybe I can have like one half here, one half here kind of thing. But yeah, I figured, if we're gonna play with good terrain in 11th edition, it's gonna be good terrain. That's what's going through my head. Yeah. So yeah. So that's so this is the micro art. If you want to get your hands on this, it comes pre-painted like this. It's very easy. I built each half of this in just over an hour and a half, just using some wood glue and a bit of super glue, because I will obviously wood can warp and bend a little bit, so sometimes you'll put the bits together, and if you've got like mini G clamps and stuff, you'd be all right. But if you put the bits of wood together, sometimes it can bend. So like it's on this end, but it's sort of sticking out that bit. So I don't have any mini G clamps. What I did is I just super glued down that end so that it was all lined up. It was pretty straightforward to do. So yeah, if you want to get your hands on this, you can get it. It's the Stalingrad School by Micro Art Studio, and I think it would work really well. If you notice, like the walls come with like some propaganda posters on them as well, which would be perfect both for fighting on the Eastern Front in Stalingrad and also for fighting in 40k. There's propaganda posters all over the 40k universe. So yeah, it's pretty cool, and I think being able to fight over something like that is going to give you a lot more immersion than fighting over some bullshit L-shaped ruins. And it kind of feels like that's what we should be trying to do with 11th edition. That's what we should be. They said you're going to be fighting over important things like key buildings and facilities and stuff. Well, okay, let's fight over if all the other ruins in the city are like little ones. What if that is a big one, and it's like, hey, you've got to take that building because it's like the most intact building, so it'll make for a good stronghold, a good strong point. Yeah. So yeah, there you go. So that is the power of cool terrain. And I have to say, okay, the reason I went off on that massive tangent is because I saw your board, and it made me think. I tell you what, it made me think. It made me think about the terrain I've been working on. It made me think about the terrain I'm getting excited for 11th edition, and specifically when I saw your bridge. So if I scroll down, I don't mean to alarm anyone. I think it is now possible for us to fight over like a bridge in Warhammer 40k. Because think about this: if we have a look at this, right? What if you had a river running through your board in 40k? It didn't do anything. It was just for aesthetics. You had like you can use this is more of a 3D river, but you can get the sort of the 2D like mouse mat style rivers, right? What if you had a river going across, and then there was just for the set, you could just move over it for the game, but there was a bridge. The central objective. Where is it here? Here you go. The central objective was a bridge. So imagine if you have your footprint here, your river winding across the map, and then you had a bridge that went from corner to corner there. You could actually now fight over that in Warhammer 40k, and it would be like legal. It would fit in with the missions. It would fit in with the game. It would be immersive. And if you're like, well, why would they fight over a river if we could just move over the bridge? Because you got to think like, yeah, maybe your combat units can like wade across the river and everything. But what about if you're a guard commander, you just seize a bridge so your logistics trucks can get over the bridge. And if you're like an enemy commander, you're trying to stop the guard from doing that, from getting like a vital supply route set up. So yeah, this is why, you know, having basically footprints that we can put whatever the fuck we want on top of them is important. And that's why for as long as possible, until the tournament scene maybe ruins everyone's brains, that's why for as long as possible, I'm going to be trying to encourage, you know, good terrain and immersive terrain for 11th edition. Yeah, I'm not going to be reusing a bunch of UKTC ruins or anything like that. WTC ruins. I'm going to be trying to do terrain properly. Yeah. And then tournaments will just be a different thing. Yeah. What do we got next? Lich Fan General, thank you for super chat, man. More good news. Bull says double turn gone. No way. Lich Fan General, link me up, screenshot me the fuck up. That would be huge. That would be so massive. So, for those that don't know who Bull is and what this message means from Lich Fan General, Bull is someone who has been doing all of the big leaks for AOS and who has been pretty accurate in the past. Not 100% accurate, but it's been like 70+% accurate in the past. So that if he says it, there's a more, you know, it's not guaranteed, but there's a pretty strong chance it will happen. And if he is if he's leaking that the double turn is gone for AOS 5.0, I mean, what is my barrier to that game now? Phil Kelly gone and the game improves? Well, it's funny. What if you look at Age of Sigmar 4.0? That's a very melee focused edition. Phil Kelly comes over to Warhammer 40k, and what happens to 40k 11th? Very melee focused. Yeah. We've been buried in all sorts of work the past couple of weeks. Prices on goods and fuel keep climbing, so we've had to pick up extra shifts. You know how it is. We noticed a lot of you are really interested in one thing, so we figured we should explain about those 5 new factions. They've got one illustration, a short lore paragraph, and a pin on the map. Nothing else special. Gotta say, their situation's a bit better than the silent people, but that's about it. I don't know what the silent people are. As for the 5th core rules, we think there's some big changes. Obviously, it's still built on AOS 4th, but we definitely see some 40k 10th and Warhammer Fantasy Battles 8th in there. Hard to say if that's good or bad, but about the double turn, haha, good luck to it. So it's that implies that the double turn has gone. I clip it, Officers of the Watch, clip it, save it. If the double turn goes from AOS and the game is not completely fucked in other areas, like, look, if they remove the double turn but they shithouse it in other ways, then, you know, I'm not going to force off to play it. But if the double turn goes and the rest of AOS is perfectly reasonable, I'll buy in. Full blown. I genuinely might even like go with the poster boys with the Sigmarines. Like I wouldn't have anything against that. I'd paint them up in a really cool silver and red color scheme. I've already thought about it. Get a bunch of what do you call it? Liberators, second hand off eBay or something. You know, they're always going for pennies, right? And just try it out. Everyone's like, you disgust me. Hey, man, you know, dude. A good game's a good game at the end of the day. Filth. What's that? What was it? General Zod from Superman. Heresy. But no, man, like, if I can get, you know, I'll try it out. You know, and if I can do, if I can put together a second-hand, you know, a reasonably if I can put together a reasonably viable AOS army for, you know, 100, let's say about 200 quid. Because, you know, just go on eBay and just hoover up every Liberator I can get. Don't care what the loadout is, kind of thing. Then yeah, fuck it. I'll do it. I'll pay up a Sigma army, play a few games with it, maybe go to a friendly local RTT or something with it. You know, I'll give it a fair shake. I will give it a fair shake. I'm not saying that I will become AOS glory. I'm not saying it will become like a permanent game that I will play all the time. But I will give it a... If GW addresses all of the major concerns I've had over the game, then it would be... If at that point I still go, lol, I'm not going to play it, then I'm the shithead at that point. And that would be me not... And also, I wouldn't even be faithful to myself. I've always said, like, I'd give it a fair shake if... Not always. Ever since Old World came back and I became a reformed AOS hater, and I realized I didn't hate AOS, I just hated GW, I've said I'd give Sigmar a chance if they fix these things. I've said those things. I've made those oaths, and I have to keep them. Yeah. This channel goes full AOS. Yeah, I will take a break. But nah, and hey, I know you guys like to give me a lot of shit, and I know we like to have a bit of a meme. But even through all of the silliness, I do pride myself on being semi-reasonable. Not too reasonable, but semi-reasonable. And if I have, you know, if AOS seems to have fixed everything, it would be remiss of me not to keep my word and not to try it out. Like I said, I'm not going to... I can't, you know, necessarily... Unless it's exceptionally good, I can't see myself completely, you know... I could see it becoming, you know... I could see it becoming game number 5 that gets played every so often, kind of thing. But, yeah, taking the Imperial Guard to AOS, something... Exactly, right? But I can't see it becoming a main game unless 40k is terrible. If 11th edition completely shits the bed... And new AOS comes out, I might be like, okay, guys, like, yeah. But I'll give it. I'd happily chuck 150 to 200 quid into a pretty cheap second-hand army, bang it out over the course of a couple of weeks, play a few play a few fun games with it, and maybe, like I said, go to a local event, and just finally give it a go. And if that's as far as the journey went, then that's as far as the journey went. You know? Yeah. All right. But wow, that's kind of interesting that if they got rid of the double turn. Yeah. I don't think I'd go full send into Sigmar, but I could see myself, like I said, playing it. The thing is, I know about 4 or 5 people that played Sigmar in the past and have Sigmar armies available right now. So if 5.0 came out and it was good, I could see us all just trying it out for a short time. Yeah. But that's it. I'm not exactly saying like I said, I'm being pretty reasonable. I'm not saying I'm going to go full conversion, but if they fix everything and I still don't play it at that point, like I said, I'm the shithead. There you are. All right, what have we got next? Ishmael, my boy, thank you for super chat. For my late birthday, I commissioned a 2nd gen Yarricks to be painted with multiple base size magnetization stacking on each other. 25mm, 28mm, and 32mm. Is that so you can use him in any edition And in case GW fucks around with the base size. Oh my god. I love it, dude. I love it. That sounds like a really good treat to yourself. And that's what you should do. Treat yourself. There you are. J-Bomb, thank you, super chat. Poor Kitty, some change towards the vet bill. Thank you very, very much, J-Bomb. Really, really do appreciate it. He's on the mend now. He's been treated loads and everything. And like I said, he's nowhere near as ill as he was the last time. But he's definitely not a super happy cat. But yeah, we're looking after him, and I do genuinely really appreciate the support on the vet bills. But yeah, thank you so much, man. You're an absolute legend. Thank you for your support. All right, Talzon, there's two telling us he isn't going to place at Sigmar. Is insane. The thing with Cities of Sigmar is that they require more models, and they don't have as good secondhand like market. And they which would have to buy them new or newish. And the issue with that would simply be that I don't like building new style GW models. Like, so I just get a bunch of easy to build secondhand bastards. Yeah. That's what it is. It's not that I'm anti Sigma, it's that I just don't like building. I just don't like GW's new way of designing I don't like GW's way of making us build the models anymore. Yeah. And yeah, and Stormcast, exactly. Stormcast is a perfectly good place to test the game. Exactly. I mean, it's kind of like, it'd be my first time getting into the game. I should probably start with the Space Marines of the setting. Yeah. Although I can vouch that season model that accepts you to build. Oh, fair enough then. Well, I'll keep an eye on it. Sky Ranger, thank you for the 21 months, man. X-Force, baby! Poor Kitty, also hobby update for 11, the stream discussion. Thank you for the kind words for the cat. Yeah, the Kit Kat is feeling a little sad, but he's doing all right. Let's have a look at the hobby update for 11th. Okay, 1 second. Sky Ranger. Where are the fucking models? There we go. Sorry, it took me a second to find them. Getting ready for 11th. Finished and magnetized my Krieg Heavy Weapons squad and finished 2 for 1 from the Hive Tyrant and magnetized it too. Oh, nice. Wait, you could get 2 Hive Tyrants out of 1 Hive Tyrant box? Or are you just saying that you had 2 Hive Tyrants and you did both of them? Nice. Nice. I love it, man. I like the color scheme you've gone for. Is that old school? Is that well, I'd say like Behemoth with a modern twist? Very, very cool. I like that. Hey, look at those Krieg bastards all sorted out. Very nice. Yeah, that'll play. Nice. That's cool, man. Small 3D printed part, and yeah, you get 2. Really? Wow. I did not know that when I built my 2 Hive Tyrants. I didn't keep. Well, I don't think I kept the bits. Yeah, there you are. But I guess at this point, I'd probably just 3D print the whole thing, right? All right. That's cool, man. And I have to say, it's absolutely excellent seeing everybody getting excited for 11th. Despite what people may think, I am excited for 11th as well. I've been busting out the the Lehman Russes. I've been thinking about how I'm going to use them in the new edition. I've been working on I already had those painted, but I've been working on some orcs and stuff. I've got a whole bunch of them built and painted now. I've got another whole bunch primed, ready for the hobbying stream this week. Although I can't decide whether I should. I can't decide if I should. What do you call it? I've got 2 weeks. I could get my K-47 Steel Legion army ready for the event next weekend. So I might be doing that this weekend. This hobby stream, but I've got another bunch of orcs and some Gretchen Prime. So I'm getting ready for the Green Tide. But yeah, it's awesome just seeing everyone getting excited for the new edition. I'm excited for it. I'm really excited for the terrain. Although, to be fair, I was really excited for 10th edition terrain, and then that just stayed as bullshit L-shaped ruins. But I think this time, I know this might sound like cope, but I do think this time it will be a bit different. Or at the very least, I'll be able to stick to the terrain maps that people want, but with the terrain that I want to put on them. Yeah. I'll tell you what, though, if the 11th edition terrain ends up just devolving into the same shittery that we've had in 9th and 10th, I'll be really, really, and that's what the community goes for. I'll be really disappointed. I'll be like, what? I mean, I will lose my faith in the wider 40k community. I'll be like, what are we even doing here, lads? Yeah, I'm maxing. I'm hopeful for Sigma. I'm hopeful for 11th. I'm hope maxing. I do think 11th is going to be fucked when it comes to melee armies, though. If I was to bring myself crashing back to reality, I think 11th is going to be fucked on the melee front. Properly fucked. I think it's do you know what I think is going to do you know what I think is going to happen? I think it is going, unless they sort the points out on things like Catan and big monsters and stuff, I think it's going to be a big melee monster edition. I do. Because I think if I use Catan as an example, Catan will be resilient to shooting, but just as good as they are into melee armies as they are right now. This is why so many armies like World Eaters are complaining at the moment, because they feel locked out of the game because of Catan spam. And I think that initially that situation is only going to get worse. And so I think the initial meta isn't good. I think it will, when the core rules of the games the way they are, I think it'll be melee orientated. But I think it's going to be, I think it'll be melee monster meta. Truthfully. I think it'll be melee monster with invulnerable saves. That's what it's going to be all about. Basically, I think we're talking things like Great Unclean Ones, talking like Catan, anything like Custodies are going to love it as well. Yeah. I think it's going to be the meta of melee, monsters, and invulnerable saves. Maleceptors, maybe. They can be pretty tough, Maleceptors. Yeah. But yeah, I think that's where we're going to end up. I think you'll need your invulnerable saves because AP1's going to matter now. So anyone with a 3-up armor save or whatnot's really going to want to have an invulnerable save. Because even AP-2 weapon's going to kick you down to your invuln now in a lot of, or AP1 are going to kick down to your invulnerable. So yeah, I think you'll be surprised. I think it will accentuate everything we experience right now. I think will be accentuated in 11th, and in a funny sort of way that makes sense, because the last 6, what do we always say? The last 6 months of an edition telegraph what's coming in the new edition. Well, what's the last 6 months of the edition been like, guys? Elite melee infantry with loads of elite melee infantry, loads of invulnerable saves, and fucking Catan problems. Maybe we have been telegraphing what's coming with 11th. Maybe. We don't know yet. But I think monsters with invuns are going to be a big thing in this edition. Yeah. All right. Starbucks Meg, thank you for super chat, man. Sorry to hear about your cat, dude. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. He's on the mend, but it's not great for him to go through this twice in 1 year. My salute highlights in stream discussion. Yeah, I saw these come in, man. They look really good. Let me find the pictures. First of all, you hear about the latest troubles with your cat. It's all right. He's just a bit of a sickly boy, but he manages himself very well. Hopefully we can just get, if it's a gland thing, hopefully we can just get them sorted out so that it doesn't keep happening. Anyway, wanted to share some highlights from my first trip to Salute. My purchase included a hardback copy of the K47 rules and Festung Europa. Yes. Dice bag and a massive bit of terrain for 40k in anticipation for 11th. Hey! Other than K47, I was intrigued by the game of Oil and Iron. See the mech pictures. As Iron Harvest vibes, the game, with an interesting game mechanic where you have to manage your heat levels. That's the same as like as BattleTech, yeah. Otherwise, great fun today and got to meet Peachy Suggs, Duncan Rose, Table Tactics, and also Rifleman Harris from Sharp. Hey, that's cool, man. Hey, that's cool. That looks like more epic scale. Is it like epic scale black powder or something? Nice. That looks very Iron Harvesty. Yeah. Cool. Very cool. Like that. There's so many good games out there. That's very Iron Harvest. Hey, K47, my beloved. Nice. Good old 40k with the big old knights. I'm guessing that's a full-sized game of Adeptus Titanicus or something. Yes. Wow, look at that. Now that's a war game, that is. Oh, baby. And people think 40k is the greatest war game out there. Honestly, people have no idea what they're... People are so sheltered. They're so ignorant inside their GW bubble. They have no idea what they're missing out on. Yeah. Oh, you know when someone says, I find historicals boring? What they mean is, I've never looked outside of 40k. That's what they mean. Yeah. How could you look down at that board and go, that looks boring? Yeah. Crazy. Yeah. So cool. So damn cool. Love that, man. Looks like it was an amazing event. I'll have to make sure I go next time. I've heard good things about Salute for a couple of years now. Big North, thank you so much for the 11 months. Thank you for supporting the, well, nearly X-Force. I'll give it to you a month early. X-Force, baby. Thank you for supporting the channel for nearly a year, man. Thank you for doing your part. Omnis Vast Finks, thank you for the super chat, man. Is it just me, or is the rule for Yarrick the same with no change? No, Yarrick's rules have definitely changed a lot. He didn't used to be quite as supreme commandery as he was. He used to just be... He could do orders and he didn't die. That was basically it. Now he does a lot more. So yeah, I think Yarrick's doing a lot more now than he used to. Revenga, my boy! Thank you for the 45 months, man. X-Force, baby! Triple X-Force! Amazing. Tested out 11th edition terrain layout in stream discussion. Let's have a look, bro. Let me find it, man. Okay, tested out the 11th edition terrain layout this weekend. Best way to describe it is different. It's open but closed at the same time. Lots of fire lanes and few places to hide. Unsure how it will affect melee, as people have pointed out. If it was Gav versus Votan, need to reanalyze how to build your army for this edition. And this is the layout that Reven got to play on. I mean... I know exactly what you mean, because like the moment you toe into this ruin, you do become very exposed. But I do think the thing is, I think it depends on the factions that you're playing. If you are playing a melee faction, you'll be trying to take advantage of the hidden rule a lot more and stuff. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe it won't be a melee-dominated meta. Maybe it will be... I did say last week that I felt like it's a 90% chance it's going to be like melee-dominated, and then 10% chance could be completely the other way, and it becomes a shooting-dominated meta, but just with specific kinds of shooting, or a lot of units that feel... It's going to be a certain set of rules that you really need for your shooting units to be good. Like, do you ignore cover or have pluses or minuses to hit? But Yeah. I do think I could see some of the firing lanes opening up. But I just fear that what will happen is that it'll be the stage and go. Morn, you get across the board quickly. You should get short range weapons. Yeah. I definitely think it's going to be a very different edition. Like, I think it's going to be, yeah. For a lot of people that haven't been through, I think the big thing for me with 11th is for a lot of people that haven't been through an edition change, it is going to completely blindside them. Because a lot of people take edition changes and the massive edition transitions and the massive changes that come with them for granted. Because we're veterans, we're grognards, we've seen it before. We've come to expect that the game that we played is now basically going to be completely reinvented. But if you only played during 10th edition, and this is the first time going through something like this, it could be very, very jarring. Like, what the fuck? They've completely reinvented the game. This is not the game that I knew and loved. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. It could be, or they'll go, wow, this is very different. I like it. Could go either way. The big question with these maps, can you tow in on the terrain behind a wall? You're absolutely right, Magellix. That is a huge point. And if you can, it could be spicy, to say the least. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. All right, I got a couple of quick updates. First off, tournament report, history discussion, hobby update, zombies, history discussion. Working on a new song this week for K47 Axis. Nice. Let's have a look, man. Well, I took that old World War I Krieg, nothing but infantry and artillery, and cavalry, and successfully received the wooden spoon. Hey! I mean, the funny thing is, Cosmic, that is exactly what we kind of expected to happen. We were like, look, fuck it, it's the last tournament of 11th. Just take a meme list, and if you lose every game, it doesn't matter. At least you're seeing the game out in style. For our first match, I rode a salamander with tons of flamethrowers. Then my second match, I fought some Catan, which I beat death in melee with some guardsmen. Amazing. And finally, Black Templars with endless assault waves. What a glorious way to die. It was fun. Nice. I mean, dude, your army looks proper. You know, your army looks proper. That's what it's all about, you know. And the fact that you beat a Catan to death in melee with some guardsmen is awesome. Nice. I mean, that's it, bro. You might have got the wooden spoon, but you won at life. Hey, zombies. Nice. So I thought there was a last pistol on that guy's base, but it was a little holster. I love it, man. They look sufficiently fucked up and gory to make excellent zombies. Nice. Good shit, bro. Really, really good shit. Love that. Excellent update, Cosmic. Absolutely love it. Hope you had a good week. Well, it looks like you had a good weekend. Let's have a look. Elliot Henderson, thank you for 39 months. X-Force, baby! 40k is a bit boring, so painting Fallout, stream discussion. Let's have a look. I got a bit bored with 40k, just got a bit unfun, so I've been doing Fallout factions and may do a conflict 2. Thinking USA, baby. Excuse my girlfriend's box. Why? Because it's got some stickers on it, man. It looks cute. What are you worried about? That you're, oh no, that us on the stream are going to think that you're not a big manly man. Bro, if you had those stickers on or not, if they're your stickers, I don't give a shit. Be secure in those stickers, man. It's okay. All right. Hey, are they the, is that Raider power armor? Cool. That does look really cool, man. Nice. Hey, I like it, bro. Fallout does look like a fun game. Yeah. You guys know me. I prefer a game that's like a bit more large scale with the number of models that I can throw at it, because I like to have big battles, but I can still appreciate what looks like really fun models in a cool game. Yeah. And Elliot Henderson, yeah, 40k 10th edition, it was boring. Despite everyone saying that I was a dickhead for saying negative things about the game, at the end of the day, 10th edition got boring. The last year of it was very boring. Well, the last 18 months. Yeah. And so, you know, that's why I think so many of us ended up exploring other games. Yeah. Did people say you're a dickhead for saying 10th was boring? I thought everyone felt the same on that. Oh my god, Lich Fan General. Bro. Today. Like, literally today. Like, people were going on about how, you know, all Mordian Glory does is post, like, Doomer content now and all that kind of stuff. And I get it, because we do a lot of beef on here. Don't get me wrong, I'm not ignorant to it. But it's like, I've not been saying anything. I've not been, like, just... I've not been, like, needlessly dooming, shall we say. Does that make sense? I've been like, hey... These are the criticisms I have of the game. These are the criticisms I have of GW. This is what I want to see change. This is what I want to see different. You know, all I've ever done is give them work, you know, lambast them when they deserve it and credit them when they earn it. That's all I've ever done. And but the thing is, so many people are weirdly defensive with Warhammer and Games Workshop, that the moment that you criticize them, I think there's two elements of it. There's an element of, for some reason, people think they need to run defense of the multi-billion-pound company, like, which I always find to be strange. And then the other thing is that some people think that if you are critical of Games Workshop, then you are of a... This might sound insane, but if you're critical of Games Workshop or Warhammer in any way, then you are of a certain political leaning. And they don't... So the moment they see you, like, criticizing it or beefing on it, they think that, oh, he's on that side. And I actually, and I will say this, it is more of that, it's more of the latter than the former. You know, and I find that very, I don't know, man. Like, I find that interesting because I'm someone who prides myself on trying, not always successfully, Evan, to to keep this channel pretty apolitical. And so it's funny when people do that because it's clear that they've not really, they're just repeating what they've heard online. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, but that's what it is. And I think it's because obviously, you know, it's understandable why. We're not going to get into the politics of it here because it's not appropriate. But we can try and analyze and understand why that would be the case. Why would the moment you criticize, do people assume you're going to be on like one side or the other? And I think, you know, if we use like female custodies as an example, and I know everyone collectively rolled their eyes, and don't worry, we're not getting into the weeds with that one. But if you look at the if you look at the female custodian situation, then the people that are very pro-female custodians will tend to be on one side of the political spectrum, probably a little bit more left-leaning, a little bit more socialist, and the people who are anti-female custodians, generally, you know, not everyone, but a lot of people who are anti-female custodians will obviously be part of the crowd that are like anti-woke and all that kind of stuff, right? And so, but there are a lot of reasons to criticize the female custodians things that aren't actually part of that. Like, for example, just criticizing the lazy way that Games Workshop did it, how it could have been implemented in a way that was good, but they just did it in such a lazy, half-assed, phoning it in kind of manner. But if you criticize, if you fall on the side of I'm not a fan of female custodians, people on the side who are pro it will assume the reason you aren't a fan of it is because you're one of the chuds. And the reality is that actually there's a lot more nuance to it than that. And likewise, if you're someone who's pro female custodians, the people who are on the right will assume you're one of the wokies. When actually there's probably the vast majority of people, whether they're pro or anti it, are probably in the middle, where it has nothing to do with left or right. It has to do with whether it has to do with a whole bunch of other reasons. Like I said, GW's, and if you're anti, it's GW's lazy way of doing it. Yeah, exactly. The discourse is poisoned by polarization. Exactly. Like, yeah. So here's the thing. I've been critical. So why would people assume that I'm on one side on one team or the other? Well, it's because I've been critical of GW. So they instantly go, without ever watching the channel, they'll hear people talking about it in various online spaces, and they'll go, oh, well, he must be on that side then. And it's like, well, I'm not going to get into it because it's not, I'm not a particularly political person, and I don't really think it's my place to talk about it on this channel. We like to keep that shit out of here. But yeah, but that's why. That's what it is. Yeah. So actually, and that's why, when I've been critical of 40k being boring, and I've been critical of 10th edition being incredibly solvable, and I've been critical of the way GW's been handling pre-orders and lore updates. I've been critical of Yarrick lore as well. I'm very critical of the lore that they used to bring Yarrick back. But the problem is, but the moment that you are critical, people who will just, they just go critical, right? You're on that side. Yeah. And that's that. And that's it. And you know what? That's just that. If that's the way it is, that's the way it is. I'm not upset by it or bent out of shape by it. But I think after taking a few moments to consider it, that's probably the conclusion that I would come to. Yeah. Lupical. And then silence is interpreted by either side as admission to whatever they want, and impossible to win without the people of the same minds. Oh, 100%. 100%. Yeah. The moment that you, and if you're silent on an issue, then both sides will assume that you're against them. Yeah. 100%. So that you can't, the thing is, no matter what happens, you can't win. No matter what happens, you can't win. You can't. You can only lose less in many ways. Yeah, and it's just the nature of the beast. Such is life, I suppose, or such is Warhammer Wargaming these days. Yeah, exactly. You can win, don't play the game. Well, that's what we try. Exactly, Snopey's you're absolutely right. That's what we try and do. We try and not play the game here, and that's why I've always maintained, and I'll say this again and again and again. Everyone is welcome on the Mordiang and Glory channel. Left, right, up, down, spinning in circles. Everyone is welcome on the Mordiang and Glory channel. It's you just leave the politics at the door. That's it. You leave if you can leave your politics at the door, then you're welcome. So we do gatekeep a little bit, If you can leave your politics at the door, then it's that simple. You can disagree with me as much as you want, but as long as you leave your politics at the door, that's fine. You're welcome. You are most welcome, and you can disagree with me, and you can lambast me, and you can shit all over me, all that good shit. There you are. What about the French Mordian? Oh, well, obviously, if you're French, you can fuck off. But other than that, yeah, we're all right. Racist! It's impossible to be racist against the French. They're not human. All right, what have we got next? Mango Bronski, thank you for the super chat, man. Long live the Kit Kat! Hey! Wood Elves progress in stream discussion. Let's have a look here. I saw some Wood Elf pictures coming before, man. I thought they looked sick. See if we can find them again now. Hey, there we go. It grows, which is very appropriate for wood elves because they're all about nature and growing things and all that kind of stuff. Let's have a look. Nice, dude. That looks sick, man. Oh, the army looks amazing. I love the basing you've done. I love it, man. And the Wild Riders look awesome. And the big ass stag looks great. Yeah. I think they look really, really cool, man. I actually would love to do a wood elf army. I would love to do an elf army in general. But elves I just feel are just so not my faction. Because obviously I guardify every faction that I come across. And so for me, how would I want to play wood elves? Well, obviously I'd want big bricks of Eternal Guard backed up by loads of Glade Guard. And that would be an absolutely awful army because my entire army would be strength 3. Yeah. Like elves, especially wood elves, are meant to be tricksy and hitting you from all sorts of angles, never getting into a fair fight. If you've got into a fair fight as an elf, you're probably going to come out of that like worse for wear. Yeah, you can't win battles of attrition. You're paying too many points per guy. And yeah, I mean, wood elves do get special arrows. That's true. But if I really want to do like a high elf army as well, but what would it be? Oh yeah, loads of longbows and spearmen, maybe some sword masters. That would be cool. Okay, that's probably not going to work all that well. Okay, what about dark elves? Yeah, those repeater crossbows. I'd love to do a dark elf city guard. I used to think I wanted to do a Corsair army, but I looked at the Corsair models and I didn't like them. So I think I'd like to do a dark elf city guard army because they did have there were old rules that back in White Dwarf and stuff that I could use to like emulate the army. I could use as inspiration to emulate the army, which is a lot of it's a lot of spearmen and crossbowmen. I'd love that. But I don't think it would be particularly good. But maybe some executioner, maybe I could make it work. Yeah, I definitely if they release dark elves, I'll definitely consider getting into them in Old World. Yeah. Yeah. So I'd love an elf army, but I think the way that I approach armies just wouldn't be very conducive. But I have to say, man, Kuchabronsky, your army looks excellent, sir. Absolutely beautiful. Lower Decks, thank you for the super chat, man. Let me have a look here. Oh, no, I'm falling a little bit behind on super chats. Let's see if we can blast through some of them. Where are we? Okay. Lower Decks, thank you for super chat. Pink Panther theme in stream discussion. All right, what Lower Decks lore have we got today? Sir, we have continued our contract with the Penal Legion, Inc., PLI. I feel like that's going to be some dirty acronym, but I don't know what it stands for. It would appear that instead of a serious, dedicated group of professionals that Colonel Tiki has encouraged the company it would appear that instead of a serious, dedicated group of professionals that Colonel Tiki has encouraged the company under the leadership of his 2 unique subordinates to be called 2-ply. After an offhand comment by yours truly, the company now has a mascot logo of a muscular turnip firing a heavy stone with one arm and throwing a burning bog roll with the other. That would be a cool. That'd be a cool emoji. It is now being stenciled on the side of vehicles. Analysis of what evidence of our raid shows a series of front companies funding media seeking to undercut the fine work of bricks. Jenkins has helped as well by binging holodramas starring leading rattling heartthrob Concrete. I remain wary of anything that looks to usurp the position of the Von Schitt's dynasty from its market dominance. Also, still owe bricks for stealing from him that one time that he knows about. So the investigation will continue as long as our employers keep cutting the checks. I think I will stick my head in the station's fusion reactor. It would be quicker. Oh, man. I do love Babylon 5. Yes, I mean, I'm pretty certain this Concrete bloke is AI generated, but we'll have to find out. You'll have to. That's what I'm expecting the direction of this, or some sort of synthetic life form. Yeah. I love it, man. I love that, man. Let's have a look. What we got next? Where are we? Thing and Fan, thank you for super chat, man. Please talk to me. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I was gonna get back this weekend, and then the cat's bum exploded. It's been a busy weekend, bro. I need to get back to you and to Warpforge this week. Yeah. I'll get back to both of you. Don't worry. All right, dude. Thank you for the support. And don't worry, I haven't forgotten you. I just haven't got back to you yet. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. More project stuff in stream discussion for K47. Let's have a look. More K47 projects in the works. New songs coming soon. I hope to understand the loss of some of our K47 songs from our friend Narrow has left a void. And as much as I respected him to take down his K47 songs, the show must go on. And so my goal now is to make some music for units in every faction. Though I highly encourage everyone else to make their own, so that we may share Congo 47 stuff together. Buster Rift. Yeah, it's really, it's a terrible shame that Narrow, he took down all his K47 songs and then didn't save the originals. So I think they're just gone. I don't even think they're private, or they might be private. I thought they were unlisted, but they might be private. But yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's a terrible shame though, for sure. But hopefully we can, I love that, man. But hopefully we can recreate them in some manner. Yes! That's super cool, bro. I love that. That's super cool. All right, Cosmic. Nice. Michael Gibson, I think you was on super chat. I am very far behind on super chats, so maybe I just haven't got to it yet. I'm just far behind, man. Sorry. I'm trying to catch up quickly. Marrow Wolf, thank you for the super chat, bro. Glory to the first man to pet. Yes! I would go and get the cat and show him off on stream, but he's resting and recovering, so I'm not going to bother him. But dude, thank you for the support, man. Clash Cat, thank you for the 8 months. Kit reaction to the code in stream discussion. Let's have a look. What the cat thinks about the cone? He's not happy. Oh, man. I love it. I love it, man. Lungu Grungus, thank you, 28 months. Xbox baby, Yarrick. Yes, Yarrick hype is here. Don't worry, we'll be going through his data sheet in loads of detail, giving all the reactions and breaking it down, the analysis and all that good stuff. We've not got to it yet, but we will get to it this stream. I think they're gone, but I'm on it. Cosmic, amazing. Hopefully you can bring back the spirit of the songs. Yeah. What do we got here? Greg Shimim, thank you for the 42 months. X-Force and 07 back at you, buddy. Thank you, man. 6 foot tall angry dwarf, thank you for super chat, bro. Minor hobby update in stream discussion. Yes, just a small update. Got the 2 special Dragonfly assembled. This force is going to be Marines, even though I served in the army. Hey, just go with what you want, man. Yeah. As well as the Steward and 1 linebacker. Sadly, I realized I assembled the arms backwards after I got the right arm glued into place. This linebacker may become a shell princess. And yes, I'm quite still hobbyist. I think it's okay. I don't think it matters. I mean, it might. I don't think it matters. I'm pretty certain that they updated the rules so you could have the Tesla. I think you have to take the Tesla. I don't think it matters which arm it goes on. I'm pretty certain that got updated. Yeah. So no, I think you're all right. You have to take the Tesla, but it doesn't matter which arm it goes on. Yeah. The Steward looks good, bro, and I'm loving the special edition models as well, man. That's cool as fuck. Nice. Very cool, bro. Yeah, and don't worry about the conflict is a lot more relaxed on that kind of stuff. Hell, we don't even have official base sizes. You just put them on whatever bases you want. Yeah. So, truth be told, man, don't worry about it even slightly. If you don't mention it to people, people won't notice. Yeah. Quicker Ashore, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Thank you, the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part to keep us freshly stocked with. Oh, I've got a bit of glue. I saw that then. I was like, what the fuck's on my thumb? It's a bit of glue from when I was building the school earlier. Dude, thank you, the 10 gifted memberships, man. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the extra 10 totem core too. hold the line against the enemies. The enemies of the good guys of K47, right? As a glad, someone was really intense with me about model stuff about action over the weekend. Really? I mean, you get them in every hobby. There's always going to be some rivet counting, whacker, fucking, actually, you get them in every community. It's just, like, I don't even begrudge 40K's got them, Old World's got them, but it's the nature of wargaming. It's the nature of wargaming. Yeah. It's I think. I mean, I'm not going to get into it. I think that there's a certain. It's not even. I think it's the nature of human beings. Yeah. Tis the tism. Exactly, man. Yeah. No, you can't do it that way. That's not right. It's like, go take your meds. Go touch the grass. I can do what I fucking want. I've got free will. Yeah. Michael Gibson, thank you for super chat. Hobby update in stream discussion. I'm on the Warlord wagon now, baby. Let's have a look, man. Let's have a look. Hey, this looks awesome, man. Yes, love this shit, bro. Very, very, very cool. Nice. You painted those up perfectly, mate. Absolutely excellent work. I love that. It reminds me, I've got a whole bunch of 8th Army stuff that I need to work on as well. Yeah, cool. Very, very, very cool. I love it, man. Excellent work. All right. And welcome to the Warlord. Welcome to the Warlord side of the pillow. Yeah. Average White Shark, thank you, super chat. New tournament player insult. Your win-loss ratio record is like 40k tournament terrain. Nothing but L's. Hey! That's quite good. Yeah. Your army looks as nice as the terrain. That's another one. Your army looks as good as 40k terrain. Hopefully that one will not be an insult for long, though. Yeah. Florida Eccentric, thank you for super chat. Links and update and stream discussion. Let's have a look. Where are we up to? I feel like I've missed it. I can't see it. I saw it before, so it's definitely me just being silly. I'm missing it. Let me go back. Why can't I see it now? Sorry, Florida, etc. I definitely saw this before. I'll have to search it, I think. I think I'm just being a bit stupid and I can't find it. Oh, here you go. I found it now. Yeah. Let's have a look. Alright,
guys.
Let's have a look.
Okay, welcome.
So I think we saw this one. Oh, no, this is a new one. Okay. So we've got a new painting video, which is cool. What are you working on today?
Welcome.
Ah, Fallschirmjäger. Nice.
Today, tabletop standard bolt action.
I like it, man. That's come out really, really nice. That's cool. And then what's this?
Not much done at work today, but we got a Panzer D, a Churchill heavy infantry tank, and a Hanomag, and the extra turret for the Churchill.
Nice.
You guys have a great day. See ya.
Nice. I love it, man. Cool as fuck. Awesome. Thank you for the support. Loving the videos. And I hope your painting and hobbying has been going well, man. Nice. Where are we up to? Lungu Grungus, thanks for super chat. Since when have we apologized for intolerance of the alien? And on Yarrick's birthday. Shame! We do not apologize for intolerance of the Xenos and the Heretic. Of course. But also, we do have our own policies on this channel of trying our best to not... trying our very best to leave the politics at the door. And today... there was a little blip in the in that particular Geller field, shall we say? But that's why it was. That's why the meme was taken down. The meme was just a meme at the end of the day, but it wasn't because we were taking one side or another that we took it down. And I know that if you do put something up and take it down, people can think that you've like capitulated or something like that. But the reality is that it shouldn't have gone up, and it wasn't being taken down. I can tell you all now that it was not taken down in the face of any kind of pressure or react or in response to any kind of reaction or anything like that. That's not my style. If someone tells me, someone starts having a go at me, I actually kind of just dig in. I'm like, no, fuck you. I'm going to stay here even more now. But the reason it got taken down is because it went against the principles that I have on this channel. It's that simple. And it wasn't that it was put up and then taken down. It was that it shouldn't have gone up, so that mistake was corrected. It's that simple. So yeah, it's that simple. And unfortunately for some, the nuance of that will be lost and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, it's the internet. There's drama all the time. Things happen all the time. All you can do is handle situations the best you can, then just move on. Yeah. So there you go. So yeah, there you go. What was the meme? It was just, I'm not going to get into it. No, I'm not going to into it. I'll talk about it. Obviously, it's come up, so and it's going to come up here and there and everything. But it's good. So I don't mind like addressing the situation, but I'm not going to like get into it more than basically saying it's been sorted out. There you go. We are going to make a funny video related to it though. So all of you Father Ted fans, you know exactly what the scene is going to be. Evan and I are going to be making quite a funny video about it. So there you go. All right. Moving on. So what have we got here? I tell you what. Evan has been beating himself up over this. Like I actually even had to say to him, like, Evan, stop like publicly self-flagellating yourself. Like you made like a nothing burger of a mistake. It was an honest mistake. There's nothing else to it. Like he was like, no, I'm really fine. I was like, you haven't. It's totally fine. Like, just it's all sorted now. It's all right. It's all right, baby. Don't worry. Shh. It's okay. It's okay. So everyone was really beating himself up over it. But yeah, no, like to me it was nothing more than a humorous mistake, which we can all laugh at. I mean, to give you an idea of how how unbothered I was about it. I woke up, saw I had a lot of messages. I woke up a bit early. Was still really tired. Saw I'd had a bunch of I hadn't got much sleep because of the cat, right? So I woke up, the cat was still on the bed, sound asleep. And I was like, oh, well, I'll check my messages before drifting back to sleep. If it's, checked my messages, and I was like, oh, I've got, like, my phone's blowing up a little bit. What's going on here? And I looked at it, saw the situation, like, literally, took it in a glance. Just, like, took it in and went, no, there's nothing to worry about. I just, like, put the phone back down, fell asleep. I was like, I'll deal with that I'll deal with that in a couple of hours. Do you know what I mean? That's how unbothered I was about it. And then I basically I messaged Evan like, hey, do you want to like talk about it? And And he was like, "Oh, I'm really sorry." And it's like, honestly, man, like, please don't worry about it. I said, honestly, it was more funny than anything else. Yeah. So there you go. Yeah. And so, in fact, to give you an idea of, like, you know, we're going to make a funny meme video about it and everything. Yeah. Well, actually, also, speaking of some cool videos, we're going to be doing, for all of you that liked the Command and Conquer Generals parody that we did, if you've not seen it, I can show it off. We're going to be doing a second version of that, which is going to be a little updated, a little bit more refined. And we're also going to be doing some other K47 hype videos as well, similar to that of like reject the meta, embrace the guard kind of thing. So yeah, it's going to be, I think it's going to be really good. Yeah. All right. What do we got next? Greg Shimon, thank you for Super Chat, man. Super Chat, man. Sturmriser, when? Don't you worry. I will be covering that later in today's stream. It's going to be awesome, and I cannot wait to share the big news about that. Long story short, Warlord Games is going to be releasing the STLs for their Titan equivalent for free to the community. Because they're like, we're not going to be able to produce it. We might as well let the community produce their own. How cool is that? How modern is that? You know, a good kind of modern, like not the bullshit one. So yeah. Titan equivalent. Yeah, it's called the Sturmriser, aka the Storm Giant. And Warlord was thinking about producing it themselves, but it's just not really that feasible for them. Like, they could do it, but it'd be more. They could do it, but it would be, because obviously they made one, right? But it would be not really that feasible for them, and so they were like, well, if we're not going to make it, we'll might as well let other people make it. Yeah, forward thinking. That's what it is. Yeah. Verado, thank you for Super Chat, man. A small but important thing I realized when with the new edition that will be affecting knights. Okay. What is this small yet important thing? Is it in stream discussion? Oh, yeah, it is. I thought you were like, I've realized something. I'm not sharing it, though. So a fun little change that's going to happen if they don't adjust an attachment. The Imperial Knights Gatewall attachment is going to go from one of the worst attachments to a pretty amazing one. At the start of the first battle round, select two objective markers on the battlefield to be your foundations. When you draw a line of sight from any part of one of your foundations to the other, if any part of a model's base or any part of a model's hull for a model without a base comes across that line, that model's unit is said to be on your defensive line. Against the Horde, each time model in this unit makes attack that targets a visible enemy unit, you can ignore any or all modifiers to the hit roll, and weapons equipped by models in this unit have the sustained one hit ability. The first picture is what that defensive line looks like now, with a line drawn between the 40mm base. Second, what it looks like with the terrain that now the terrain pieces are the objective marker. In addition, with the new cover rules, mean that knights on the line get a better to ignores cover plus sustained hits on everything. So they'll ignore cover and get +1 to hit for towering within 12 inches. I mean, yeah, that's pretty big. So what you're saying is, if you pick these two terrain pieces, any knight that is in that space there gets to ignore to hit modifiers and sustained hits 1. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. The only thing that I can think of that will mitigate it is if melee armies do dominate, then that means if melee armies do dominate, then that means that knights will get shat on, because knights do not like melee. Okay, they don't mind doing a bit of melee themselves, like the Lancer and stuff, but no knight wants to get charged by like World Eaters or anything, because they just tear them to pieces. Yeah. So, in theory, yeah, I think it'll make knights good into maybe other shooting armies, for example. But I still think knights will be shat on by their reluctance to lose their invulnerable saves. Yeah. You got to think. One of the big things you've got to realize is that AP -1 is going to fuck knights up so badly. Because don't knights still just have a 3-up armor save? I believe they do. So think about something like Scions versus Knights. All those hotshot lasguns. 4 rerolls to wound on a knight on an objective. And every weapon is AP1 or better. So, yeah. Horrendous. Yeah, so it's definitely... Like, it's not... Yeah, knights are definitely going to suffer, I think. I think they're going to... I feel like knights are going to be... Knights feel like they're going to be incredibly, like, fragile. Like, they're going to do out a lot of damage, but they're going to be incredibly fragile. Like, I can see a unit of Scions, a unit or two of Scions dropping down and just nuking any knight. Might as well to hit knights, though, is kind of loopy. Yeah, I know. I mean, you know, if you've got a unit of Scions, for example, with a command squad in there, you can double stack orders. So you'll go something like take aim and first. I mean, if you here's the thing. There's a way of setting it up. If you let's say you strip the cover off a knight, okay. So you've got a hellhound. You strip the cover off the knight, or you have a unit of Scions that just ignore cover. You can just do ignore cover on them. Think about a unit of Scions with first rank fire, second rank fire, and a Quillen's Eye on them, with rerolling 1s to hit, with 4 rerolls to wound against a knight. And every single one of those lasguns is now AP2. And that AP matters. Like, how many shots do you get from a Scion unit like that? You're going to have 5 hotshot lasguns. So that's 15 shots there. And then you'll have 2 hotshot volley guns, which will be another 10 shots. So that's 25 shots just from the pissant stuff. And that's hitting on 3s, rolling 1s. So let's say roughly like 20 hits. And then... Oh, probably... Do they get sustained hits as well? No, that's Cading Castellans, right? Yeah. And then, you know, you'd probably look at about 6 or so wounds. 6, but if it spikes, it could be massive. Yeah. And that's, you know, you probably, you're probably taking like, I think you probably end up taking like 6 to 10 wounds off an Imperial Knight. The Prime does give sustained. Oh my God, then. Yeah. You're probably looking at 6 to 10 wounds going off a Knight from a Scion squad that isn't even designed to kill vehicles. Yeah. And Knights are what, like 300, 400 points, between 300 and 400 points each. So if you've got a couple of Scion squads that just drop down, and I mean, we've not even taken into account, we didn't even take into account the Scion command squad. The Scion command squad's going to have another hotshot volley gun in there, another plasma gun in there, another plasma pistol in there, 2 more hotshot lasguns in there. So you're looking at another 11 shots from the hotshot lasguns. So what's that? 36 hotshot lasgun and volley gun shots, all at AP2, 4 rerolls to wound. And then you've got the 3 plasma guns, which is going to be 9 shots, plus the 2 plasma guns, 11 shots there. That's all damage 1. Yeah, I mean, I really think 2 Scion Gigablobs just drop down to nuke a Knight. And you might be like, oh, well, isn't that like a big commitment? And it's like, well, not particularly, truth be told, because Knights are like 400 points, so you're committing about 400 points to kill about 400 points. Even if the Knight's like 300 points, you're committing 400 points to kill 300 points. They only tend to have about 3 or 4 of those big Knights, so you just go, bang, that's 25% of the Knights I need to worry about gone. And then, you know, that's if you want to do it with Scions. I mean, this is, you know, think about, what about Leman Russ tank commanders? Not even Leman Russ tank, what about Leman Russes? In combined arms attachment. Oh my God. Leman Russ battle tanks are going to start wrecking Knights. Because they get the 4 rerolls to hit. And the AP won the battle kind of matters now. And it would be entirely possible to have a Lemur's battle tank with, with Aquilon's eye on it. Yeah. Yeah, and then, with the full rerolls thing, all the lethals that are going to kick in there. Yeah. A couple of Lemur's battle tanks will probably fell a night. With, Hellhound, get the Hellhound to light them up first. That'll tickle them a bit. Then get the Lemurusses to finish them off. It won't. I don't think Guard will struggle with killing. I don't think Guard will struggle with killing a knight a turn. And remember, that's the aim. You only have to kill one knight a turn. If you can build into your list the ability to kill one knight a turn, you basically beat knights. One medium knight, 2 baby knights a turn. As long as you can do that, I wouldn't worry about them. A Silent Warrior, thank you for the super chat. Counter strategist shooting option plus rapid ingress sound gigablob equals corn ambulance, but not for me. Seems devastating if it works. I agree 100%. Well, do I? No, because that's for counter strategist shooting is when someone ends a move and you rapid ingress it. It doesn't work, man. Think about it. You use rapid ingress after they've done all of their moves. So if you rapid ingress, it's not going to help you. Literally, you can't. It means you can't use that ability because it's after someone's finished moving or set up. So I actually, yes, it does. The ability happens at the end of their movement phase. Really? Not once they finish their move? That's huge. Big if true. Oh, wow. So it's not... Oh, wow. So it's like super fucks your opponent up. Wait, so it's like super Overwatch. Because it doesn't suffer the it doesn't suffer the penalties for hitting on 6s. And your opponent can't bait it out. You just like, finish your moves. Go on, finish all of your moves, and then I will decide which unit I want to kill. It's turbo Overwatch. Yeah. It's turbo. And you can Overwatch as well. So they could like move out to bait your Overwatch, and you just go, okay, and it's like kill that unit, and they go, I've got you now, and you're like, okay, and they move out, and you go, what was it? Counter strategist, the unit that you thought was safe, I'm now going to kill as well. Yeah. Yeah. You hit on your ballistic skill. Oh. Amazing. Get wrecked. That's what I say. Get fucking wrecked. Old man Yarrick coming back should be this hype. This is what Drea should have been. Not like this exact loadout or ability, but this level of good. Like he was guys, Drea was the 10th edition launch character for the Guard Codex. Think about that. He was meant to be the guy. He was meant to be the, hey, we're making this game about Hero Hammer. Here's your hero. And he was utterly gash. Like Yarrick's level of ability is what Drea should have had as the hype character. And he was such a disappointment. Yeah. Matthew Sinclair, thank you for the super chat, man. Played 9 games this weekend. Pictures in stream discussion. 9 games. My God. Made a commander for my KMT. Dai Anlan, commander of the 200th Division. Died during his return from Burma. Ma wrote a poem about him, and FDR awarded him the first US military medal ever awarded to a Chinese soldier. Oh, that's cool, man. I think this conversion captures the feel of the statue nicely for the scale. Hey, that's cool. Like, it's always, one of the great things about action is that, there are opportunities to honor some of the history. All of you guys who are now buying SS start boxes, no, not that history! Not that one! Then played 9 games weekend. Warm-up Japanese, TO'd a 5-game all-world battle march tournament so my Romans could march to war. Plus a mate used my chaos. So Tony the Chaos Spawn / Broom could fight a pig. Wait. I'm going to have to look at the pictures. After doing his actual tournament, his French big guns blew up my poor guy's hard, but then I managed to scrape out 2 wins of best painted. Let's have a look. So that's the model. And that statue. Yeah, man, I think you nailed it. Yeah, that's really cool. Hey, I remember the Undead Romans, man. Such a good army. Holy shit. Love that. Oh, wait. So, wait. That broom is a chaos spawn. That's amazing. I love it. Very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, you do deserve a Best Painted award, man. Nice. I love how you got Best Painted and then they gave you the chance to paint one of the drippiest armies, the Italians. Yeah. That's cool, man. I love it. It looks like you had an absolutely insane, absolutely chock-filled weekend, but you must be exhausted. It must be one of those bits where like you're absolutely exhausted, but you're also absolutely buzzing at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, man. I love it. Dude, thank you for the support. And it was really cool seeing all that stuff. And I love seeing the Undead Romans again. Whispering Monk, thank you for the gift of membership. Sah! Thank you for keeping our ears clean and our souls pure. Yes. Woodim, thank you, 25 months. X-Force, baby! Peak narrative bolt action tournament in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let me look here, man. Did a quick little voiceover on this one to save you from reading, Mordian. Thematic tournament where the most historical and interesting lists get first pick from the prize pool. All right, let's have a look.
So this weekend just gone, the Southend-on-Sea Wargaming Group just held their one of 2 team-based bolt action tournaments that they do a year. They do 3 Good Men, which was this weekend, and they also do a more competitive international tournament for teams called World Open War. But this is their thematic, more friendly tournament, and I thought I'd show you guys some of the tables. It's
wow.
super themed. So when you submit lists for this tournament, you apply it as a team. You're either Axis or Allies. And part of the scoring at the end of the tournament isn't just on if you win or lose your games, but it's on how historically accurate your lists are as well.
That's so
if you bring a
cool.
really sweaty list that's not historically accurate, you actually, even if you win all your games, you're not going to win the tournament overall. Which was really nice to see in this tournament because people were bringing historically accurate platoons with the right number of men. There was nothing weird going on, and it gave an opportunity for people to play things you wouldn't normally see. There was loads of Italian armies, there were loads of French armies, there was even Dutch armies.
Cool.
Everyone had a little bit of history for their army, so when you were showing each other, they're like, oh, this is my British army, but it's not just that, it was, oh, this is my British army from this event on this front, and this is the commander, John Stevens, and blah, 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 blah. Really cool event.
That's cool.
If any of you are in the UK and you have a couple of mates that enjoy playing bolt action, I'd highly recommend you have a look at maybe taking part in the Artillery Schlepper.
Yes!
Taking part in this next year. It's teams of 3. I'll put in the Discord a link to the website. It's run by a guy called Russell Wright, who is part of the Warlord playtesting team as well. He did the Japanese book and helped with that because he used to live in Japan.
Cool.
And he's quite big in the tournament scene. And I just really recommend you guys check this tournament out. It's so cool. All the games, it's Axis on Allies. Look at the tables, look at the models. Amazing.
So good.
This here, you can see sort of how big the typical army was, because you can't just spam out a bunch of tanks. You got to keep it realistic. So most platoons were the correct number of men, as I say. So there's at least 3 or if not 4 sections in there. You can't be running inexperienced officers, that kind of thing.
Cool.
Just kind of let the clip play here. I played on this table. It was crazy.
That looks great. Nice. Right, would it? Me, you, Valrak. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Woodimp can win all his games, and me and Valrak will. Me and Valrak will bring meme armies. Does the team army, does the team theme need to be historical, or is it on an individual level, or is it both? Like you can be individually historical, but if you then are high level historical with the whole team, like because that it's an individual level. That could, okay. Well, I know the first event my Belgians will be going to. That's cool, man. That's cool. I love that. That is really, really good for him. And yeah, I'd love to go to that. That'd be great. King Hazard, thank you for super chat. Thoughts on my Talan in the welcome station? Let's have a look, man. I've been very lazy. I've not let anyone into the server like in like 5 days. I'm gonna do a big catch up after the stream today. Oh my god, it has literally been 5 days. I've been really lazy. Let's have a look. Where are we up to? I'm trying to see if these are the only Talar models I can see. So hopefully it's these ones. Nice. They look cool, man. I do love a good Talan army. I think I love all the old guard regiments, and I love seeing them you know, remastered by hobbyists, and I also love seeing the OG metal models as well. I love the sort of scimitar style chainsaw there, man. That's really cool. That's so good. Nice. Dude, they look amazing. And I'll be letting you and everyone else into the Discord after the stream tonight. There we are. Lich Fella General, thank you for the super chat, man. Bless you, Mordian, for I have sinned. My friend lent me a Custodes army for one game, and I liked it. I'm sorry. There's no hope for you. You're just going to have to commit seppuku and condemn yourself to the fires of damnation for eternity. Sorry. But you tried... Okay. Anyone could be forgiven a trespass. Like, for... You know, oh, I tried a bit of Custodes. Like, you know, we've all been... You know, we've all been there, you know... Had a moment of weakness. But the fact you liked it means that your soul is forever tainted. Yeah. Ban him. I will do what I must. I know what I would do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. Glenn Lee, thank you for super chat. Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Nice. I'm loving the hellhounds. Here we have 2 hellhounds in the wild, conducting the mating dance. Now, the male begins by extending his inferno cannon. If the female reciprocates, it means she is ready to mate. They're kissy hellhounds. I love it. There you go. They look really good, man. You've absolutely nailed the weathering and stuff. Yeah. They look like 2 tanks that have actually been, like, in the wars, like, all bad and shit. Yeah, it's really cool, man. Really, really, really good effort. Beautiful models, bro. Excellent work. Snow BT, thank you for super chat. Quick hobby update in stream discussion. I do not see it. Yes, I do. The Queen, the Valkyrie fitting a commander. Graves has one. Yarrick has one. My Catherine, commander of my Steel Legion, can't just stride into the battlefield. Anyway, I think I missed the correct perspective. The Avengers seem too low on the base. It's not. It's also not glued. I plan to magnetize it for transport, which seems an awful idea. No, magnetize transport's a good idea. I'm no Gondian painter, but I wanted to give my best on her. It's easier for vehicles. Also, not named officer. I want that someone from the community to name him. All right, let's have a look. I mean, it might be a bit low, but it looks sick, man. The model looks really, really good. That's really cool, man. Seeing like it's meant to represent it's flying really high above. Yeah, that's really cool, bro. Oh no, man, you've done an amazing job. Nice. You want me to a name for that guy? Commander Skullface, because he has a skull for his face. There you are. I'm sure chat will come up with a better one. Steve. Commander Steve. Captain Steve Skullface. There you are. All right. Greasy Cleric, thank you super chat, bro. I found 15 Hex Wraiths and a Mortis engine. I was thinking Nurgle Knights for the Wraiths. Any will crossover for the engine. I'm pretty certain the Mortis engine has rules in Old World, man. I think that's like the haunted ship, right? I think it's got rules in Old World. I'm pretty certain. The Hex Wraiths could easily just be used as spirit hosts. I think. Let me have a look. Okay, so the Hex Wraiths can definitely just be used as like Black Knights. Yeah, like they're just obviously like undead cavalry. So just go for like Black Knights. The Mortis engine, I'm 99% certain it's even on a square base, bro. I'm 99% certain it has got rules in Old World. I guess we could find out. Mortis engine is a mount. There you go. So you are. You can just use it as in a vampire counts army. Yeah. A Hex Wraith's already a unit in Old World. There you go. There you are. Literally, you don't need to do any fucking about. You've got it all nailed. There you go, man. Denzel Wenzel, thank you for super chat, bro. Opinion on my dwarf trim in stream discussion. Wonderful stream, MG. Oh, thank you very much, man. Let's have a look. Bro, I love it. Yeah, I think all you need to do is a bit of shading on these models. If you put a bit of Norn oil on all of that and all of that, it would look amazing. But yeah, no, you've absolutely. I actually really appreciate you doing the trim, because if it was me, I'd be super lazy about it. I probably wouldn't bother. But I think that you've done it is definitely the right way. Looks good to me, man. All right. Fun Jacob, thank you for super chat. I'm a man of my word. See stream discussion for after action report from the RTT. Oh no, what happened? Mordian, you get to decide my next list this weekend at another RTT. I went 1 and 2 this past Saturday. I mean, I believe you said I got to dictate all of your lists going forward. I believe that is what was said last stream, man. So I'm not going to dictate it for just the weekend RTT. I'm going to dictate it for that and all other tournaments. Honestly, all 3 games are generally exhausting. I went to a new meta I'd never been to. I saw a few high skill players who I've grown to love, but I saw many new faces. As it turns out, very few of those faces were noteworthy in a good way. Literally, all my opponents lamented how broken my army was, how it was ridiculous and unfair that I could field what I could. The absolute cherry was when 2 of my opponents balked at me when I told them how much Rogal Dawn Commander cost. They were absolutely shocked it wasn't at least a 320-point model. I will never go back there, and I will never allow another game without a chess clock, because these people were so damn slow at playing. I have another RTT this Saturday, a third in 2 weeks, and a GT in 3 weeks. We're going for a golden ticket. My next list is as follows. With your blessing, it goes to war. Let's have a look. Yeah, I do. Look, it can be frustrating. There's nothing wrong with playing a new player, but there can be something wrong when playing an indignant player. There you are. So you had a Castellum, a Commissar, 2 Executioner Commanders, 4 Catachans with Flame Chimeras, 2 Mortar Catachan squads, Fields Battery, Helm, Cam Cannon, Vanquisher, 5 Manager Squad, Melter Ogledon. I mean, I definitely would change stuff about that list. If it's possible, Fun Jacob, I just challenge you to take my classic. I challenge you to take my classic mech guard list. 2 Liam Russ commanders with executioner cannons, 3 vanquishers, all Liam Russes with Laz and Plaz sponsons, 5 chimeras with 5 Catachan squads inside. Chimeras have got double heavy bolter, heavy stubber. And then I challenge you to take 2 artillery teams and a Castellan, a scout sentinel, and a commissar. I challenge you to take the classic MG list. That's what I challenge you to do. The classic MG Mech Guard army. Hopefully, I want you to just try out one of my lists and see if it speaks to you. See if it gels with you. Yeah. You can run it in Grizzly or Combined Arms. It's really up to you. It's the same difference either way. Yeah. But it was originally designed for Combined Arms, I suppose. But yeah, there you are. Try that list and see how it treats you. Yeah. There you are, man. All right. And I'm sorry to hear about you having some bad games. I mean, like I said, I do know what you mean when you come across someone who's like, you come across it. What it is someone claiming something is bullshit from a position of pure ignorance. It's like, and this is going to sound really mean, but it's like, it's not a, oh wow, that's so cool, like that's so good. Like they didn't know, you know, they didn't know what the unit did, but when you explain to them, they go, wow, that sounds really powerful. And you go, yeah, it's a little good. It probably should be a bit more expensive. It's all right. But they're like, ah, oh. No, it's when someone goes, oh, it's fucking bullshit, blah, 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 blah. You know, that's the annoying thing about it. And especially when they're complaining about something that they just don't have the knowledge to really comment on it. Yeah. Yeah, when someone cries about rules they don't understand. Yeah, exactly. It's like, don't complain because it's just annoying, man. Yeah, it's just fucking annoying. So I've encountered every kind of Warhammer player there is, and those guys can be some of the most frustrating. It's like, bro, it's not even that bad. Stop losing your shit, man. Yeah. They were also so rude about it. They made it sound like there was absolutely nothing they could do against any one model in my whole army. Well, dude, welcome to the world of the BMW. The bitcher, moaner, and whiner. These people, that the whole MO is for them to bitch and moan and whine to try and make you go soft on them. And you might have even done so subconsciously to try and like prove like, oh no, my army's not that bad. My army's not that bad. No, when you come across these kind of people, you crush them. You utterly crush them. You show no mercy whatsoever. And it doesn't matter if you reaffirm all of what they thought about your army. You just crush them, because that kind of fucking bitchy, little bitch pussy-o mindset is so toxic. Yeah. It's so fucking toxic, man. And also it's insidious. Like, it's in my opinion, it's a soft form of cheating. I know that sounds crazy, but it's like, you know, it's like trying to manipulate someone into making worse decisions because either they're, because they're too polite, or they're distracted by you, or they want to try and make you feel better, and they're just being nice to you. Like, nah, fuck that. Fuck that. If you start BMWing, I don't engage with it. I just stay quiet on the other side of the table. I don't rise to it. I don't address it. I won't try and make you feel better or anything. I'm just going to stand here, basically, let you just get it out of your system. We'll just keep going, and I'm just going to make my moves. And if you start like huffing and puffing, I'm just going to keep making my moves, keep doing what I'm going to do, and I'm just going to fucking crush you. It's that simple. Yeah. Yeah. 100,000, that thing is bullshit, when in reality it is bad. Also the other way around, when they talk up something they have as a super powerful combo, but it just sucks and you walk around it. Yeah, exactly. These are the same kind of people that will wave their dick around over some fucking 5D chess combo they've come up with, and then you just fucking blow it away, and they're like, and it's like, no, it's not that it's not that my combo is better than your combo. It's that your combo was just shit and you're fucking shit. It's like, don't blame me for you being bad at coming up with combos and lists and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's Trollhold guy. Exactly. Don't be Beardy Brian. Like, if you legit, like, let me tell you something, guys. I have been on the receiving end of some of the most insanely broken shit that all of Wargaming has to offer. And I have never once lost my shit over it. I will occasionally playfully tease my opponent about it. Like, if they turn up with the meta shit, I'll be like, yeah, but that's it. And it's all in good humor. You know, I'll buy them a drink. We'll have a bit of a laugh about it. You know, if I'm able to get like a few, localized wins against it, but ultimately I go down, I'll still shake the hand. I'll still say good game. I'll still, we'll have a good chat about, like, man, they really are as good as people say they are, aren't they? And they're like, yeah, they're really fucking broken. Like, we'll have, if you bring proper broken meta shit, you are absolutely allowed to be teased about that. But it's playful teasing in good spirit. But that's okay. That's almost part of it. That's part of the fun, But you don't begrudge someone for it. But you're allowed to have, to give them a bit of ribbing. But that's it. That's as far as it goes. But if you're the kind of person that is actually, you're so fucking thick you can't rub two fucking planks together, and you think, oh, my combo is undefeatable, and then like someone just beats it because actually it's not that fucking good, and then you're like, oh, it's bullshit. It's like, I actually had someone once tell me straight to my face that conscripts were overpowered. And let me make something clear for anyone who goes, well, in 8th edition they were. This was after they had received all of the nerfs. I have had someone legitimately toss their toys out the pram, utterly lose their shit over Imperial Guard conscripts. I once had someone absolutely lose their shit because over an Imperial Guardsman equipped with a plasma gun. I am not exaggerating. Go and watch Tales of a Tournament Gamer. Fighty Kyle. Go and watch that. Like, the guy sent his Cold Star Commander. This is an 8th edition. Sent his Cold Star Commander flying in, blasted everything. He killed like loads of stuff. There was this one lone remaining guardsman out of a squad who had a plasma gun, and he just got lucky. He was in double tap range of the Cold Star Commander. I rolled 2 hits. I rolled 2 wounds. My opponent failed both saves, and I killed the commander. I don't know if it only had 4 wounds back then, or if I'd already injured it a little bit up until that point. But my opponent completely lost his shit over the fact that a guardsman, a lone surviving guardsman got, killed his Cold Star Commander. And I was just thinking to myself, like, that's not a moment to get salty over. That's a moment for all involved in the game to celebrate, because it's epic. You know, a guard, the guardsman throws himself to the ground. All of his buddies get sliced to pieces by technology that's so advanced it looks like magic. And he getting up, looking around at the charnel house, because he was inside a ruin. The charnel house that was once the cover where his squad mates had been a moment ago. You know, he's like, "You Tau bastard!" Ah! Bang, bang, unleashes 2 plasma bolts into the back of this Cold Star, like takes him out. The Cold Star commander dies. It's epic. It's an epic last stand. It's an absolute cinema moment. And this guy fucking ruined it by crashing out. Yeah. So I've had someone, and he was, "Oh, it's bullshit. Why Guard Squad shouldn't be allowed to take plasma guns," is what he said. It's bullshit. My Fire Warriors don't get special weapons, and all your Guard Squads have got special weapons. That's what he said. No word of a lie. That's what he crashed out about. Yeah, it's just like, I've encountered every single kind of Warhammer player there is, from the best to the worst. And the way you deal with these guys is you do not give them an inch. You do not show them sympathy. It is part of their game plan to try and get you to play worse. Because let me tell you, when they beat you, they will not be gracious about it. They will make you feel like shit. They will strut around like they are king shit of Shit Mountain, and they will lord it over you like they're some kind of tactical genius that has won. And you will not feel better for letting them win. You won't feel better for it. They won't make you feel better about it. They will be more insufferable. The only way you deal with this is by just crushing them, showing no mercy, and showing that BMW does not get you anywhere. It's that simple. And like I said, I consider the BMW, I consider that a form of soft cheating. You're trying to emotionally manipulate someone into playing worse. And I just see it as super insidious and manipulative. Yeah. Let's have a look here. L10, my boy! L10, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you for the double Baneblade, baby! Thank you so much, double Baneblade. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Getting real tired of hollow men who do not hear the Emperor in their soul. They lack the faith to connect with him across the void. But I assure you, he is coming with his angels to save us. I hear them call to me across space. They're coming. I feel like there might be some heresy going on here. Is that the that's the Warhammer book with the Gene Silicate on the Admech world, isn't it? Isn't it the one written by like Adrian, is it? I can't remember what it's called. Is it? It's not Tchaikovsky or something, is it? It is. Tchaikovsky? Yeah. And he wrote a GSC book. Day of Ascension, that's it. I'm sure that is the book that L10 is referring to. Yeah, Day of Ascension. I love it, man. I think I remember listening to it and then telling you on stream that you should check it out. And then when you did, you were like, this is a really, really good book. Yeah. It's really, really good. He's done all sorts of... I actually didn't realize he's actually a really... he's a really, really big author. He has done some... He's a really big, really successful author. He has done loads and loads and loads of books. And like, basically GW like got him in to like write a Black Library novel. They must have like subcontracted it out to him or something. That's why you could tell like it was clearly like a cut above. It was clearly like this is the funny thing. When I read it, I was like, wow, this is a really good GW Black Library novel. Like I've not seen them do something this good in a while. And then I looked into the author. I was like, oh, that's because he's not a Black Library novel. Not a Black Library author. He is clearly an accomplished author who has done a book for Games Workshop. Yeah. Day Ascension is the best modern 40k book I've read to the Ferrari stuff. Yeah, I think Peter Ferrari is the same though, right? Yeah, he's exactly the same. Like, he has done some work for Black Library, but he is not a Black... Oh, maybe... Oh, no, he might be a Black Library author, to be fair. I thought he did lots of other stuff as well, but I could have been wrong on that one. Yeah. To be fair, I can only see his stuff on Black Library. I'm sure he had done some non-Black Library stuff, but I could be mistaken. Yeah. But dude, yeah, Dare Ascension is it's a really good book. I really enjoyed the audiobook version of it as well. I thought the voice acting was very well done, and I thought the look into the minds of the tech priest was really good. Yeah. I actually found the tech priest almost more interesting than the GSC characters. But I liked that there was an element of like, you know, the tech priest not really understanding what he was getting, you know, what he was dealing with. Like, he just thought that the guy who's clearly meant to be the aberrant, that he was just like a big mutant. He didn't realize, like, and that's why, like, rather than just like, I think if he had known what he was dealing with, he would have just like killed them all. But he just thought they were mutants. He didn't really appreciate, like, he didn't really appreciate what they were, and he got so... It's so funny. Like, if he had... Like, there's that scene when, like, his Skitaria, like, breaking... Like, basically clearing out the nest, and they almost get to, like, the main chamber. And if they got there, they could have, like, wiped all of the pure strains and the Patriarch out and everything. And they did not realize, like, how close they got. And if they'd just gone a bit further, he would have actually, like, defeated the Gene Stealer cult. Yeah, it's such a good book, because, like... Yeah, it's such a good book, man. Yeah. So L10, thank you for the super chat, man. And yeah, I'm gonna have to give Dare Ascension a re-listen to now. Yeah. Greasy Cleric, thank you for renewing your channel membership, sir. Snowpiece T, thank you for super chat, man. A tip for not playing the game. I appreciate it, but today was tiresome. I'm also not stating what side I'm on. Dude, thank you for the support, man. And dude, this is why I don't get involved. People, here's the thing. You have to accept, not you, I kind of have to accept a certain level. Well, I have to accept that people are going to say things about me. It's the nature. I'm online all the time. You know, I'm not afraid to talk about, I talk about a lot of positive content, but I'm not afraid to talk about the negative content as well. I just talk about a broad smorgasbord of topics. And unfortunately, sometimes I'm going to, sometimes, you're just going to say something and people are just going to get bent out of shape about it. It's that simple. Yeah. And it's funny in the same, it's so funny. I from week to week, literally from week to week, I will get called both. Well, these days people use the word chud, don't they? But from one week to the other, what I will get called, I'll get called a chud, or I'll get called a Nazi or a fascist, and I'll also get called woke and shill and a GW ball washer and all this kind of stuff. And honestly, at that point, I actually kind of see that as being that's almost the greatest success for me. It's almost like the greatest compliment, because for me it just shows that, like, I've always said this. I try and have a nuance of opinion, and I try and have reasonable takes on this kind of stuff. And if the people who are unreasonable are getting bent out of shape, then for me it kind of feels like I am being reasonable. Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. I think talk about the thing we aren't going to talk about is an interesting thing to not talk about. I love it, Townsend. Here's the thing, guys. Like, I know, like, Subject is like, stop talking about it. if someone does like a super chat and stuff, I have to like address that. Like, I can't just be like not talking about it, unless it's something particularly like, you know, egregious, obviously. Otherwise, that would be remiss of me. But we can just basically quick comment and then, you know, move on. Yeah. John James, thank you for the 46 months, man. Xbox, baby! Yarricks should have returned as a Dreadnought. Nah. Strong disagree. Dreadnoughts for Space Marines. Yarrick should have come back. Yarrick coming back, basically, with like a semi-augmented body is pretty on point. Yeah. Trevor S, thank you for the super chat, man. Do you think with Yarrick's turn, we will see more heavy tank shoes? Baneblade I painted for Yarrick over the weekend in stream discussion. Happy to see if you can give it orders. So he can definitely give it orders. That's the good thing. This is cool, man. Already posted on the channel. Painted a Baneblade Saturday for Yarrick. I'm super hyped that you can order Titanic units. I mean, Yarrick being able to order Titanic units is really helpful. It just gives us a couple of choices between him and, you know, Lord Solar Leontis. And it's always been stupid that Baneblade struggled to get orders. I mean, I think we had a Lemurus commander. We got a Rogal Dawn commander. I do think it's an inevitability that we will get a Baneblade commander. I do think we will. I'm very surprised Games Workshop hasn't done it already. But I think we will get a Baneblade commander. And I think that we could get it with the 11th edition Guard Codex. It just makes sense. Why are the Guard's biggest tanks the ones that are getting the least accessibility to orders? If you were going to order anything, if anything was going to benefit from these, it would be the greatest assets the Guard had available. Yeah. I love the paint job, man. And I too have. It's great being hyped for new edition and for new models. It's great having it's great letting that hype flow through you and allowing it to power your creativity. 100%, man. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Evan's right. Full send it. Play Erica and Hugo Boss. No. No. Cosmic, I'm gonna spray with the hose. Isaiah's Experiment, thank you for the super chat. Actually, before do you know what's fucking funny? Do you know what's funny, right? I had a bunch of people. You guys are. It's so funny. I had a bunch of people who were like, when this whole drama that happened today, that were like, oh, it's the kind of community like MG has cultivated. Like that's the community he wants. And I was like, bitch, I tell these people fuck off every time they request Erica. There's no one who has done more on this channel to like resist the playing of Erica and the Hugo Boss uniforms than me. If I was pandering to my community, then then it would look very different. That's the thing. Isaiah's Experiment, man. Hope I'm not too late for the hype. Had to change pants. No, not all, man. We've not even got to the Yarrick stuff yet. It's always the case with the Monday streams. It's always the case with Monday streams because everyone's been having like a busy weekend. They want to talk about what they've been doing at the weekend, the hobby stuff. So it always takes a few hours to... Well, it always takes an hour or so to catch on Super Chat stuff, but it always takes a little bit longer on Monday because we've got all the stuff from the weekend to catch up on. Yeah. There you go. So don't worry, you've not missed anything, man. Anthony William, thank you for Super Chat. K47 Baddies intro discussion from this weekend's work, sir. Let's have a look. I don't understand, man. Why are you saying the baddies? You're showing you're showing off pictures of the goodies of K47. On a serious note, man, I really like that. The fact you've got like the toxic waste on that guy's base looks amazing. Really? That Totem is just completely headless. I don't know why I didn't think about that. Why didn't I do a headless Totem? Amazing. These guys look great. Holy shit, man. Really, really, really good effort. I imagine that's 1,500 points or close to it, right? Yeah. Excellent work, sir. And you've absolutely smashed it with that Nax error. Absolutely bloody smashed it. Yeah. There we go. Let's have a look. All right. All right. There we go. What have we got next? Talzun, thank you for super chat, man. Perfected melee guard list of stream discussion. World Chap 26. Oh my god. Talzun, I swear to god, you've been on this like melee guard thing for ages. Unless I'm mixing things up, I swear for a lot of last year you were trying to get melee guard to work. I was like, it worked before Strachan went away. It didn't work after he went away. Yeah. Let's have a look. Kree Command Squad, Lima's Commander, Lord Marshal Dreer, Mutant Defense Command Squad, Death Corps of Krieg, Bulgrin, Death Riders, Eradicators, Scions, Armatures, Chimeras, Sanctifiers. Right, okay. Why are you so hard on Sanctifiers? Like, why have you got such a hard on Sanctifiers? Okay? Like, you keep telling me these guys are amazing, and I don't know the data sheet well enough. Takers, like, the rest of it, fine. Okay, whatever. Okay, it looks, it looks fine. But I want to know why. What is giving you the hard on for the Sanctifiers, man? You know? Like, something is, you keep saying, like, Sanctifier meta incoming, and I want to know what's the jam with it, because I'm always on the lookout for new crazy units. Sanctifiers are one of the like crazy kill teams that Warlord came up with. Is it just the flamethrowers? Is it just the flamethrowers? It's like, I'll bring the Sanctified data sheet up so people can see it. I actually don't even know where it would be. It's not under faction pack, is it? It might be under Imperial Agents, actually. It is, page 6. Okay. Let's have a look. So, one too many. So, Scout, good. +1 to wound, okay. I don't care about the command point reroll. Is it just all of the flamers? So you get a plasma gun and holy fire. You get 2 plasma guns and 1 holy fire. You get hand flamer, flamer. So what, is that 3 flamers? Or is it more? Ah, so the holy fire is a flamer. It's all the flamers, isn't it? Flame pistols and like 20 plus attacks with melee and the priest has sustained hits. Right. So how many holy fire do we get? I think it's 2, right? You get holy fire and holy fire. Okay, so 2 holy fires. And then we've got flamer and hand flamer and another hand flamer. So that's 3 flame weapons. And okay, so it's 2 holy fires, 2 holy fires, 2 hand flamers, 1 flamer, and 2 plasma guns. Holy fire is pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. It's a little swingy, but in one turn, you know, the Ministorm flamers and stuff are actually all right because they all get the +1 strength. And they're not that expensive either. They're like 100 points, aren't they? Are they even that? And they do get a flamer on the priest as well. That's true. They're not even that expensive. I don't think they're even that expensive. Let's have a look. Imperial Agents, 24. Sanctifiers. Yeah, 100 points. Yeah, that's not bad at all. The priest is 40, so 140 all in. If you want the extra flavor, I'm not even sure I would bother. I would honestly not even sure bother. I think I would be tempted just to keep them as is. Yeah. Because you're adding 40% of the cost of the squad on for an extra heavy flamer. Probably not worth it. For the price, if you take 2 squads of them with flamers, you could probably get... Oh, but you probably can't get 3 units of them. Because of Imperial Agents, you probably only get 2 units of them. Yeah. So yeah, it's probably... I would be tempted just to go 2 squads of them, no priest. But... Just to make them ultra sacrificial. But no, I do... Yeah, I will say this. I think you are correct. I think you are onto something there. I don't know about the whole list in general, but I will say that I think Sanctifiers could be a valuable tool to have in the Guard toolbox. Having a couple of squads which can jump out and unleash 5d6 flamer attacks, all of which are decent. I mean, 2 of which are amazing at strength 6, 8, -1 damage too. And then the rest of them are just perfectly reasonable. Being able to do that twice. Yeah, if that spikes, that could be great. And then the fact they can Barney and melee as well. I mean, maybe you do go for the Preacher, because does the Preacher give them +1 to wound in melee? Yeah. Yeah, dude, I can see it. I can see it 100%. Airborne, thank you for the 15 months, man. X-Force? No. X-Force, baby! List review and stream discussion. Sir, I'm almost ready to start doing an intro game of K47 at my local game store. I'd like some advice on the list I should run to have a balanced game and display as much of the mechanics as possible. Axis intro basic. 5 order dice, 6 rift dice. Style Trooping Officer. 2 extra mates. Totem Core Squad. And Armored Walker Platoon. With Vogel Spinner. So it's a Vogel Spinner, Totem Core, and Star Trooper Commander. It feels like there's a squad missing. It's another Star Trooper squad in there. And then you've got the US Firefly Officer. Oh, there's 2. Sorry, I see it. There's 2 Star Trooper squads. So yeah, sorry, I missed it. It's just the formatting of the list was slightly fucked. Star Trooper Officer, 2 Star Trooper squads, and Totem Core and Vogel Spinner. Yep, that's fine. And then Firefly Officer, 2 Firefly squads, and a linebacker. Yeah, that looks good to me, man. That looks solid. Very, very solid. Yeah. I think that would make for a really good intro to the game. They get to feel the power of the Totem Core, but they've got the tools. Both sides have the tools they need to deal with each other's good shit. Yeah, I think it's good, man. All right. Chicken Detonator, 28 months. 07 lads, did he get his box? I didn't. And you can absolutely lambast me. I just completely forgot. I'm sorry. Chicken Detonator. I will message my PO box guy, and if he is available tomorrow, can I get it tomorrow? I might not be able to get it this week, man. My cat's bum's exploded again. I don't really want to leave him unattended. Like, either I or Mrs. Mordian should watch him. I'm gonna message the PO box guy today and see if I have see if he's got space later in the week. 1 minute. No shit. Okay. Okay, I've messaged him. Yeah. You can no longer days click until you get that box. I think that's fair. I should have got it on Friday. Yeah, I should have done. 100%. Lambasby chat. Lambasby thoroughly and unrepentantly. Show me no mercy until I get this box. Yeah. I will not hide behind my Kit Kat because I should have got it before my Kit Kat's bum exploded. All right. Damn Legion 40k. Thank you for 31 months. MG Warhammer Classic Games looking great from GW. I feel like you've tried to fit that in the 50 character limit of the member flex, and unfortunately, something has been lost in translation. Warhammer Classic Games looking great from GW. Do you mean like the boards are going to start looking like classic games again with the new terrain? If so, I agree. I think 11th edition boards are going to look way better than 10th edition. Yeah. Absolutely. Old PC games re-release. GW is publishing old 40k PC games? Really? Is that on Warhammer Community, is it? Oh, yeah. I'll take a quick glance at this now, but I might look at it. Shadow of the Horned Rat, Chaos Gate. Fire Warrior. Mark of Chaos. Oh, my God. This is Proto Warhammer Dawn of War. Wow. So how are they? Are they re-releasing them HD or just... Let's have a look. Classic War Classic Celebration Steam, which brings 7 Blue games. The one where it's oh, are they available already? Wow. I hope they've. I've never even heard of Warhammer Rights of War, man. That's crazy. We'll have to look into this a bit more. I hope that they have done a good job, and they haven't just done a lazy port. It would be a great shame, you know, if it hadn't been ported very well. Oh, apparently, apparently it works. Well, everyone who is making complaints about it are making the same complaints when the game released. So that's not, but they're not. It's not actually a damning indictment of. They're not saying it's a bad port, which is the main thing. It seems to be working. We'll have to check all of this out. Did they get Final Liberation hasn't got any reviews yet. But crazy, man. What the fuck is Dawn of War rights? Not Dawn of War. Warhammer 40k Rights of War. I've never even seen this game, man. It looks like Proto Dawn of War. Yeah. But hey, that's cool, man. That's cool. Wow. Battlefleet Gothic Armada, the first one, is on sale for 90% off. Wow. I mean, the first one is pretty basic, but still seems like if it's only £1, seems remiss not to. I mean, Blood Bowl 2 is on sale. I consider that a relatively new game, but it did come out 11 years ago. They released a Warhammer Underworlds video game. I never even knew this. And it's mostly positive? What timeline are we living in? The Warhammer Underworlds game is more popular than the Warhammer Age of Sigmar game. Crazy. Crazy. Crazy times. We'll have to have a look. It's a whole Steam event. It's crazy that we've got to the point where there are enough Warhammer games that now we can have an entire Steam event dedicated to Warhammer games. Wow. Crazy. Crazy times. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. Fun Jacob, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships, baby. Yes. Thank you, the 50 gifted memberships, sir. Thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. Everyone in chat, spam07. Let's show some love and some appreciation and some gratitude to Fun Jacob for coming in with not 1, not 2, but 50. That's 50. Woo! Here we go. That's like the Death Strike of membership gifting. That's what it is, man. Holy shit, bro. He's popping off. Fun Jacob, he's popping off. Oh, my days, man. Dude, thank you, thank you, thank you. 1,000 times thank you. From the bottom of my heart, man. From the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose. Thank you for the incredible support. For just popping off. Recruiting every motherfucker in the room like an absolute giga chad. Thank you, man. Oh, my days. We are going in with the first wave. Means what bugs for us to kill. You smash the entire area. Carry the 1 2 legs. You get me? We get you, sir. Jacob's Jackals always leading the charge. There we are. There we go, man. Holy shit, bro. I love it. Oh, man. Oh, my days. Fun Jacob, I feel bad I've not painted this jackal up yet. It's staring at me on my desk now. It's like, dear. It's like, father, paint me, father. I probably should paint it up. Oh, man. All right. Holy shit, man. That. I'm jacked. I'm jacked to the fucking tits. Oh, my days. Crazy. Massive, massive shout out from Jacob. That is very, very, very big support. And it's not the first time he's done it either. He's dropped a few 50 memberships in his time. So, yeah, he's a good lad. He's a big support of the channel. Yeah, he's an absolute giga chad. Thank you, mate. Honestly. Thank you, bro. Mr. Senga, thank you for super chat. GW needs to bring back the Fortress of Arrogance. They do. It should be a data sheet. It should, if they should bring it back as a named unit that can order other super heavies. They just let it order like 2 super heavies itself and one other one. That'd be perfect. Macon, thank you for super chat. Song request, Erica. No, naughty. I'm gonna roll up my painting paper and bat you on the nose. Naughty. Russell W, thank you for super chat. Play Erica. Do it now. No, naughty. I'm gonna rub your nose in it. Naughty. Cosmic Jew, I know who we are. Let's get the compound. We're not setting up a cult, Cosmic, and we're not playing Erica. Fuck off, right? It's thanks to you guys that. Well, to be honest, I was going to say it's thanks to you guys that Reddit thinks I'm a massive goose-stepping Nazi, but to be honest, I'm not that bothered what Reddit thinks about me. If it was someone that mattered, then I would care more, but it's not, so there you go. Uncle Clumsy, thank you for super chat, man. K47 update in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Where are we? Hey, look at this, man. What I did on my free time this past weekend made it more weathered than I originally intended to make it look like a vet who's been through it. Just having an eternal battle with myself on whether to keep going and finish my US or Commonwealth Army next. Also, very glad I held off on visiting in Japan. Eager for Invasion America in a big way. Nice. Dude, the model looks amazing, bro. I think the weathering looks good. I don't think you've gone too far with it at all. I think you've done it just right. Yeah, man. I love it. Super, super, super cool. Super cool, man. The basing, the paint scheme, the weathering, absolutely peak. Absolutely peak. Okay, this would be my what route should go down next. I never feel, well, not never, unless you like pushing for the burn for the tournament. I don't feel like you should like paint what you think you should. You should paint what you want to. This is why, I mean, I have so many different projects ongoing at the same time because, like, well, I can't, well, here's the thing. Get yourself to a playable army, then you can pursue whatever projects you want. Like, I used to be really strict on, like, I will only paint this. I was really, like, regimented. And now I'm very laissez-faire. I just, like, I'll paint whatever the fuck I want. And that's because it doesn't matter if I paint a squad of orcs and don't go back to the army for a bit because I've got a playable base of, like, guard and nids and stuff like that. It doesn't matter if, like, oh, I haven't finished all my linebackers for my US because I've got a playable US army. See what I mean? So my advice would be is get one army to a playable state and then pursue all of your hobbying desires, even if it pulls you in 10 different directions. It doesn't matter because you're at a playable state at that point. You've done your time. You've got your foundation laid down. Now you can just have fun. Yeah, that's my take, man. That's my take. So and hopefully that helps. Stumble Bunny, thank you for super chat. Been in and out, taking care of the kiddo. Did I miss talk about Yarrick, or is it still coming? It's still coming now. Stumble Bunny, thank you for super chat. In fact, I'm going to grab a drink, I'm going to grab a drink and a snack, and then we're going to get into the Yarrick stuff. We're going to get into the Yarrick stuff, and we're going to get in, and now there's 3 topics I want to talk about today. I want to talk about the Yarrick stuff. I want to talk about the Warlord releasing free STLs, and I want to talk about the GW game classic thing, which is really cool. Yeah. So there you go. They're the topics I want to talk about. But I need to have, I know I'm drunk already. I've not even had anything to drink today. It's not actually being drunk. It's just being sleep deprived. So I'm going to have a wee, grab a drink, grab a snack, chill for 5, and then we're going to get into it. All right. So I'll be back in a moment. Talk amongst yourselves. Yeah, there we go. I was going to say, is there anything else? Nope, that's it. I'm back in 2 minutes. So I was a bit longer than expected. I had a bit of a snack downstairs and everything, and I'm still gonna have a little snack now, but I won't need as big a one. I'm going to eat some peanuts. Oh. Mmm. Oh, they are nice. They're really very Moorish. Let's have a look. Oh. Oh. Let's have a look. They're very nice peanuts. That's good. Oh. Okay, so I think it's probably time to talk about Yarrick. Just a casual 3.5 hours into the stream, baby. That's my style. Apparently there was some new mega knobs in this article as well. Or was that in the Weird Boy article? I'm kind of curious now. I think it's in the Yarrick article. I'm not seeing it though. You really need to announce it the T in Peanuts better Mordium. Why? Just because you're obsessed with dicks. Don't project that onto me, bro. I think you just need to have a talk to yourself. You know? Okay, shall we have a little chit chat? Just going to bring the old Yarrick article up here, and then we can get into it. I honestly think that London trains run on better time than Mordian. Look, a wizard. I'm not a wizard. I much more relate to the Ents. Like, I just work on Ent time. It's that simple. You know, the Ents don't get involved in the squabbles of other people. I don't get involved. The Ents, they just talk amongst themselves. about really like random shit. Like they go really deep on like niche topics. Like, are these hobbits little orcs? I don't know. Let's talk about it for like several days. You know, that's I feel a great affinity to the Ents. I'm very slow. All right. Let's have a look here. So, gentlemen, ladies, I would say small furry creatures with Alpha Centauri, but those will probably be classed as Xenos. And we're all about the guard today. So, there has been a reveal for Commissar Yarricks rules, and he's great. There is one small fly in the ointment, but it's the little thing. It's more of a flavor thing than anything else. But his actual rules and data sheet, they just look great, man. They look great. I think they've absolutely nailed him. And all I can say is this is kind of the hype we should have had around Dreer. Like, Yarrick has just completely dunked on, like, Dreer in every single way. Like, Dreer was meant to be, like, this big character, this big combat guy that was going to lead us all into, like, the combat future. And he, you know, and he never died or anything like that. And then Yarrick's come along, and it's more durable, better at combat, and a better force multiplier than Dreer in every single way. So yeah, Dreer, Yarrick, yes. There we are. So let's have a look at what GW said about him. Commissar Yarrick is back in action, and today we're going to see just what he brings to your Ashmanatam armies on the battlefield. It is great. It is. Let's get the picture up. It is great to see. To see the old man on the battlefield fighting hard. He's got some. I mean, wouldn't it be great if there was some Steel Legion models, GW? Wouldn't it have been great if you'd got those ready in time? I mean, think literally, why has he got Kazakin around him? Do you think that maybe he was originally going to have a bunch of Death Corps Krieg around him, but they thought, you know, in a different color scheme, they thought that maybe that would be too on the nose? Oh, man. But he has got, you know, the model looks great. I'll say this, you know, memeing to one side for a second. The model looks great. And I think that he definitely is very striking. He's standing out. And even though he's not got the right regiment around him, he definitely, you know, he looks the part for sure. So yeah, I do like this. This all looks very, very good. Despite his advanced age and many near-death injuries, Yarrick is still a keen-minded commander and a powerful combatant who effortlessly inspires the soldiers around him. Decades of battle in the most desperate wars imaginable have given him a grasp of tactics few can match, and when leading his guardsmen from the front, the heroes of Hero of Hades Hive can turn even the rawest recruits into a razor-sharp fighting force. So basically, they've just given us this data sheet, and then the rest of a lot of this is just bollocks after this. So let's just get into the data sheet and stop mucking about. So, Commissar Yarrick, few champions of the Imperium inspire the common soldiery, as does Commissar Sebastian Yarrick. He can also tear a swathe through his enemies, delivering thunderous blows with his trophy power claw, mowing them down with his storm bolter, and delivering laser blasts from his ocular augmetic, the so-called Bale Eye. He's basically a Primarch. This is the closest we're going to get to Primarch Guard. Because whilst he does not necessarily have the stat line of a Primarch, he has one of those funky little things that Primarchs can do, where he has an ability that is like a Russian nesting doll. It's actually like 3 abilities inside one. It's very, very appropriate that the Guard would have, you know, the Space Marines have like a superhuman who was gene crafted by the Emperor himself and with 10,000 years of daddy issues behind him to get to this kind of ability. And the guard just has a dude. Think about it. Yarrick is bringing to the table Primarch level abilities, and he's an old man with leg braces. That's just how good he is. It's like is it the scene in Invincible where it's like, look at what they must do to mimic but even a fraction of our power. It's like, look at what the Marines must do to mimic even a fraction of the guards' giant brass balls. There you are. There you go. So he has a Stormbolter, a las pistol. It's on the model. So you're never going to use it, but it's on the model. A power claw and a power sword. You're probably never going to use the power sword either. In fact, you are definitely never going to use... you're almost never going to use the power sword. He can issue 2 orders to regiment, squadron, or titanic units. So he's like Lord Solar Leontus. He can order anything in the guard. He only has 2 orders, where Lord Solar Leontus has 3. But of course, if you run Yarrick inside Grizzled Company, then Yarrick would go up to 3 orders. So he does have plenty of orders for sure. And even if you don't run him inside Grizzled, as we'll see when we get to his Primarch ability, Hero of Hades Hive, he can order a lot more than just 2 units. This model can be attached to the following units: Cadian Shock Troops, Captain Tugger Fighters, Death Corps, Krieg, Kazakin, Krieg Combat Engineers, and Tempestus Scions. So he can basically join anything that you want. I mean, this guy he's literally teabagging Dreer. He's literally teabagging Dreer. Like, this is the same. Like, Dreer should be like a Krieg Supreme Commander. You know, he should be leading any force, but he happens to be a Krieger. And instead, Dreer can't even join all the Krieg units. He can only join Death Riders. And then Commissar Yarrick's out here, and he's like, I can lead anything. Like, ironically, Commissar Yarrick can lead more Krieg units than Dreer can. What is also kind of... Someone pointed this out. It is definitely just a meme. But someone pointed out, like, he can't lead Armageddon Steel Legion. But sure, guys, they always plan to release them. Yeah. They definitely didn't just, whip up some concept art the day before the Adepticon reveals because they were shitting themselves over the reaction that they'd had. And GW definitely doesn't have a history of responding to, like, very public embarrassment and outrage from the community. No, definitely not, right? Definitely not. Memeing aside, it's probably just because the Steel Legion aren't here. So when the Steel Legion come out in 2 years, I imagine his datasheet will get updated. But to me, it's we've seen Games Workshop release datasheets with mistakes on day one and had to update the datasheet basically. But I do think that, to me, it's maybe it's just a meme. Maybe I'm just looking for answers where there are none. But it's another small tidbit of evidence that the Steel Legion were not planned. That, the whole "they all died" article was the direction GW wanted to go in. But anyway, I mean, why would you bring Armageddon back, bring Yarrick back, and then just decide to delay the Steel Legion release by 2 years? Anyway, it's not the point. We're here to celebrate Yarrick today, not shit on GW, because they've actually done something good with this guy. So let's have a look at his weapons. He's got Las Pistol, which is just a normal Las Pistol, but he hits on a 2. He's got a Stormbolter, which is just a normal Stormbolter, but he hits on a 2. To be fair, the Stormbolter you'll probably actually use. And it's important to note that you can fire all non-pistol weapons. So you don't have to choose between firing the Stormbolter or the Baelai when you get within 12 inches. You just get to shoot both. The only weapon you have to choose between is the Las Pistol and everything else. This is why I said you're basically never going to shoot his Las Pistol, because if you're going to do the range attacks, it's a choice between the Las Pistol and the Baelai and Stormbolter. Stormbolter's not much to write home about, but I guess it does mean he can do a couple of shots from long range, which is cool. The Baelai is the big one, though. This has had a huge glow up. So back in the day, the Bale Eye was just a hotshot las pistol. That's all it was. It was just whatever the stats of a hotshot las pistol were at that point in the edition. That's what the Bale Eye was. So it used to be like just strength 3, AP -1 pistol. Now it's had a huge glow up. And whilst I am often one to decry stat padding and, you know, every time GW releases a model, they overdo it up and all this kind of stuff, I will say that I think the Bale Eye did need this. It's Yarricks' signature item, and it's always been wimpy. It's not that they've overdone it. It's that as a trademark item, it always felt undercooked in the past. And that's even in beloved editions. My beloved editions, like 3rd, 4th, and 5th, where I think the golden age of Warhammer really was. Even back then, the Bale Eye, it just felt undercooked. Now it feels like it should. So it gets, well, okay, the only thing that I'd say makes it slightly overcooked is it gets 2 attacks. I think it should probably only be 1 attack, but I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth, but it probably should be 1 attack. But it's 12-inch range, precision, 2 attacks hitting on a 2+. So in Grizzled Company, you know, that's 2s rerolling 1s. At AP -2. I remember we're going into 11th edition. So every pip of that AP is going to matter now. It's not like, oh, it's really AP1 because the benefit of cover. No. Yarrick, with his eyeball, is going to kick knights down to their invulnerable saves. And custodies. I mean, then you get to the damage where it's D3+1. So speaking of custodies, on average, each time Yarrick gets past the custodies invulnerable save, he kills 1. Gene crafted by the Emperor versus a Commissar with an angry eye. Custodies. Commissar Bale Eye. I am gonna have so much fun with the Bale Eye in game. I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna look at my opponent and be like, I'm gonna give you the evil eye. Activate the Bale Eye and like roll the dice and everything. It's gonna be so good. It's like a half strength las cannon. Oh man. Like there's going to be not a common, but not a very rare occurrence. It's going to happen to every guard commander that runs him consistently. There will be one moment in every guard commander's career where they'll be able to point to a time when Yarrick just popped 2 custodies or 2 terminators with his Bale Eye. Just went. Yeah. Like, yeah, he's going to hit with both. He's going to wound with, but against terminators, he might wound with both. But, you know, he just gets lucky with 2 hits, 2 wounds. They fail 2 saves and just goes bang, bang. And it'll be some crazy game-winning moment where, like, oh, as long as one of these custodies survives on this objective, I'll win the game. And then Yarrick will just come in and be like, bang, bang, and just kill both. And then your opponent will completely crash out about it, and it'll be great. Everyone is going to have that story. Or precision out 2 characters. I mean, everyone's going about how Yarrick's fighting orcs, but apparently he's got some experience fighting Necrons as well, because there's going to be like a Necron, there's going to be like a Cryptek being like, ha ha ha, I will give all of these Necron wraiths a 5 upfield no brain. It's just like, just kill the Cryptek out of the unit. It's like, wait, what? Because Cryptek's have only got like, what, 3 or 4 wounds? So he should hit with both. If he gets lucky, he'll wound with both. It could easily happen. So easily happen, right? Yeah, so easily. So yeah, he's looking great. So the bear, honestly, out of everything here, the Baelai is actually my favorite bit. Yeah, his Heroes of Hades hive ability, which we'll get into in detail in a moment, is like really big and important and a great force multiplier and everything. But the Baelai glow up is, I'm a vibes player. The Baelai glow up's is the main hook for me. Now, before we move on to his abilities, he does have his melee weapon. So he's the power on its own, the power sword on this guy is actually really good. He gets 6 attacks. Like, I don't even. That's a lot of attacks for a guard officer. Like, I was expecting like 4. Like, the fact it's got, I mean, you're probably never going to use the power sword, but the fact that he gets so many attacks from it, I mean, it could mean something. I mean, if you absolutely need to like carve through like 6 Gretchen, like we need to, if a single Gretchen lives, they could, or they could out objective controllers on this objective or something. You're like, okay, I'll go with the power sword because I'm going to be wounding on 2s anyway. They've only got 1 wound each. So there are some niche use cases for the power sword. But the big one is the power claw. It takes a lot to upset an orc player. Normally they're quite chill. But I have seen orc players, I wouldn't say crash out. That would be far too strong a term. But be slightly miffed. Just a little like, curious. That Yarrick is better at wielding his power claw than most orc bosses, most orc squad bosses, not like big boss, but like orc squad bosses, and I think even knobs. I'm pretty certain your standard orc squad leader, the boss, gets 3 attacks with a power claw. And I'm pretty certain knobs get like 4 attacks with power claws. Because I'm talking about the squads. You've got the knob squads and you've got the boss in the boys squad, right? So Yarrick has got more attacks at a better weapon skill at an equal strength, AP, and damage. I mean, normally a power claw would just double your strength. So that would take Yarrick from strength 3 to strength 6, which is what it used to be in the past. He used to have a power claw, but it was basically a power fist. And it was like, technically, he had one of the worst power claws because it doubled his strength, but he was only strength 3 versus strength 4 of an orc. But now he actually hits as strong as an orc, but he hits more accurately than an orc with his power claw. He's got a lot of practice in with that thing. Here's the thing, I can imagine most orc bosses and knobs are just swinging it around wild, like, rah! Whereas Yarrick has actually, practiced. He's like, like Kaivis Kane practices his, swordsmanship, his bladecraft. Commissar Yarrick has been practicing his clawmanship, his clawcraft. I think, yeah, he is actually, he's used it a lot. Like, if this was like an RPG where, the more you use something, the better you get with it. He has been using this power claw for 100 years at this point or something insane. He's been using it for a very, very long time. I think it's actually well within reason. He's probably been using his power claw longer than most orcs have been using their power claws. So I think it's very reasonable when you put it like that to realize that he's probably got quite good with it. It's funny, but it's when you actually drill down into it, I don't think it's unreasonable for him to be very good with this thing now. Yeah. It's just so yeah, my orc brethren out there, think about it. Who do you think would actually hit better with a power claw at this point? Like a boy squad boss, or a human commissar who's got some of the most battlefield experience in the entirety of regular humanity in the Imperium, and probably more battle experience than some Space Marines. And he's been using the same weapon for like 100 years. He's like 150 plus. For like 100 years he's been using this one weapon. I think he'd be pretty good with it by now. Oh, you are worshipping Gorgon Mork. I was practicing the claw. Yeah. Yeah. He's been using that orc. He's using that claw longer than most orcs been alive. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. He's had a big glow up, and I think you have to think like this is our Gazgul. Like this is our Gazgul. He should be, you know, he should be good. Like this is the guy that GW has brought in because no one was buying into Lord Solar Leontus. They were like, why would they buy into him? And like they've had to like bring him back in. You know, when a corporation has to go to like a business consultant company or something, and they have to like bring people in, like why are people not responding to our product, and they have to like bring a guy in to like fix it, like a fixer. Like Commissar Yarrick is the fixer. Like they brought him in, and he's like, this is how he needs to be. This is how it needs to be. Yeah. So we've talked a lot about his weapons and everything. Let's get to the main bit. To be honest, he's still a guard character at heart. So whilst his combat ability is quite nice, and he actually has a really reasonable stat line at movement 6, T4, 4+4+, 5 runes, leadership 6, and OC1. Like he's got a very reasonable stat line. He's still a guard character at the end of the day. Like he's not actually going to go toe to toe with Gaz. He'll die. He's not actually going to go toe to toe with Angron. He'll die. Like he's not actually going to go. He can go. Our Primarch can maybe be a Space Marine captain. Maybe. If that captain has like a once per game plus 3 attacks bollocks ability, he probably doesn't beat it in a one-on-one duel. Like, so he's still a guard character. He's still a guard character at the end of the day. He is a force multiplier, and his abilities are all about force multiplication. The first ability he has is obviously leader and voice of command. He's got Will of Iron, which means the first time, not every time, the first time this model is destroyed, remove it from play. Then at the end of the phase, roll a d6 and a 2+ sets model back on the battlefield as close as possible to where it was destroyed, and not with an engagement range of 1 or more enemy units with 3 runes remaining. So I think he's actually got a better ability than Dreer, because I'm pretty certain Dreer comes back with D3 wounds. So he's better than Dreer. The big one is Heroes of Hades Hive. This is the one that's got everyone, well, depending on what side you're on, either everyone's knickers quite sticky or everyone's knickers in a twist. So in your command phase, you can select one of the abilities in the Heroes of Hades Hive section. See next page. Until the start of your next command phase, this model has that ability. So it's just like Gilliman, and I think like Fulgrim and others have got abilities like this. You know, you have 3 abilities, but you only get to use 1. But you can switch between them depending on the command, depending on the turn and the command phase and everything. So the first one is probably the most obvious, best one. Like, I'll be honest, they could have just made Heroes of Hades Hive be counter strategist, and the other 2 weren't really needed. But I'll take the other 2. I'll take them. But yeah, the one that the first one is the best one. At the end of your opponent's movement phase, you can select one enemy unit that was set up or ended a move within 12 inches of this model's unit. Not the model, but the unit. So he's part of a big blob. That's a big coverage, big area. And one friendly regiment unit that is within 6 inches and visible to this model. So there's a couple of things to unpack here. Firstly, it's not a reaction to an enemy finishing their move. It's at the end of their movement phase. So your opponent can do all of their moves, and then you can decide which unit to go after. So this is more powerful than things like Overwatch or reactive moves, because it's something which you can do at your leisure, not the enemies. They can't bait it out. Yeah, so that's the first thing. Second thing is, like I said, it's the model's unit. So you can have the tank or whatever it may be. It's a regiment unit, to be fair. You're going to have a unit of like Kazakin or like Scions that are just right next to Yarrick, but the unit like the guardsman at the far end could trigger this ability, for example. So it gives you huge coverage. And you can conga line, it doesn't say wholly within, so you can conga line multiple units to Yarrick so that you've got multiple opportunities to trigger something like this. But what does it trigger? And one thing to mention, of course, he can do it on his own unit. That's the biggie. Like, you could have some units near Yarrick to trigger this, or he can just do it on his own unit. And he can join so many units that it does give you some potentially very tasty combos. So what can that unit do? It can make a normal move up to D6 inches. That's amazing. Because it just means, I'm going to get within 9 inches of you to charge you from like Deep Strike, for example. Oh, are you? Roll a dice. As long as I roll a 4+, you are now ineligible to charge me. Imagine this combined with recon. The recon detachment. So Yarrick, you could have 2 units with a reactive move. And this is making it very anti-melee, which is very good in the edition that we're heading into, because I think there's going to be some melee. They're going to be. So 2 reactive moves, one from this, one from recon. You've also don't have to use it defensively. Someone could, because remember, you do it at the end of your movement phase. So someone could be like, okay, I'm going to tow this guy. I'm going to tow a few guys into this ruin because as part of my primary objective, I need to hold this objective. And you go, okay. And so they finish all their moves having only put like just enough OC on the objective to maybe take it off you. And then you just go, okay, D6 move. I'm going to put more objective control on here. Now I'm stopping your primary or your secondary, whatever it might be. So it's great offensively and defensively. The big one that's got everyone really chatting, this is where the chit chat around the internet water school is happening, is you can do the normal move D6 inches, or you can shoot at that enemy unit, but only if it is an eligible target. So someone moves within 12 inches of Yarrick and his squad, and you can just go, okay, I'm going to shoot you. But it's at the end of their movement phase, so they can't bait it out. The fact that they can't bait it out is huge. This is probably... some people might be like, isn't that just like Overwatch? No. This is absolute turbo Overwatch. Firstly, it does not only hit on 6s. You just get to shoot. Secondly, guard orders don't just last in your turn. They last into your next command phase, which means they last through your opponent's turn as well. So if you've got a unit being affected by take aim or first rank fire, second rank fire, then Yarrick would then that squad would continue to benefit from them as part of counter strategist. So you notice how Yarrick can join Tempest's Scions. Tempest's Scions can actually have 2 leaders join them, a command squad and another character. Now, this could get very expensive. This could be like a 400-point combo, depending on how much Yarrick costs. But you could have a unit of Scions, which is 16 strong, including Commissar Yarrick, with his Bale Eye and Stormbolter, plus a plasma pistol from the officer and a plasma pistol from the Scion unit, plus a total of like 3 plasma guns, 3 hotshot volley guns, a melter gun, and like maybe 5 or 6 other 5-shot hotshot las guns. And they could shoot in their turn. The enemy could move. They could overwatch. And then the enemy, at the end of the enemy's movement phase, they could then do counter strategist. Now obviously Yarrick can't deep strike, but he can just they don't need to deep strike. They can just deploy on the board. And Yarrick might even benefit from the Master Vox in the unit anyway, so it's a good thing. So he just sort of moves forward, ass blasts one unit, and then as the enemy tries to react, he's just like, Overwatch. And then he goes, right, counter strategist. And especially take into account that Scion, we've talked about like recon to be fair, but in Grizzled Company, Scions have got reroll ones to hit, but also if you had this set up on like, we've seen the deployment maps, and you've got the big ruin in the middle. Well, if you move this unit onto that ruin or behind that ruin, this is how I think you use it. You move behind that ruin, and your opponent goes, okay, well, I'm going to move into that ruin to take it. You can go, okay, well, I'm going to Overwatch you, and I'm going to counter-strategist you, and I'm stacking all these orders up. Or you could move into the ruin, blast the shit out of people, and then when they try and counter and take the ruin off you, you could blast them again twice. One Overwatch admittedly being not as strong, but the other being very strong because it's counter-strategist. And like I said, because you're probably fighting over an objective ruin, the main objective ruin in the middle, Scions get full rerolls to wound against enemy units on objectives. So they could be hitting on probably 3s to be fair, because of the -1 ballistic skill from cover. So they hit on 3s, rerolling 1s, wound on whatever they're wounding on, 4 rerolls to wound. It's pretty good. They could do that twice and then Overwatch. Do it in their turn, then Overwatch, and then counter strategist in the enemy's turn. So it's pretty powerful. The one thing that I think is holding it back, I think it's very expensive to do that. Like I can see, like Scions plus a command squad are 225 points. If Yarrick is, let's be conservative and say he's 150 points. I don't think he will be, because his stat line isn't. I think he'll probably be the same as the Lord Solar. His stat line is pretty similar to the Lord Solar. It'll be between 100 and 130. Because when you think about, like, this is a very good ability, but like he himself doesn't really have a great stat line, and he's not like Lord Solar, who is, he technically only has like 2 abilities a turn, whereas the Lord Solar has like a lot because he's got the redeploy and everything. I don't know, but the point is, I think he'll probably balance out to like the Lord Solar. So let's assume 130. I mean, that's a 355 point combo at that point. It's very expensive. It should be good. It should be very, very good, because that Guardsman squad is going to, those Scions or Kazakin or Kriegers, whatever he's leading, are going to be dead probably in the enemy shooting phase or assault phase afterwards. It's not that hard to blow away 15 Scions or 25 Guardsmen. You could take him with Kazakin, but then you wouldn't have quite as much firepower. But the Kazakin route's probably the way. Kazakin is probably the way to go. It's probably a nice balance, because that'd be like 240 points approximately. I think yeah. But then I don't think that's anywhere near as much firepower, because they don't get the full rerolls to wound. So I think that, it's don't get me wrong, it's a very good it's a very, very good ability, but it is going to be very expensive. I mean, you're going to be spending like more than a medium-sized knight on the best version of this combo. Maybe it kills a medium-sized knight on its own. I don't know. But you're getting into the realms of, I think the big knight's like 400 points, right? Maybe they're a bit more now, but you're getting into the top end of like knights for like the best version of this combo. When you put it like that, oh no, we're presuming 130, right? Like when you put it like that, really, it's probably just as a powerful combo as anyone else can put together. Realistically, that's more than a Catan, a good one at the time of recording. So don't get me wrong, it's a very good ability, But if you want the best version of this, you have to take the points cost into account. I mean, you could be spending 20% of your points on this one combo. I think a good combo, and to be honest, one thing I will say, I expect most people will run him with either Deathcore. I reckon most people will end up running him with Deathcore Krieg because of Steel Legion, right? Yeah. Did we just say Yarricks points is basically a tank commander now? No way that cheap. I mean, I think he'll be 130. I think he'll be between 100 and 130. Because and the thing, when you think about it, like, if you just kill his unit, he can't do that again. Like, if you just kill his unit, he can't join another unit. You know? So yeah, I think he is very good, but I do think I think he's very good. I suspect a lot of people are looking at him like he could do his ability like every turn, and the reality is, if you're front lining with Yarrick, he's probably a one and done, right? He is probably he does this. The old man has played his trick. He can't do it again. Like, he just gets in there. You just get in there and kill him. If the Tau Twins are 110, the Yarrick has 130. I mean, the Tau Twins were 160 on release. I don't know what they got put up to. I think they got put up to like 180 or something, or 200. I can't remember. His other part, there's another part of this counter strategist one where you can declare a charge against the enemy unit, but only if it is within 12 inches of that regiment unit. Note that even if this charge is successful, the charge unit does not receive any charge bonus this turn. So I have a question about this, and I don't really do melee. So this is like, I'm experienced at Warhammer, but 40k, ever since they got rid of initiative, the melee thing is, I don't know who fights first. Someone's fighting first, but then someone charges, so they fight first. Like, honestly. Anyway. If I declare a charge in my opponent's turn, even though I didn't charge, I'm pretty certain I go first, right? Because my understanding is, like, you do charging units first, and then after that, you do like non-charging units. You start going back and forth between the players, right? And if there's like a non-charge, if there's a situation where like it's no one's charged and it's not your turn, you get to go first as like the defender. So like, let's say my opponent, that's how you will gain fights first as long as the ability does not say this unit does not get the benefit of a charge. So obviously if someone has fights first, they would fight me first. But let's say I have a unit of Rough Riders and they charge a unit of Intercessors. So, I have a unit of Rough Riders and I use Yarrick's ability to charge a unit of Rough Riders. I have a unit of Rough Riders and I use Counter Strategist to charge a unit of Intercessors. No one's charged. My opponent does, like, let's say that my opponent does one charge. We do his charging unit combat first. Then it comes over to the next combat. I get to pick because I get to pick the next combat. And I pick the combat that the Rough Riders are involved in. So it's not my turn. I'm the defending player. So I fight first in that combo, in that situation. So even though you don't get the benefit, even though you don't get the charge bonus, unless you're fighting someone who has charged and you're trying to like get them in there to support, or you're fighting someone who's got fights first, I think you do get to go first with the Rough Riders. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Once all charging units are 4, it moves to any unit with fights first, then first choice to fight falls to the defender. Yeah, exactly. So Yarrick plus Rough Riders. Rough Riders are cheap. Yarrick plus a unit of Rough Riders getting in there because it's regiment. So before any of you are like, what about Bullgwins? They don't have the regiment keyword. And I think that a lot of people are going to be taking Rough Riders in 11th because of the melee orientation of the whole thing. So yeah, I think it's really strong. I think everyone is focused on the second bullet point, the shooting one. And I think that the first one has the potential to be game winning. Like, I'm going to nick this objective off you, and that means I get the points. Or it has the ability to, like, okay, you deep strike down with a big combat unit, I'm going to just move out of eligible charge range. Like, when you think about it, what's more powerful? Getting to shoot the enemy. If it's a super durable unit, even if you shoot them, you might not kill them. Especially if they drop down on one end of the unit and a whole bunch of your guys can't see. Oh, well, I'll just reactive move those guys away. You don't charge me, and then now my turn, I can turn and move and get you. So I think the movement wins games. So I strangely think that whilst the second bullet point is the most obvious one, I can see the first one being game winning in its own right. I mean, think about this. What if it's turn 5? Obviously, both players score at the bottom of turn 5, right? What if it's turn 5 and your opponent's like, okay, if I move on to this objective, I'll score at my primary mission, I'll get an extra 4 bonus points, and that might put me a couple of points ahead, and I'll get the win. And you're like, okay, reactive move. I've just dumped potentially 40 objective control on this objective. Or I've move blocked you from being able to, like, trap something if you're Decepticons or whatever it's called. Yeah, like, I think the movement one is going to be, in the hands of a skilled player, the movement one could absolutely win games. I could see a live stream battle report from War Games Live, like LVO final or something like that, and the opponent moves, assuming that the moves are doing all this shit, like, oh, well, he's going to use the shooting ability, and instead he just goes like, move, I win. I mean, I can hugely see that, right? But then Counter Strategist is just the first of 3 choices you've got here. It's the biggie, it's probably the best, but the second one, it gives me a warm, fuzzy feeling inside. Because any guard commander from 9th edition, veterans of 9th, raise your hands. Splashing orders are back. Oh, I've been waiting for this for 3 years. So good. So damn good. Now, it's only a little fraction of the power that we had, but it's another step in the right direction. Decisive command. The next order issued by this model can be issued to one eligible friendly unit within 12 inches of this model. So normally he's only got a 6-inch order range. This gives him a 12-inch order range. Now, that on its own isn't that great. It's fine, whatever. But Massive Voxes exist for a reason. If this is the first order issued by unit from your army this phase, that order affects not only that eligible unit, but every other eligible friendly unit within 6 inches of that eligible unit. So, if it's the first one of your command phase, then you can issue that order and then affect all the units. So issue an order to someone 12 inches away, and then it splashes out to everyone. So, for example, if you had a unit of guardsmen, I mean, think about this. If you had a unit of 10 guardsmen strung out behind a whole bunch of tanks, and you order that one guard unit to take aim, I mean, you could have 4+ tanks being affected by this. I mean, with a single order, Yarrick could order probably every tank in your army. Which is pretty big. Obviously, all your tanks would have to be concentrated in one area, which you may not do, and probably would be advised not to do. But it's really tasty. Every single release that GW has been putting out for us, they've been giving us better and better order economy. And I have to say, it's great. Guard, we can really, really struggle. A guard unit without an order just underperforms. A guard unit with an order just gets to perform the same as everybody else does. Another big thing to bear in mind is it's per phase. Now, I know some of you will be thinking, but Mordian, we could only order in our command phase. Can you, though? What about Grizzled Company? Snap to it. Talk about spreading your tanks out. What if you... I don't think it's unreasonable to believe that you would have 6 tanks in a guard army. I don't think it's unreasonable to believe that at all. A couple of Hellhounds, 4 Leman Russes. Okay. Well, I'll do, in my command phase, take aim on that squad of guardsmen that's in range of those 3 tanks. They've all now got take aim as well. And I'll do take on in my movement phase or shooting phase, whatever I desire. My next phase, I will go over there. So now I've not even have to bunch all my tanks up. I can go bang bang. I remember the one in Snap, the order from Snap to it is an extra order. So that would essentially get Yarrick up to the same level as Lord Solar Leontis, or doing 4 orders in a turn. But more than that, because he's now splashing it out to everyone. It's huge. Yeah, in Grizzle Company, Yarrick's going to order a group of tanks over there, 2 other units, and then in another phase, another group of tanks over there. It's really good. It's really, really very good. I mean, I'm already thinking about, or I love organizing my units into battle groups. I'm already thinking in my head here, okay, what's gonna make up like good groupings for this? I mean, I'm thinking at least, I know I'm taking at least 3 Leman Russ battle tanks into every single game. I think the big thing you want to realize with this though is how many points it saves you. I mean, think of how expensive Leman Russ tank commanders are. If you didn't have to take, if you don't take 2 Leman Russ tank commanders, you can pretty much afford an extra Leman Russ. It's either 2 tank commanders or 3 other Russes. It's, depending on the variants, of course. But that, there's like 85 points between a Eradicator and a Leman Russ tank commander. Okay. Well, how about I save myself 170 points and get myself 3 Leman Russ Eradicators? That's pretty good. That's pretty bloody good. So you save the points, get the extra tank, and you're now. I mean, if it was up to me, I'd be going into battle with 3 Leman Russ battle tanks, 3 Leman Russ Eradicators, and that's all of those things ordered, and I still have 2 orders left over because I'm doing 1 with decisive command in my command phase, and 1 in the shooting phase, right? I think that's right. The next order issued by this model can be issued to 1 eligible friendly unit within 12 inches of this model, if this is the first order issued by unit from your army this phase. Yeah. So this does work. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Am I missing something here? I don't think I am. You do it in your command phase. First order of the command phase, you do this, and then you do it in a second. You do it in whatever phase you want after the command phase, and it works again. So this is why people are like, oh, counter strategist is the best bit about Yarrick. It's very nice, counter strategist. Don't get me wrong, but decisive command, in my opinion, is very, very, very fucking good. The best bit is you don't have to pick between the 2. Maybe for a few turns you do decisive command, but as you start taking casualties, maybe Yarrick needs to lead from the front. Maybe he needs to rally his platoon of his Kriegers or Kazakin or Scions around him, and he needs to, get stuck in. Well, okay, well, a couple of turns we'll decisive command, and then maybe Yarrick leads the final countercharge. Very apt for him if you know his lore about when he led the countercharge against the Orcs, how he got his power claw and everything. I think this still works with Master Vox. No. Because it has to be within 12 inches of this model. Sadly not. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Here's how you have it. It lasts until your next command phase, yeah. Yeah. I am very sure that decisive command works that way. And I am very sure that it is probably, it sounds crazy. I think decisive command is probably better than counter strategist, but people see damage output and they see, oh, well, if he does it once, that's like he's going to do it the entire game. No, he might do his big multi-shoot thing once. And hey, maybe that's really decisive, but who knows? But decisive command, you could do every turn. Counter strategist, mega fuck you shooting blob is probably a one and done. If you get it off more than once, it's probably because you were going to win the game anyway. Decisive command is a 5-turn ability. And think about how much force multiplying that would do. Huge. Huge. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, it's really good. And then the last one is a bit rubbish. There's always a shit, we've got to come up with 3. We've run out of ideas by the 3rd one. While a friendly Ashburn this is inspiring hero. While a friendly Ashburn unit is in the 6 of this model, you can reroll Battle Shock and Leadership Test taken for the unit. I mean, unless Battle Shock and Leadership changes radically, I don't see that being particularly helpful. That one, I just don't see anyone going for that one. I mean, if it was within 12 inches, maybe, but it's like the shortest aura range and the shittest ability. Do you know what I would, if you want to make that, okay, you want to make that legit, you want to make that like people will consider it over the other 2, make it battlefield wide. As long as this model is on, as long as Commissar Yarrick is on the table, friendly Ashburn units can reroll Battle Shock and Leadership Test. It's just his mere presence on the battlefield, everyone's fighting harder for him. That's the only way you make it like people will consider this. Otherwise, it's only affecting a tiny area of the board. So not even this model's unit, it's just the model. And that'll get people using it. Not like, it still won't make people use it over like counter strategist and decisive command as a go-to, but it'll make people like, if it's like someone, when do people shadow in the warp? Do they do it at the beginning of a turn? So someone could shadow of the warp you, and you could be like, fuck, okay, inspiring hero. Because I really need to pass these. That's the really niche case when people would probably use it. But yeah, like that's basically Yarrick's datasheet. So he's reasonably durable, but will still lose a fight to any major combat character. His Bale Eye is absolutely amazing. His Will of Iron is cool. And his ability to lead pretty much anything is great. His ability to order anything is great, including Titanics and stuff. Like you can basically get the Fortress of Arrogance back, but he's just dismounted from it. But his Hero of Hades Hive is his Primarch level ability, and it's glorious in every single way. I did say there was one fly in the ointment, though. And there is. And I do believe this should be corrected. I think this requires a day 1 FAQ. Where is summary execution? He is a commissar. He should have summary execution. Furthermore, before someone comes in and says, but Yarrick's the nice commissar now. No, he's not. Did you not watch the trailer? He literally executes someone in the trailer. He is still utterly fucking nails. He is still a commissar. He literally, his entrance to the game was him executing someone. He should have summary execution. Like, inspiring hero is nice, but he should have summary execution. Personally, I think the Krieg Command Squad should have summary execution as well. He's a Lord Commissar. Yeah, we don't stop trying. GW, right? Right, look at me. Look at me. Yarrick is not Caiaphas Cain. Stop trying to noble bright Yarrick. Stop trying to make Yarrick out to be the noble bright Commissar so you can have Commissar Graves come in and look like a badass. Okay? Graves stands on her 2 feet. Yarrick stands on his 2 feet, albeit with, you know, his magic legs. He's got like Lieutenant Dan legs. Now the point is, Yarrick is nails. You heard that voice in the trailer. He should have summary execution. Stop trying to make 40k less grimdark and have our main Primarch level character fucking execute people. That's the guard. That's 40k. That's Yarrick. End of discussion. It's that simple. So it's only a fly in the ointment because he is an awesome model and he has awesome abilities, and I think he's a 9 out of 10. If they give him the execution, he's a 10 out of 10. Yeah. He's a 10 out of 10. So overall, I'm very, very, very happy with Commissar Yarrick. And one of the best bits about Commissar Yarrick is because one of the best bits about him is that he is opening up lots of tactical discussions. I've been saying this a lot towards the end of 10th edition, but the game was in a really solved state. Like, it was obvious. Why are you going to take Drea or Lord Sol or Leontus? Well, you're always going to take Lord Sol or Leontus. Are you going to take, like, Rogel Dawn Commander versus Rust Commander? Well, I thought there was a conversation around that, but apparently everyone said Dawn Commander. Do you see what I mean? Like, are you going to take this unit or that unit? And it was always, there was always a right answer and a wrong answer. And what I love about Commissar Yarrick coming in here is that there's going to be, like, real scope for debate here. Do you take Yarrick or Leontus? Do you take both? If you take both, how many points are you going to be spending on officers? All this kind of stuff. Like, more options gives us more tactical depth, gives us as players the ability to have more conversations, more chatter, more discussions, and gives us more fresh experiences to have on the battlefield, which keeps the game interesting for longer. So I think Yarrick they've done very, very well with. We'll just rattle through the rest of the article in case there's any extra context here, but I don't think there is. Yarrick's signature ability lets him choose one of 3 powerful effects each turn, putting him on par with legendary characters like Rebute, Gilliman, and Bandit Spoiler. Yes. The first counter-strategist is a fantastic tool for adapting to your opponent's moves, as it lets you choose fight or flight depending on the situation. We're particularly fond of having a Cade heavy weapon score in the 6 inches, fire Overwatch at a unit that thinks they'll have a crack at Yarrick in close combat, hitting on a 4+ if Old Bale Eye has the 2 bodyguard, only to then have them shoot again with counter-strategist before the target even gets to declare a charge. That's a really good point, because it's a regiment unit. I mean, they've said Cade heavy weapon squad, but what about Krieg heavy weapon squad? I mean, think about a Krieg heavy weapon squad with 3 Krieg flamers firing 3 times thanks to Yarrick. They move and fire, they overwatch and fire, and then they counter-strategist and fire. Counter-strategist, yeah. It's really, really strong. And Krieg flamers are damage too, right? So they're right. They're really what we want. You could order them to have Aquila and Eye as well. So you go Aquila and Eye, and then you go bang, bang, bang. Why not 3 Krieg heavy weapon squads and get the splash orders? Oh, you can, of course. But you could only use the counter-strategist thing to fire with 1 unit. You can't do splashing counter-strategist. The size of command is ideal when the good Commissar is leading from behind a mass mob of infantry or vehicles, as he can spread one of the faction's many powerful orders to a whole group of targets, such as boosting the ballistic skill of a whole squadron and leaving Rust battle tanks with take aim. He also wouldn't be much of a Commissar if he couldn't instill morale in his troops, though being and inspiring heroes enough to ensure his last pistol rarely leaves its holster. No. None of that. Execution, please. What's the 2 dots? Don't worry, old school Commissar fans. Commissar Graves shoots enough for the both of them. No. GW. Give him some execution. Games Workshop. Bring me all of the executions you have. Wait. I'm afraid what you heard was bring me a lot of summary executions. But what I actually said was, bring me all of the executions you have. This is a good bit of artwork, though. It could be easy to like rattle through these kind of articles and just gorge on the rules. But I actually really like I really like to try and take the time to appreciate some of the artwork. I do like this kind of artwork. I will say this, it's still a little blurry. Like, the best bits about this are the bits that are in focus. I do think that, the more... I always say, my favorite artwork from 40k is the one that looks like realistic. Like, it's like someone tried to it's almost trying to be a photograph almost, but it's an art piece. Like the first Armageddon Codex like picture, from like 3rd edition. That's the kind of artwork that I like. Yeah, this is good, but I would like it if it was like, ooh, not like, oh, this is a bit blurry here, and oh, it's all, ooh, what's this? Like, it looks like unfinished to me. It's like little random. That looks like brushstrokes. It doesn't look like art. Like, what's this down here? Like, all these things around here. Why is this random one down here? Do you know what I mean? It's nice. I know I said I take the time to appreciate it and then I shit all over it. No, it's nice. I'm just saying art is subjective and I prefer the more crisp looking art. One of Yarricks' most famous abilities one of Yarricks' most famous abilities is to get back up from certain death, as we recently saw him do for the upteenth time. And his will of iron is still as strong as ever. This time, it's more likely to activate than before, but it will only bring him back once. He's earned a rest after all. Yeah, it used to bring him back like every time, I think. But it was like a 3+. So he used to be on a 3+, he came back, but he could keep coming back. Now he only comes back once. Aside from his outstanding abilities, old Bale Eye is no slouch as a fighter either, and has so much practice nipping orcs to bits with Power Claw that it hits on a 2+. I love that. They actually acknowledged he's been around for a long time. Better even than a hulking war boss can manage. I love that. Yeah, he's been using this weapon for 100 years. He should be pretty good with it. He can also whip out his formerly ceremonial power sword if quality is more viable than if quantity is more valuable than quality, and the famed Bale Eye implemented in his skull now burns enemy champions better than ever, with double the range, strength and attacks, and loads more damage than before. Not to mention precision, so you can always target the most valuable foe. You'll get your chance to deploy Commissar Yarrick on your own battlefields very soon. Come back tomorrow and find out just how fast certified speed demon Wazdaka Gutsmech can blaze around the board. If you're around to see how the rest of the Imperium's newcomers fare, we'll be showing off their rules later this week. Hey! So, it looks like we're getting less 11th edition stuff now. I think GW is spreading out the 11th edition stuff quite a lot because it's quite thin. So I think, like I said, I think we've seen the major bits of 11th edition already. We've seen terrain, objectives, and how the missions are going to work. I think you've just got to see a bit of melee stuff and you're good to go. But I think this week we're going to maybe that will be wrong. We'll see loads of 11th edition stuff. But I think this week is going to be all about leading up to the pre-orders. This is going to be this weekend, right? So I think we're going to see the Centaur rules, and we're going to see the Hippogriff rules, and Graves' rules, and Graves' minivan rules, and all that kind of good stuff. Yeah. And then this will be up on pre-order for Saturday, which we all know is going to be sold out in seconds. Like, actually seconds. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to try and get one. I'm going to try and get a Yarrick, but I suspect he will sell out before I wake up, and I suspect I will toddle along to my 3D printer, and I will print one out. But I will say this, I will do my very best to get my hands on a legit Yarrick before I get a 3D printed one, because if it is not this weekend, it might be next weekend. Fair enough. Because I always say you should vote with your wallet both negatively and positively. And I want to support Yarrick coming back. So I actually want to show that to GW. Like, hey, here's some money. Well done for bringing Yarrick back. But if they make it impossible for me to get my hands on him, then yeah, there you go. Why don't I ask Element to withhold one for you? I mean, I could do. Yeah. Yeah. They might do, but Element's a pretty big store, and I don't know if I'll get special treatment. But I might be able to get, like, just play to put one to one side for me. Yeah. I'll ask my mate Isaac at Just Play. He might do one to one, put one to one side for me. Yeah. There we go. All right. But yeah, Yarrick, overall, he's looking pretty good. I'm very excited for him. Like I said, 9 out of 10. Just give him summary execution, and he's a 10 out of 10. Job done. All right. What do you think about Yarrick, chat? I mean, I think everyone's pretty happy. I can't see anyone who is an Imperial Guard fan complaining about him. I can just see some non-Imperial Guard fans getting a bit salty about him. Space Marine players will probably get upset that we're encroaching on their territory, but yeah. Flamer out of 10. I love it. I love that, Sanubi. All right. Shall we do some... We've got a few super chats here. So I want to say a big thank you to Keegan McDonald for becoming a channel member. Thank you, man. I also want to say a big thank you to Gary Haywood. Thank you for super chat, bro. How many points do you think he will be? I think between 100 and 130. He'll probably be undercooked, and then it'll come out and get put up. If he's 150, I think he's too much. 150 is very expensive. At that point, I'm like, there's a lot you can get for 150 in the guard. Yeah. So yeah, what 150 is the max I think he should be. 130 is kind of what I expect him to be, on par with Lord Solar Leontus. And he'll probably release at like... Well, I'll tell you what, it's easy to work out, actually. It's easy to work out. I can tell you this. So GW tends to release models when they're bringing them back using their old points value from when they were last around, which sounds crazy, but they did it with the engineers. Why do you think engineers came out at 35 points? It's because back when they had a Forge World data sheet, they were 35 points. So Yarrick, when he was released, was 130... Not released. Yarrick, when he last existed in 8th edition, was 130 points. And I think he'll come back at 130. He was 130 and he came down in points over time because he wasn't that good. What did he used to do? I mean, he might be ridiculous, but he might be really overcosted. I'd love to say that he would, if he did come out undercooked, that GW would fix him. But they never fixed Dreer. If he comes out and he's overcosted, he'll probably just stay overcosted, which would be bad. So Yarrick used to have a 6-inch aura of everyone can use his leadership. He used to have a 3+ feel no pain, which is pretty fucking good. 4+ vulnerable save. He used to let everyone reroll hit rolls of 1 within 6 inches of him. And if you were fighting orcs, he gave you 4 rerolls to hit. And he used to have summary execution as well. Yeah. Yeah, I think he could do orders as well. So yeah, I think he'll be 130 to 150. If he's any more than 150, I think he'll just be too much. He's good, but you can kill him. But I think the best thing will be, I honestly think the best way to use him will be decisive command. I think people will try. I think non-guard players will. This will be the differentiating point. Non-guard players who are running him, so like people who are coming over to guard, like running him as part of like a teams tournament or something, or meta chasing, will run him in a wombo combo, like counter strategist, and you know they'll see him as like disposable and all that kind of stuff. Guard players will probably use him more as a decisive commander in Grizzled Company. Yeah. Talzun, thank you for super chat. If Virgin Yarrick is so cool, where is his horse? The thing is, Talzun, there has not been a horse invented by God or man that is strong enough to take the weight of Yarrick's brazen balls. You know, in that shitty lore article that Games Workshop put out about Yarrick fighting over a planet that was cracking from the strange orc device on the planet? It turns out it wasn't a strange orc device. It was cracking under the weight of Yarrick's giant brass balls. There you are. Wolf58, thank you, super chat. Warhammer Classics video games, GW trailer, industry discussion. Wolf, we will definitely be checking it out. I'm very excited for the video games. I think it's really, I can't believe apparently they brought them out, and not only have they brought them out, but they're actually also like well ported to PC, which is a surprise to be sure, because a lot of companies when they do this just do a lazy PC port. I will say Games Workshop, they do try, for better and for worse, they try and protect their brand. Especially when it comes to like third-party licensing and stuff. And there's been a few stinky Warhammer games. But more recently, they've been quite careful with like, if you're going to make a game about our IP or something, it needs to be done properly. So they've if the ports have worked well and they work on modern systems, then I will say that's good guy GW. Yeah. Very good guy GW. Trooper, thank you for super chat. I pilgrimaged to Noble Knight Games today. Pictures and stream discussion. Oh my god. How many old ass chimeras did you get? Let's have a look here. Oh wow, look at all of the old Valhallans, man. $60 for an old mortar. My god. Woohoo! They want 150. Shit, man. $40? Fucking hell. I should sell some old Warhammer, man. I could probably retire. I mean, I have that model and that model, and they want like 50-60 quid for them. Yeah. Yes, you got old Commander Kubrick Chenkov, I think it is. Nice. So good, man. Here's a small selection of what I got today. Yes, Commissar, it was a vile amount of money. Remember, lads, there is but one man that keeps Yarrick up at night. A man who came before. That man is Field Marshal Chenkov. Nice. That's crazy, bro. Oh, old Morning Officer. Very good. Old Primar Psyker. Yes, the best banner bearer ever made. A big titty female Commissar. Nice. Well, you know what? Going into generational debt for yourself and for the next 100 generations of your family line is worth it in the name of the Emperor. It's true, you know. Hashtag not financial advice. What do we got here? Full Metal Owl, thank you, Super Chat. I think I may have to get Yarrick a pith helmet, lol. Hey, dude, you can do. Yeah. I mean, it'll be easy to convert the plastic one. I think the funny thing is, I often like converting characters, and I personally believe Lord Solar Leontus looked way better with a head swap, with a conversion. But and I rarely say this for a GW model, I think Yarrick looks good as is. I think the old man is one of the few. When was the last time you've heard me say I'd just buy a GW model as is? Never. You never hear it. I'm always saying how they fucked it up in some way or another. Yarrick, I think they've just done him really, really well. Yeah, his comeback story was a bit of a shit one, but whatever. I would say overall, the Yarrick release is a 9 out of 10. I'm taking a point off for the shitty comeback lore. I'm taking a point off for them not bringing Steel Legion back with him. And I'm taking a point off him not having summary execution. From rules to lore to models. There you go. So he's a 9 out in all three categories. He's a 9 out of 10 with a point taken off at each stage. Yeah. They nailed his model. Yeah, they really did nail the model. He's very, very good. No, USS Grey Ghost. It's 1 point from each category. So overall, the average from all three categories is 9 out of 10. Israel Thompson. 1,187 mods. And 3 days later, Skyrim is finally fixed. You could have just been playing the game for the last 3 days. I feel like at this point, man, you might as well just like make your own game. Be happy I stopped. I mean, how can you possibly need 1,187 mods? Come on. Like, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I only play a game for like 2 or 3 days these days. So it's like, by the time I would have installed all those mods, I would have been like, I would have got over the game. Yeah. The last time I played a game for a long time was 2 months ago. 2-3 months ago, when my cat's bum exploded the first time, and I had to stay with him on the sofa for like a week whilst he healed, and I just played through Fallout 3. I haven't even when I say play through, I haven't started the main quest line yet. And I went to Megaton, but I mean, like, I haven't like done any of the other bits. I've just been like exploring the whole wastes. Yeah. Crazy. You crazy. You crazy, Ismail. You crazy. You crazy, man. Hey, if you're having fun, that's the important bit. That's the main bit, right? Yeah. Evil KinoCon. It's Skyrim. How could you not? I've never played Skyrim properly. I played about, I think if I'm being very charitable, half an hour and got bored. I know. I am a piece of shit. It's not a point I'm proud of. I'm not rubbing it in anyone's face. I'm not like, I've never played Skyrim. No, like, I couldn't get into it. I think I need to give it another go. At the time, I was way more into sci-fi than I was into fantasy. And I think if I did it again now, like, I didn't even, like, I was like, I'm not good, you know, like, fuck. I wouldn't even play like I wasn't even playing like Warhammer Fantasy, even though it was available. It was still around at the time. I'd just gone completely over to 40k. And I think if I played it again now with my love of Warhammer the Old World, I would really enjoy Skyrim. Maybe I should get it on Steam Deck and play it a bit. I also really struggle with Oblivion. I can tell you, I struggle with Oblivion because the beginning bit with the fucking like king and the dungeons and everything felt very badly paced. I was like, man, what the fuck is like? And also, I feel like I wasn't really paying all that much attention. And it was kind of like, it was less obvious to me. Like, I played Fallout 3 first. And Fallout 3, it's like, leave the vault, do what you want. It's a lot more, like, clear what the fuck is going on. Like, your dad's left. He's not meant to have left. Okay. Whereas, like, Oblivion, it's like, oh, prophecy. Maybe you are the one. Who knows? Ooh. Yeah. So yeah, I played Fallout and I got out into the big open world and I was like, wow, I can go in this. I can literally pick a direction, just go in it. And that was my first experience of Fallout, and I was hooked. I was like, oh, where does this go? Oh, where does this go? Oh, like first time I played Fallout, for like hours, I never got to Megaton. Me and my brother both had a save on the 360, and he was like, have you been to Megaton yet? I was like, what's Megaton? He's like, dude, you've been playing for like 6 hours. You've not been to Megaton? I was like, I've gone this way. I don't even know where I am, man. Like, I've not been checking the map. Like, I didn't even know I had a map. Do you know what I mean? Like, because it was on like Xbox and I was playing on like a tiny television, so like I barely knew what the fuck was going on. But I was like, dude, I've been in the sewers for like 6 hours. Like, honestly, I go into the sewers and it's dark. I come up from the sewers and it's dark. I go back into the sewers and it's dark. I haven't seen daylight in 6 hours of playing this game. I haven't seen daylight in real life because it's gone dark now. So that was my first experience of Fallout, and it really hooked into my brain with that sort of like, it was very grim dark and it was very desolate and it was very free. Like, the world was my oyster and everything. Like, I think I came across like, the town in Fallout where it's where the people from Little Lamplight go to, right? And once they grow up, so that's where I encountered first, kind of thing. And then in Oblivion, it's like you go out into the open world and there's all these people to talk to, and I was like, I don't want to talk to any of you guys. And it's like, oh look, there's like trees and rivers and shit, and I'm just like, this is all very green and nice. It's all, lovely. And you got to think, someone who's come off Fallout and has been in full exploration, full immersive exploration, no link to the main story at all, then comes out to Oblivion, and it's all desolate and there's ruins and everything, and then going over to Oblivion from that, it's very jarring. You go over to it and it's like, it didn't grab me. And I had the same problem with Skyrim. I just felt like, I played it for like half an hour. It's like, I don't even know, like, I've come across like a bandit tried to like kill me and then did. Because clearly I was massively underleveled and I didn't have a gun. Yeah. So yeah, I think there's an element of I feel like there's an element of me just being too Fallout pilled to get into the Elder Scrolls thing. But I liked Morrowind when I was a kid. The first Fallout / Elder Scrolls game I played was Morrowind. And that was fun. I didn't know what the fuck was going on though. I was really young. I remember though, a great injustice happened to me. I had a set of armor that I really liked, and I accidentally sold it. I was too quickly going, selling things to the merchant, and I accidentally sold it. I went, oh no, I want it back. And normally, if you sell something to someone, you can just buy it back. Like, it's just there in the merchant's inventory at that point. But I sold it to the guy and then backed out, and he put my armor on. And that's how I realized I shouldn't have sold it. So I went, oh, well, I'll buy it back off him. And I went to buy it off him, and it wasn't in the merchant's buy-sell list. Because it wasn't in his list because the character was wearing it. And then I stopped playing the game. Because I'd spent forever getting this armor. I can't remember what it was now. I just remember very distinctly being like, it has taken me so long to get all this. And that's really annoyed me. What's a Narwhal? I've never even heard of that. Is that a thing in Morrowind? If I Google it, am I going to end up on a list? Oh. Is it meant to be like... it looks like it means like idiot or something. Oh, it's a term used by... It's a dark elf slur for humans. Oh, very good. How ironic. Considering today's drama. There you are. All right. Let's have a look. What's those drama say? Don't worry about it, Commander Comment. It's very old news at this point. Nothing to worry about. All right. That was kind of cool. So yeah, Ishmael, you're an absolute mad bastard, but as long as you're enjoying the game and you're having fun, that's the main thing. All right. I think there was a couple of other bits that I wanted to touch upon. I want to see if I can... I need to find something, though. It'll only take me a second. Talk amongst yourselves. I don't know if I can find it. I wanted to... I don't think it's on the Warlord website. Be helpful if it was. It was... I swear I'm signed up to the Warlord newsletter. I want the newsletter about the Sturmreiser. That's not it. It's a bit annoying. I can't find... I've definitely signed up to it, but it's not... I don't think it sent it to me. Commander Cog, scaling to 40k when? Probably never. They want to keep that to promote other games. MG hype for all guard with Yarrick. Please say a holy word, a prayer to the God himself for my Death Watch. I hope your Death Watch make it to... what do you call it? Make it to 11th. Hopefully they do. Yeah. All right. What have we got here? Anyway, I'm getting distracted by stuff. I don't want to get distracted. So, I'll just do a quick one on it. But I think it's kind of cool. So I want to talk about it. I just need to find the right picture to show off what it is. Aha! There we go. That's a pretty good picture. See if we can get that one. Oh no, that's pretty. I tell you what, it's funny, quite hard to find a picture of this fucking big ass mech thing. Let's have a look. That looks a bit better. They've had all sorts of promotional stuff around it. It's just Google not knowing what to look for in many ways. Okay, let's check all this kind of works. Yeah, cool. There we go. GSC are the Skaven and 40k, 100% agreed. Yeah. So I've got some big news. I wanted to share it with you because I thought it would be quite cool. We've had a lot of 40k hype today, but it would not be a Morning Glory stream without some proper without some proper Warlord Games ball washing, would it? I mean, at the end of the day, that's me. So let's have a little talk about this for a second, and then we'll see where we are at that point. Yeah, we'll see where we are. But I wanted to get all the Yarricks stuff out of the way first, so then we could then talk about this stress-free. So for those of you who have been living under a rock, there has been this little game called Conflict 47, which it's been doing the rounds. I've mentioned it once or twice on this channel. And I really like it. It's a really fun game. And it's been doing really well. And one of the things that I think first caught people's eye was this crazy model that was revealed when Warlord Games did the display boards and started showing off the new edition of Conflict 47. It's this big spidery mech thing at the back. And it's absolutely massive, by the way. Like this... this is not scaled down. This is a normal sized Panther for the game, and then this is the size of this model. And it was originally just made as a sort of promotional thing for a bit of fun. It was literally just made to look good on a display board that they could then carry it around different games expos and stuff like that, and show off, hey, look at this crazy thing that we've got in Conflict 47. And on top of it is a working plasma ball. Like what you used to have like fun with as a kid or something, like a working plasma ball where you touch it and like all the little plasma streams go to the plasma ball, all that kind of stuff, right? So it used to, it has like a working plasma ball on top, but the model itself is actually, it was originally just going to be a one of a kind. It's called the Sturmriser or Storm Giant, and it didn't even, I don't think it even had much in the way of like story or anything. It was literally like, hey, let's make a really big, wacky, crazy mech. And the guys in the Warlord team were throwing ideas like, what if it had a plasma ball on top? Oh yeah, we'll go for that. What if it had what were 6 legs? What about a plasma ball? What about this? So it's really cool. And it was kind of, I think it was always meant to just be a promotional thing. But the reaction, the positive reaction and reception that Warlord Games has had to this thing. Another picture of discussion with the plasma ball lit up. Let's have a look. Let's have a look, see if we can find it. Oh, yeah, there you go. Look at that thing. So, yeah. So, the positive reception and reaction that Warlord has had to this thing actually prompted them to go away and look at, see if they could make it. They said they had so many people that said they wanted to buy one that they would actually, they promised the community they would go away and look at making it. I think it's funny because, you know, Warlord Games is starting to attract, you know, Warhammer 40k players over, because Conflict 47 is just, it's just a very good game. It's a very good game, and Warlord does things a little bit differently, and people, you know, especially towards the end of 10th edition, were getting, rightfully so, quite cheesed off with GW and all that kind of stuff. And so to Warlord, this was a fun one-off LOL promotional model, and to Warhammer players, they saw a Titan, and this quickly became dubbed the Conflict 47 Titan. And, well, Warhammer players, they want the big thing. And so they had a lot of people reaching out to them saying, where can I buy one? If you make it, I will buy it. Even if it costs as much as a Titan, I will buy it. Because Warlord was like, well, it's made out of solid resin that's like pinned together. It's not made out of plastic. People were like, yeah, that's fine. Where can I buy it? So Warlord, somewhat taken aback by the interest. I mean, interested people actually wanting to buy the Storm Giant, have, you know, bit by bit been giving the community what they want. So at first we got rules for it. So even though they didn't sell the model for it, you know, crazy concept, we got rules for it, and you can find these rules inside Festung Europa. And it's not designed as a unit to be used on the tabletop, but it's designed in a normal game. It's not like you could, you know, like technically in a 2,000 point game of Warhammer 40k, you can turn up with your Warhound Titan, for example. It's designed as a narrative unit, so it sort of stomps around the battlefield, I think, like attacking friend and foe and all this kind of stuff. But, you know, it has abilities, it has rules, it has weapons. There's a whole mission in Festung Europa that's about, like, you know, the Americans are trying to drop down and like take one of these things out and all this kind of stuff, because they're basically like giant anti-aircraft machines. They fuck the sky up, so it's really hard. You can't like do airstrikes on them. They're really, but if you try and fly a plane, it's like it goes all over the place. You remember, I think, is it Superman Man of Steel, when there's like the world terraforming device, and the humans are trying to like knock it out, but like every time it goes, like the missiles go everywhere and the planes like go everywhere and all this kind of stuff. It's basically like one of those, like but like permanently turned on. So it's like, and every time you try and fly over it, your plane goes all over the place. So it's a big air defense thing, and it stops airstrikes and artillery and all that kind of stuff from basically just landing in the key areas that the Axis want to defend. So Warlord did rules for it. They did a mission for it, and people were very happy with this. And then I think some mad lad ended up making some STL files for the model. He came up with his own design for it and everything, and it was really cool. And I don't know if Warlord saw that, or if they had already planned on doing it, but they actually came out this week and said that they were going to be releasing STLs for the Storm Giant. And the reason that they're not out yet, but they are coming. And the reason that they've decided to go down this route is because they've looked at producing it in-house. And whilst it is physically possible, because obviously it is, because there's one right there, whilst it is physically possible for them to release it, it's just not really that feasible. I don't know, they haven't gone into the details on why it's not that feasible. Maybe it's purely a cost thing. Maybe it's like, hey, we could make more of these out of traditional resin, but like, you know, it's gonna be a very expensive process in terms of money and man hour. We'd have to charge a certain amount. We don't want to maybe they don't want to do that, or maybe it's just a case of, hey, this would, we are, the way Warlord makes the models is that especially the resin ones, it's quite an artisan, almost bespoke process. They take the orders in and basically make the stuff as the orders come in. They have a certain amount of stock and everything, but a lot of it is like, hey, especially for niche stuff like this, they'd only make it as and when it came up. And you can imagine if like you've got a whole production schedule sorted out, and then you get an order for a bunch of these things, and it's like, well, that's just going to take up our entire resin crafting team, and that might affect us in other areas. Who knows? Who knows why? But they've been very open that it's not, whilst it's physically possible for us to do it, it's not really feasible for us to do it. So we're going to release some STLs for it. And everyone went, that's great. Can't wait for them. And then they went a step further. Because no one would have begrudged Warlord for selling the STLs. No one would have expected them, no one would have had any issue with that. But they've actually come out and said that not only are they going to release STLs for the Storm Giant, but they're going to release them for nothing. For the low price of free. Now, that is amazing. I don't want to just, I'm not just ball washing needlessly here. I think there's multiple levels to this to why it's so cool. The first one is Warlord Games is a relatively big player in the tabletop gaming scene. Like GW is big. Below GW is Warlord. Now, it's not like one rung below. To be fair, like GW is at the top, Warlord's down here, and then everyone else is even further down, right? But Warlord is the next big player in many ways in the tabletop wargaming thing, and they know that that's their position. I'm not upsetting them by saying that, but the fact that that they're also the fact that it's one of the big players in the wargaming world, and they're more. I think they're more in touch with the wargaming environment, ecosystem, and landscape than GW is in many ways. Like, how many Titans have you seen that are 3D printed? Whether you see, online, in real life. Like, these days, I would say the vast majority of Titans are 3D printed. It's very, very rare to come across someone who's actually bought a Titan from Games Workshop. Whether it's FDM printed or resin printed, like, it's... Everyone 3D prints a Titan. If you're going to get a Titan, you're going to get a 3D printed one. It's a fraction of the cost, and frankly, the resin quality is probably higher. And so I think Warlord Games is just aware of that. Like, we could make this model, but if we just charge a ridiculous amount for it because we're forced to because of the logistics of it, then no one's going to buy it. And that would be a shame. So why not? So let's go down the 3D printing route. Okay, do we want to 3D print this? No. All right, well, what about releasing some STLs? Yeah, we could do that. Well, how much should we charge for them? Well, how about we just give them out for free because the people will just fucking 3D print them. People will just share. It's just sort of accepting the reality. Like, people will just share the fucking files anyway, right? Right? It's just kind of like accepting the reality of the situation. I don't think anyone would have begrudged them putting a price on them, but the fact that they've come out and done them for free, I think not only shows a remarkable awareness of the landscape of wargaming when it comes to big models like this, but it also allows them to have it's cost them nothing, and yet the positive PR will be invaluable. How many? Put your hand up in chat. How many of you have heard of Warlord making some absolutely like based decision, and it has made you go and buy models from Warlord when otherwise you might have gone to like a third party alternative, maybe even a cheaper alternative? Like, how many of you have when Warlord have done like a sprue sale or something, you're like, fuck it, yeah, I didn't really need this, but I'll get in on it. Yeah, sure, good guy Warlord. How many of you have been like, I'm going to buy directly from Warlord because I want to support them? I do it all the time. All the time. I'm like, yeah. Like, I don't sometimes I treat myself and I'm like, I'm not going, you know, oh, maybe I could like get this from like somewhere else. And I just go, well, no, you know what? Rather than fucking around, I'll just go to the website where I know where it is. I'll go to Warlord and I'll just buy it from them because I'm voting with my wallet in a positive way. Yeah, I buy Warlord to support the cause. Exactly. The customer service keeps me coming back, and that's Bruce Sale was nuts. Yeah, Warlord literally was like, how about we sell all of our models for half price, but you just don't get a box or instructions or anything, you just get the model. And everyone was like, okay. Like, it's just, even when they fuck up, they try and get a publicity win out of it, which is, they don't sweep it under the rug and move on. They put the effort in to turn L's into W's. Look at like the Soviet starter set situation. You know, Warlord, they've been really open, like, hey, we're going to release these models in Warlord Resin. It's a stopgap measure. If you want to wait for the plastics, wait for the plastics. For those of you that, you know, can't wait and just want to get the models now, here are some stopgap models. Off you go. It's so not only is it incredible that a company like Warlord has just openly gone and not like embraced 3D printing, but they have acknowledged its existence. That's very, you know, that weirdly, by acknowledging its existence in a couple of instances, they've actually, I think, they fought 3D printing more successfully than Games Workshop. And not only that, but then turning it into a PR win by going, look, we know people are just going to like buy and share STL. We know that even if one person buys it, the vast majority of people are just going to share them for free anyway. So fuck it, just have them for free, get them from our website, and we get a PR win out of it. Maybe we get some analytics out of it because we see how many people are downloading these things. You know, it draws people into the website as well. Like, hey, if we release it for free, they'll get the STLs, and then maybe they'll go, you know what? Whilst I'm here, I'll get some fucking spruce. It just, you know, there's all sorts of like, you can't get them on a spreadsheet, but there's all sorts of like positive outcomes from doing it this way, and that lead to Warlord actually, you know, making money and doing well out of it. And I think the big thing with the 3D printing thing is it's just like, I've said this again and again and again. Piracy is a service issue. That, I think Gabe Newell said that for Steam. Piracy is a service issue. If people are pirating your products, it's because typically you are not providing a service that's better than the pirates. And this is like, video game companies learned this the hard way. I was there during the great DRM drama when around the time like Anno 2017 and stuff came out, where they tried everything like, oh, you can only install it 3 times, you need to buy new code, all this kind of stuff. And the fallout of every single kind of strict draconian measure to try and control video game piracy was, okay, we just need to like step up and sell our games properly via Steam and all this kind of shit. We just need to accept that. We just need to do better. And now all that kind of, because like Steam is DRM, but it's an example of DRM done right. That's why people joke, you know, Steam does nothing and wins. That's not true. Steam does not do nothing. Valve does a huge amount. I should say Valve does nothing win. Valve does a lot and wins. They don't just accidentally win. Valve wins because they're constantly making sure that they are providing the most seamless service for you as a customer, to the point where it is easier for you as a customer to buy games through Valve than to go and pirate it. You could get the game for free from somewhere else, but you might end up with a dodgy virus or brick in your computer or something like that. So you could do that, or you could just pay a little bit of money and the service is more convenient. You don't need anything like, I'm probably showing my age here, like Demon Tools or anything like that. You need anything like that. You pay a little bit of money and you get everything you need in one place. It's literally just a service issue. It's just good. How does Valve win? By providing the best service out of everyone, including the pirates. And then I think Warlord Games they've taken this to heart. Piracy is a service issue. Like, how can we stop people? How can we go against 3D printers? Or go against is not even the right term. How can we address is probably the right term. How can we address 3D printing, which we know is a big thing in the miniature wargaming environment? How can we address this as a company in a way that will lead to a positive outcome? Do we start charging more? Do we start cracking down in all sorts of draconian measures? Like, well, if we don't sell models for it, we can't. If we don't have rules. If we don't sell models for it, we can't have rules for it. We got to IP protect constantly and all this kind of shit. Do we squeeze and squeeze and squeeze and squeeze and squeeze, or do we? That's one way of doing things. Or do we just provide the best service we can do and encourage goodwill so people want to buy from us? They're literally, Warlord Games is becoming the Valve of tabletop wargaming. You know, Games Workshop will never do a sale. How many video game companies have you heard like, oh, we don't like doing sales. Sales cheapen the product and all this kind of stuff. Okay, that's weird because the biggest deal in video gaming is Steam, and they do sales all the time. Warlord Games does sales all the time now. Has Warlord Games gone into the shitter because they've done a bunch of sales? Or have Warlord Games actually said that they've had record sales since they've been pursuing this policy? I mean, literally, this was 3 months ago. It will be up from this. 3 months ago, they were saying they'd seen their sales increase by 40 to 50% since the launch of Conflict 47. And the launch of Conflict 47 has kind of coincided with like this almost fanatical devotion to PR wins. Yeah. So yeah, it's this for me. It's such a big deal because it's another common Warlord W. It's exactly what I've been saying. And by the way, I have no influence on War. Don't think I've been like whispering their ear or anything. I've not talked to them about this topic even once. But this is exactly what I've been saying. Like, how do you deal with 3D printing? How do you deal with piracy as a miniature wargaming company? Well, you offer a better service than the pirates. And you just keep that customer goodwill at record levels so that people, when they are faced with the decision of do I pirate or do I buy, if they're in a position to buy, they will buy. Because if they pirate, they don't feel good about the pirating. They're like, oh, well, no, I'll buy it from Warlord. Warlord deserves the money. They've done a good job. Humans are generally very fair-minded. I know we see a lot of drama on the internet these days, but humans are generally very fair-minded. And by and large, like, I think this is like, I think that people pirate from GW and they feel like they're almost like rebels. When you 3D print some Warhammer, you don't feel like morally bad. For many people, they'll feel morally justified. They're sticking it to the man. They're sticking it to fucking GW, the corpo bastards. And that's why I think 3D printing with Warhammer models. Yeah, when I pirate GW, I feel like I'm winning. Exactly. That's why when Warhammer models come out now, within 24 hours, people are 3D printing them. Like, think about that. It's now less convenient to buy from Games Workshop than 3D printers. GW does a release. You can't get your hands on it on the pre-order. It sells out in seconds to the scalpers. It costs an arm and a leg to get it from GW, and often it costs even more to get it from the scalpers. The models are an absolute ball. If you do manage to get the models, they're an absolute ball ache to put together because they're in 1,000 different pieces. Or, you know, and you have to wait a very long time to get them. You have to wait, like, you know, GW will announce them, and then it could be like Sometimes it's a couple of weeks. Sometimes it's 3 months. I mean, how long did the Tau players wait for the Twin Lance to come out? So you have to wait weeks to months before you get your hands on the models. And if you don't get your hands on them because of all the other things we've talked about, then it might be months before they're back in stock again. Or, you just get a 3D printed version and you get it before it's released and basically in a few easy to build parts, or if it's an infantry guy, in one part, done. It's crazy. At this point, why? And if you look at the difference, the more that GW's tried to clamp down on piracy, the more DRM they've tried to do, the worse piracy has become. Like, I've never seen 3D printing be as ruthless as it is now when it comes to Warhammer. And I've been playing this game for a long time. I've been 3D printing for a few years. Even I'm shocked by it. Like, the new Defiler isn't even out yet. Loads of people have got the models because they got them, the STLs of them, like 24 hours after the model was released. It's crazy. The more GW has tried to fight piracy, aka 3D printing, the worse it's gone for them. You don't beat it. You can't beat it by the way GW is trying to do it. GW have just got the luxury of sitting on top of a big pile of money to kind of just keep fucking up in this way. But Warlord Games is definitely showing the way that it should be done. 100%. iPatastrophe has a good point here. It's incredibly forward-thinking because the moment one of these shows up on a random table, that new player that sees it will buy in. And then they find out, oh, hey, this was free from them. Exactly. It's such a good point. Imagine going to maybe a big Conflict 47 nat. Just imagine this, right? Imagine this. You've got a game store near you. A bunch of people have started getting into Conflict 47. The community grows to the point where they run their first event. Maybe it's a tournament. Maybe it's a big narrative day where everyone brings down 2,000 points and they have it takes the whole day and it's a big game. And you've seen this group playing a bit of Conflict. Or maybe you've never seen them play before, but you walk into the store and you see an event going on and you look over, maybe, and you see if it's a tournament, one of the tables has got one of these things on it and you're like, what the fuck is that? And you wander over and go, hey guys, what are you playing? It's like, playing Conflict 47. Oh, I think I heard of that. What is that model? Oh, that's a Storm Giant. Wait, it's not just terrain piece? No, it's got rules. It's a terrain piece, but it's you could use a terrain piece, but it's actually got rules. Wait, you can get one of those things? Yeah. The company that makes the game released the STLs for it for free. What? It's such a good point, Catastrophe. Imagine seeing one of those on a board from a distance. Imagine how that's going to draw you in. You're not going to forget that. That's going to draw you in, and that's going to make you think, I need to check this game out. Yeah. Yeah, with the clothing and everything. Yeah, exactly. Such a good point. The more people that print these and have them on their boards and they become a staple of the community and all that kind of stuff, every local TO, every tournament organizer, you at home have one of these, you bring it along to play on, the more of these that are out there, the more heads that are going to swivel over and check this game. It's such a good point, iCatastrophe. It's it will cost Warlord Games, a bit to get the STLs made up and everything. Maybe some subcontracting, maybe a bit of, maybe just some man hours if they do it in house, whatever it may be. But it's going to cost them a bit of money, an insignificant amount for the likes of a big-ish company like Warlord. But the amount of free publicity they're going to get on Instagram, YouTube, battle reports, hobby videos. We all know hobbying is the biggest part of miniature wargaming. All the biggest channels are hobbying channels. And then seeing one in real life as well. And then knowing that you can get one yourself. Like, this isn't some unattainable thing. You can get one. Even if you don't have a 3D printer, there are printing services out there that will print you one, and it'd still be cheaper than getting a Warhammer Titan. It's crazy, right? Yeah, it's crazy. So this is, I actually think it's quite a big deal. Like, on a completely surface level, it's, hey, look, Warlord are going to release free STLs for their Titan. That's amazing. And then you dig down deeper and you realize, like, the impact that this can have is absolutely massive. What does this cost them? Likely extreme little. The cost of such specialized production runs on an expensive kit is negligible compared to the literal free advertising you can't even buy. Yeah. Let's even say it costs more like $1,000 in labor to refine the STL. Amazing marketing. Yeah. How many companies? I mean, it's just, how much do you think GW must spend on marketing to make those fucking bullshit lore articles that go out that no one gives a fuck about because the lore's terrible? Thousands upon thousands upon thousands. Warlord Games spends a fraction of the cost and has a more impactful advertising campaign. Yeah. It's crazy. Like, Warlord I think in the last year, they have really transformed as a company. I think they've been stepping forth with great confidence, and it's crazy that, like, this story is just one amongst many of great positive things they've been doing. It's not like, hey, look, this is a one-time only thing. Like, I'm stacking. I'm putting this on the mantelpiece next to, but mantelpiece is getting full. I'm putting this on the mantelpiece next to all the other big wins they've been getting. Yeah. And they're private as well. Here's the thing. They're private. They're not even doing this to satisfy, like, shareholders or anything. They're just doing it, I think, probably because they're private. They're privately owned. Probably because of that, they're able to do stuff like this. Because they don't have to, like, have a shareholders meeting or anything like that. Warlords K-47, Bolt Action, what else? And they do a lot of epic scale games. And they do Hail Caesar, Black Powder, loads of boat games like Victory at Sea, Cruel Seas, and all that kind of stuff. And then they do a lot of, like, epic scale stuff as well. And they do Blood Red Skies, which is like Aeronautica Imperialis, but with Spitfires and shit. It's meant to be very, very good. Yeah, they do all sorts of crazy shit, including making their first ever Titan a free STL. Can you imagine if Games Workshop made their Titans available as free STLs? It's so ludicrous. It's so ludicrous, you'll know it'll never happen. There you go. I need to get myself one of those. I've been saying I need an FDM printer for a while. I really need to get one of those. Yeah. All right. King Milkfart, free Soviet anthem plays. Exactly. I love it. All right, we've got a few super chats coming in here. Let's have a look. Colin Walker, thank you for super chat. Check stream discussion in Discord. Watch this first. Now the question is, can we make a restaurant with half of it full of vegans and the other half a barbecue restaurant? I mean, this feels like I shouldn't watch this on. I'm gonna pre-watch this. I've had enough drama for one day. I'm gonna pre-watch it. Right, give me a second. I'm just watching it. I mean, I'm not going to play it because it's just not really relevant to wargaming. I mean, I can do, but it's like, it's not really relevant. Oh my god. All right. I mean, yeah, Colin. Thank you for the super chat, man. It's in stream discussion if people want to watch it. Yeah. JM the Goose, thank you for super chat. Leeds United have beaten. Like, not wait, what? Right. Why is everyone trying to get me involved in drama? Okay, I've got Colin Walker trying to get me on the vegan drama, and I've got JM the Goose telling me football things. I don't, and he's called one of the sides the scum. Leeds United have beaten the scum. Like, stop it. Stop it. Everyone's trying to get me involved in their battles. I'm an ent. Leave me alone. No one's on my side. I don't want to be on anyone else's side. I don't even do sport. All right. Does this look like a person that... Do I look like someone who does sport? I don't even know what Old Trafford is. Like, I've heard of it. I presumed it was like a historical, like, ruin or something. Maybe it is. I don't know. Ugh. I have no idea. Like, I'm on your side more whether you like it or not. Great. The guy whose username has the word mad in it is, you know, Mad Larkin, whose username is based off that famously stable person from Gaunt's Ghosts, who, like, talks to himself and sees the truth through his scope and all this kind of stuff. He's on my side. Brilliant. Brilliant. Right. Stop getting me in your bloody drama. I don't want it. I don't want it. But Jane the Goose. Jane the Goose. Is this... Right. Is this a football model? Like, now I don't know if I can show your model off because it's a fucking... Fuck it. This is the problem, right? You know what? This is the problem. You know, you start worrying. You know what? You start worrying about who you're going to upset. And you spend your entire time doing nothing because you don't want to upset anyone. That's not how I want to live my life. That's not how I want to be. Colin, we're playing the video. Jay and the Goose, we're showing the model off. My God. Better to die. Better be cancelled free than to stream in a prison of my own making. There you are. All right, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Right. All right. This was the video that Colin sent in. It's not that bad.
Let's follow the train of logic, shall we, right? I didn't like alcohol. I met people that drank alcohol. Now I drink alcohol. I didn't like drugs. I met people that took drugs. Now I take drugs. I've met loads of vegans. Nah! And that's why I love vegans, because vegans have proven that peer pressure does not work. What a fucking myth. Not drinking when your friends are drinking. Oh, that's tough. Saying no to a joint when all of your friends are high. It's never been done before. But eating steak at a table full of vegans. I didn't know it could taste better. Let's follow the...
I once did that. I didn't really think anything of it. So it was. I wasn't. I didn't really think anything of it. I was a young teenager, and I went to. I was young teenager, and it's like sort of. I was with my friends in after school, like into. What used to happen is the bus always used to take like. There was a bit of time before my bus home, so we all used to hang around like this fountain in town. And you'd hang out with your normal friend group and everything. People would end up like, oh, who wants to go to Mackey's? Who wants to go here? Blah blah blah. Before we all get the bus home together. And you normally stick with whoever you're sticking with, but if someone's going to Mackey's, you just say, oh, I'm going to Mackey's. Who wants to come with? And I was like, hey, I'm going to Mackey's to get some, to get a snack before going home. Who wants to come with? And like. There were a couple of guys. There's a couple of guys and a girl who I didn't normally hang out with. But they're like, oh yeah, we'll come with kind of thing. They're perfectly friendly, and I didn't really think about anything at the time. But like, they all went up because this is before you had the machines to tap on. We'd sort of take it in turns going up to the counter, and they all went up and ordered their food, and then I went up and ordered my food, and they all looked at me a bit strange afterwards. And I didn't really like think anything of it, but it occurred to me later. It could have been a long time later that they were all vegetarian and they'd all ordered vegetarian food, and I think they had assumed I was going to order vegetarian food, and then I didn't. They didn't say anything about it, but I distinctly remember like a funny look for like a second. Maybe they were trying to like convert me or something. I don't know. But yeah, they weren't rude or anything. But I distinctly remember. I know exactly which McDonald's it was in, and I distinctly remember the look on the faces. And then yeah, because I ordered. I think what really upset them is I ordered the McGangbang, which is where you get a double cheeseburger and a chicken mayo, and you take the chicken mayo. Chicken patty, and you put it in. So you open up the double cheeseburger, open up the chicken mayo, take the chicken mayo from the chicken patty from the chicken mayo, and put it in the double cheeseburger and close it back up, so it goes like meat, chicken, meat, and you squash it together, and then you eat it. And I think that's probably. I think it was me eating the meat was a bit like. I think they must have assumed I was vegetarian when I wasn't. And then I think the fact that not only was I eating meat in front of them and really enjoying it, but also that I had like defiled the bodies of like at least 2 animals for my satisfaction. Yeah, it was only about half a second, but yeah, I didn't make any friends that day. They were just, I literally couldn't even remember the girl's name, and one of the guys' names. I know one of the guys there was called Joel, but yeah, that was it. All right. So there we go. So that's that. And then let's have a look at Jay and the Goose's model. So Jay and the Goose said, Leeds have beaten the Scum 2-1 at the Old Trafford. Hey, go Sports Ball. I'm in the mood to share my latest modelling win. It's discussion. Dirty Leeds are back again. After the famous Leeds United win over the Scum, Man U at Old Trafford for the first league game in 45 years. Genuinely the freetest, don't know what that word means, day of my life so far. I'm in the mood to celebrate. I've just got back from the game, so here's my proxy I made for Sly Marbo. Rickard the Ripper, inspired by Richard from the film Dead Man's Shoes. I mean, it looks pretty fucked up, man. I've not seen the film, to be honest. It looks pretty gnarly, though. I'll have to take you at your word that it's that like it's He looks like the guy, if that makes sense. But I recognize the Anvil Industry parts, though. And I've loved the, like, how have you done that? Like, that's kind of cool. Yeah, the Anvil Industry looks great, man. Nice. Look, I don't understand the reference, but the model looks pretty cool. And I think you've done a great job on painting it. And you've even got one down in the background there. Yeah. There you go, man. Cool. All right, yeah. Yeah, sick model. It would have been a shame not to show that off. See, that's the thing, like, I was just a bit, like, I'll be honest, I was just a little worried because obviously we've had a bit of drama here today and I don't really want to create any more drama unnecessarily. But at the same time, you know, I don't want to be here like, oh, I'm not going to talk about this, I'm not going to talk about that, I'm not going to talk about this, I'm not going to talk about that. Like, there's certain things I don't want to talk about, but at the same time, it's like I said before, like, if I just sit here being like, oh, I'm never going to... If I just sit here being like, oh, I can't talk about that, I might upset someone. I'm literally just like, I'm not going to enjoy streaming. You guys aren't going to enjoy the streams. It's going to just be shit. So, yeah. Damn, Mr. Drama. I was like, fine. I will tell Commander Maxine about the drama. Basically, one of the community posts, you know how we do a meme for the community posts every day? Well, one of the posts that went out was apparently quite racist. Like, it wasn't meant to be. Truth be told, like, you know, Evan creates the short. I'm not throwing Evan under the bus, by the way. Like, obviously, it's my channel. I'm responsible for what goes out there. But like, there's an important bit of context in which, like, you know, Evan, you know, he makes the shorts and he makes the community posts, and often he just sort of, you know, gets them from the MG Discord, and then, you know, and then sort of posts them. He doesn't really think too much about it. And so one of the ones that he put out was, you know, anyone who's met Evan knows he's like a super, super chill guy. So basically one of the ones that he put out was seen as like a bit racist, a bit political, and Reddit's gone, Reddit went a bit mental over it. And Evan was a bit upset about the whole situation because obviously he doesn't want to deal with that kind of shit kind of thing. And it was just Reddit being Reddit, exactly. But the thing is, like, it's funny, the drama's probably almost, the drama has, like, evolved now. It's like a virus, you know. A virus has evolved now because I deleted the post, because the reason I deleted it is it was quite pseudo-political. And obviously you guys know I don't do politics on this channel, so I was like, well, this doesn't belong on the channel, so take it down. But now we've pissed off people on both sides, because now we've had the people that got upset by the post that are upset, and, you know, apparently, you know, I'm a Nazi and I'm a fascist and I'm racist and all this kind of shit, and, you know, whatever, fuck it, I don't give a shit. And then you've got all the people that are like, he's bowed down to the woke mob. I used to like this channel. You never apologized to the woke mob. And it's like, guys, we've not bowed down to the woke mob. It should never have been on the channel in the first place. We don't do politics here. If something has gone out which is political, then we're not bowing down to the woke mob. We're correcting the mistake that shouldn't have been made in the first place. It's different, okay? Honestly, I think people are more upset that Evan apologized. like, if it had been me, I wouldn't have apologized, okay? But to quote Chernobyl, I was sleeping. So I was sleeping. So all of this took place. You know, Evan put it up, then he put the apology out, and and then I woke up and was like, oh, "What the fuck's going on here?" I had a good chat with Evan. I've reassured him. I was like, "Evan, you've not done anything wrong. Like, well, you made like a small mistake, but whatever. You know, if it had been me, I wouldn't have apologized personally." But Evan is a really, really nice person, and he's a really good person, and obviously, you know, he just didn't. He was just a bit. He was honestly, everyone was just worried because he didn't want to like upset me, and he didn't want to like upset anyone, and obviously he doesn't want to think like he's fucked up at his job because you know he's good at his job, and he doesn't want to think he's fucked up, and he cares about his job and all that kind of stuff, and he cares, and that's really important and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, like, but if you know, so obviously I woke up and basically all of this had like had happened, and I was just I will tell you this, I found it supremely amusing. You know, I found it supremely amusing. It was you know, it doesn't bother me at all. You know, I've had plenty of backlash doing this channel, man. Yeah. I think, you know, the big thing is if anyone wants to see, I mean, okay, you know what? I'm not going to post the link to the Reddit thread because I always say this. If I post the link to the Reddit thread, it can be seen as like brigading, like me encouraging people to go over there and everything. And I do not want to do that. Like as far as I'm concerned, this is just an amusing incident that has happened. Whatever, man, you know, whatever. And so, far as I'm not going to interact, I'm not really going to interact with it any more than basically I'll answer some questions. I'll answer any questions over it, and we'll have a good laugh about it. But yeah, that's basically as far as it goes with me. If you guys want to go, if you want to go and dig it up and find it, it's not that hard to. Other people will tell you, but I'm not going to. There you go. Yeah. Honestly, I watched the whole thing unfold all night. Me and Chancey just like a bucket of popcorn watching it in real time. Yeah. Here's the thing. Yeah, it's refreshing to have a place to come and get away with the politics. I appreciate you keeping most out of your town. Look, I do my best, right? I absolutely do my best. And I think, look, I'll be totally honest with you. My least favorite thing about Warhammer is how politicized it's become. I absolutely detest that this thing that I've grown up with and has become, you know, something I've grown up with since I was 4 years old, has become this battleground for politics. I detest it. Okay, I do not like it. Okay, I don't care, and let me make something clear. I don't care if you like it. If you like it, go nuts. If you want to make all the content you want on the left, you want to make all the content you want on the right, you want to really, you know, you really fucking get into this, you know, like, sure, okay? Like, I'm not going to stop you. It's just me personally, and I always say, like, I'm just a war gamer first. I'm a war gamer before I'm anything else. And me personally, as a war gamer, I do not like it. I think it has added nothing positive to Warhammer. Like, I honestly, look, I'm going to be totally, like, truth moment. Which this might be highly ironic, but one of the things that has pushed me so towards Warlord Games in the last few years has been the fact that they just don't touch this shit. They just don't. Like, they do the history, and obviously Conflict 47 is basically like, you know, alt history, but they just do the history, they just do the games, they don't get involved with any of that shit. Like, the moment Warlord Games gets involved with that, that's it, I'll find someone else. Where the fuck's Mantic? Assuming Mantic hasn't done it already. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's that simple. I don't like it. And I think sometimes, yeah, absolutely nothing political about the Spinning Waffle Club, nothing. I mean, it's ironic, isn't it? No, like, on a serious note, isn't it highly ironic that the game that has not the game, but the company, well, the company / the game that literally has the Waffen SS in it is less political than Warhammer. It's like, it's strange, you know? But that's it. They just go, it's just history. It's just a history. It's just what it is. You know, you engage with it if you want. You don't engage with it if you don't want to. You know, whatever. Yeah. It's great. So yeah, that's what it is for me. Like I just don't like it. I don't like what's happened to Warhammer because of it. And I think interestingly, I do think that, let us, again, let us talk openly. I do think because of this, I am perceived to be on the right. Because I do think that there are some, because I do think that, there are some people who are more right-wing content creators and Warhammer YouTube and stuff like that, who do, who are also like, we don't want the politics in it, but then they also have their own politics involved because of it. So I do think I am perceived as being on that team, but I am not. I'm not on either team. I don't want to be on either team. Like, I want this to be a place of just like, no. Like, 9999999. I just want to make jokes. I just want to make jokes. That's it. I just want to make jokes. I just want to have fun. I make how many times do I play like the Soviet national anthem? I'm like, the people's glory. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. So look, I think I'm not ignorant. I understand why people on the left would perceive me to be on the right, but I just keep this place. I try my best to keep this place as politically neutral as possible. I don't always succeed. I am only human. I do make mistakes, like today. And but to err is human at the end of the day. And I've never claimed to be very good at this content creation thing. To be fair, they were calling you a Nazi long before the meme. I tell you, I guess I shouldn't let it get to me. I feel like I suppose what gets to me a little bit, or not really gets to me, because I got a pretty thick skin. Gets me is the wrong term. I suppose what frustrates. I can't think of the word. But I would say the only real like negative aspect of it is when you can see people who are like clearly lying and I think often it is on purpose. I do think that, obviously who would do that? Go on the internet and tell lies. But I do find it somewhat vexing that people just lie. And like, so whenever this kind of shit comes up, like there was someone on the Reddit thread today who was like, well, Mordian once made a video involving Nazi propaganda, which he then inserted himself into. And I was like, what? like what? Look, I don't have the best memory, but I'm pretty certain I'd remember if I did that. I'm pretty certain. Like I'm pretty, yeah. So I'm like, yeah, you just, and that, I guess the thing is, I think what it is people just, I think some people willfully lie. And I think also a lot of people just say what they've heard third, fourth, fifth hand as fact. I think that's what it is. Yeah. That's what I think it is. But yeah, that's the only bit that I suppose I'm just like, that's a bit, it's yeah, that's what it is. But yeah, I just want to talk about Warhammer. I just want to talk about wargaming. I just want to talk about modeling. I want to talk about Yarricks. Like in my ideal world, and I say this to someone who, I make a lot of beef videos and stuff. In my ideal world, there would be no Warhammer beef. And I mean that wholeheartedly. I just my favorite bit about I just like making unit reviews and tactics videos, and quite bad painting tutorials as well on occasion, you know. Yeah, but in an ideal world, I don't want Games Workshop to release terrible Yarrick lore. In an ideal world, I don't want Games Workshop to blow up the old world. In an ideal world, I don't want Games Workshop like legendsing half of my units. In an ideal world, I don't want to have any reason to talk about any of these things. I would love to just sit in a corner being the absolute super mega turbo autistic guy that is just making 30-minute to an hour long tactics videos about a single individual data sheet and getting down into the absolute like nitty gritty. That's what I want to do. Yeah. But like the thing is, you know, at the end of the day, that would be my ideal scenario. As soon as you say, well, why don't you do the modding? I do that. I do, you know, but also, I also try and, this channel is often a reflection of my own state of mind and my own, like, you know, state of mind when it comes to like wargaming and stuff. And so like, when there is positivity, I cover positivity. And then when something comes up that fucks me off, I talk about that. And for the last year, there's been a lot of things to annoy me. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. And that's why I'm really looking forward to 11th edition, because at least for a time, I can just get myself down into the weeds, you know, yeah, get myself into the mud and have a good old fucking wallow, and just like get out all of the tactics videos and the attachment reviews, and oh my god, like all the crunchy combos we're gonna be able to do with Yarrick and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, that's why I'm really looking forward to 11th. Yeah, so that's the drama. That's my take on it. And you know what's funny? Like I've anyone who has been, I'm sure there'll be plenty of people that might see clips of this. If people could be bothered to talk about it, maybe it'll die down, whatever, I don't know. Maybe I'll Streisand affect it by talking about it, who fucking knows. But the funny thing is, like, anyone who has been part of this community for any length of time will know that this is a remarkably consistent stance that I have had. You know, like people, you know, there are people that say, oh, it's damage control, or oh, it's Mordian, like, you know, bound down, and all this kind of stuff. And it's none of those things. If you've watched my channel for any length of time, I have maintained this exact stance unwaveringly, unwobblingly for basically 4 years since I've been doing this full time. Yeah, well, really for 11 years, because that's how long I've been doing YouTube. Do you know what? Some people really give themselves away. Someone called me a tourist today. And I was like, dude, I've probably been doing this longer than you've been alive. If I'm a tourist, then I don't even know what the God help us. If like, I have been playing Warhammer since I was 4 years old, and I'm 33. I'm nearly been playing it for 3 full decades. If you allow me to round up, I've been playing. The first Orc models I owned were from the 2nd edition starter set. But apparently, I'm a tourist. Like, people just throw these fucking words. People don't know what the fuck they're on about, do they? I saw someone comment on a video featuring John Blanche. This guy seems like a tourist. Yeah. Yeah, man. It's crazy. That's crazy, Emil. I believe it. I believe it. But this is what I mean. This is where all of this all this shit started happening when 40k became politicized, and I blame Games Workshop, frankly. You know, I do. I think they waded into this, and it's. This is why, you know, I can be so critical of Games Workshop, because this is my number one thing that annoys me. Like, I don't care what you believe in. I have friends who are on all sides of the political spectrum, and they believe what they believe, I believe what I believe, and I just don't get involved, you know. And I generally, I will break bread with people from all walks of life. I just don't. It's just not my thing. But I respect other people give a shit about it. I've always said this. I respect other people give a shit about it. But like, I just wish that it hadn't come to Warhammer. And yeah. And I believe in life after love. Exactly. Anyway, we're going to end up repeating ourselves and going in circles now. But yeah, I'm just not, in summary, this has definitely been a relatively recent change, and it's one that I don't think has done Warhammer any favors. And I do think that it puts a lot of people off, and that's why I try and keep this channel as a place away from it. I've long believed that the vast majority of people who play Warhammer play it to get away from politics and play it to escape shit that's going on in real life. And I've long believed that that's the biggest part of the community. And I've long believed that the loudest voices in Warhammer these days are the smallest groups. Yeah. Hellhound, yeah. Yes, look, I'll say this morning, I didn't left, but I come here for hobby, not politics. Dude, exactly. And you know what, Hellhound? You're most welcome here, man. Like, you're most welcome. Left, right, up, down, spinning circles. As long as you can leave the politics at the door, you're welcome. Yeah, and we have a really diverse group of people in the MG community, and we have a really diverse group of people in the MG Discord, for example. Yeah. And it's and the only time, like, we have had to ban a fair number of people from, or time a fair number of people out from the MG Discord, and especially when like real life political things start like flaring up. And for every, and I can say this like wholeheartedly, it's basically a 1-to-1 ratio. When someone joined the Discord and started spamming, not even spamming, but because the thing is, I think some people think like, I've been around since Live Leak was a thing, right? So like I know the ancient words. People don't think I do. People think I don't. But like, someone came in Discord and started like using the juice box emoji, thinking I wouldn't know what that was. Well, that guy got permabanned because it was in the it was just, that's no, we're not having that. Like, if you want to go and post that shit somewhere else, that's fine, but like, just not here. That's not where we don't do that here. Okay, But then we had someone else who came in who was on the complete opposite side, who basically just was going around calling everyone a bigot, amongst other things. And look, we had to ban them as amongst other things, which they had to get banned because it was like, this I don't want to get. Well, it was very clearly they were left leaning. Flags on their avatar, the what, I don't know what you call them. If I was, I wouldn't bother, but if you had like, I would be he/him. They had like the what gender word? I don't know, fucking know. It's before my time. Like, they had that kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? So like they had all that, so they were very clearly left leaning, and they were very they were going nuts on about stuff. They couldn't leave their politics at the door, so they were asked to leave. And like I said, the mods, any of the mods, Cosmic, I don't want to draw you into the conversation. If you don't want to get involved, I understand it, man. But anyone who doesn't want to, but if Cosmic wants to, he can back me up with this. He'll see. Look, for every person it's been pretty much a 1-to-1 ratio. We just if you can't leave the politics at the door, believe what you want to believe. You're welcome here, but just leave the politics at the door. That's the policy we have. Yeah. Yeah, and that's just the way you've got to do it. Yeah. So that's basically the drama. And I tell you, I tell you what, boys, it's been getting more and more. Like I said, I definitely think the last 2 or 3 years, no, 1 or 2 years is when it's really been picking up. But I think it's just a reflection of what's going on in real life. Hellhound, it's hard to keep Warhammer away from these problems, sadly, when the extremists from both sides comes in. With the extremist ones, that's the danger, I think. But that's me. I'm just here for the hobby. No, dude, I totally agree. I've said this before. I think you create... If you get involved in that kind of stuff, even like tangentially, is that a word? Even if just like you dip a toe in it, you create a battleground, and that's what Warhammer has become. I think it's become a battleground, and I wish it wasn't. Yeah, Deathcore of Krieg, thank you super chat. We are an equal bad organization. Exactly. We are very, very equally. We're very fair. Yeah. We're very, very, very fair. Wake me up when a candidate is running on a platform of lowering GW prices. Dude, I would. Yeah. So can we talk about something else than talking about not about politics? Of course we can. Yeah. I think that's probably the last bit of it we're going to mention. But that's the last bit I'm going to mention. I never try and censor people though. So, if people want to discuss it, if people want to go on about it, if people want to tease me about it, I've got thick skin. You can literally lambast me as much as you want. That I've been on the internet long enough. You can't control. You can't. People can believe what they want to believe. And they should take. As the guy doing this, I should be the one that gets the piss taken out of the most. All right. Kavan Tobin, would you be cool if I chose to use German World War II insignia on my Ashmanatarum, or no, I refuse to play you? I do think it's different outside of the context of bot action. I do. I think it depends on what symbols it was, to be honest. I think if you painted a bunch of swastikas on the side of your like Lehman Rusters and stuff, I would see that as you that for me that would be you inserting politics into Warhammer, which I don't like. But likewise, if you went nuts and put loads of like hammer and sickles on, I'd be the same. I'd be like, ugh. Like if you want to do that shit, there's a game for it. It's called bot action. Yeah. There's no swastikas on the Panzer. I mean, if you're doing a bunch of like Iron Crosses and stuff, Iron Crosses is more like, like that's more historical, like Prussian military, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's all about context, I think. Warhammer became too popular. That's really the problem. It became big enough to be battleground for culture war. Yeah, I agreed. I think that's what happened. I think I do think Warhammer's become too popular. I think Warhammer becoming sounds crazy. I think Warhammer becoming popular has what's caused the terrain to go downhill, and I think that's what's caused these. I think they're both linked. Shitty terrain is linked to Warhammer becoming ever more politicized. Yeah. Yeah. Let's have a look. So we've got some super chats coming in here. Ishmael Thompson, thank you for the big super chat, man. Sorry, off topic. Hear me out. Give it a chance. Modded Skyrim story in stream discussion. Let's go, baby. Okay, this is how badass modded Skyrim is. I was traveling on some beginner quest when a dragon attacked. The dragon was intelligent and used the actual dragon language to make the area fill with poison mist and disrupt our vision. Then on top of that, he decided to swoop down and use his mass to his advantage against my party of 4. He swooped and knocked my bow out of his hand and broke my arm. Unable to use a bow now that my arms were broken, I had to run away and splint my arm in order for it to heal correctly. Took 3 game days to heal. Crazy, man. Second story, so you basically couldn't use a bow for 3 game days. Second story is my companion that I originally found drunk and naked in a horse stall, joined me for money because she was broke, got me in trouble when we travelled to Windhelm, Stormcloak Central, and tried to use gold. Stormcloaks got mad that we were using Imperial Gold instead of Ulfric Silver. The guards took the Stormcloaks aside and pressed me about it. Told them to piss off and made them unfriendly to me, but not hostile. Now that we didn't like each other, my companion was assigned that it's now okay to steal from them for being so unfriendly to save us from starving to death. And long story short, we are now fighting for the Imperials, currently trying to research mass-produced crossbows for the Imperial Army. Dude, that's crazy, man. I mean, look, I believe you that modded Skyrim is a very deep, incredible game. I believe you. Yeah, that's awesome, man. I used to mod all sorts of games, bro. I used to be not a modder, but a moddie. As in, I would take mods and mod the game, but I wouldn't like make the mods, as it were. Like, I used to love all sorts of total conversion mods for, Total War games. I used to play Star Trek Armada 3, which is a total conversion mod for Sins of Solar Empire. Love all that. Love all that. So yeah, but it's funny. I just don't really play video games that much anymore. I mean, I basically like dip in for an hour or 2 of over the top at the moment, a week, not a day, a week. Yeah. I just don't play a lot of video games anymore. Like I said, the last time I majorly been to video game was about 3 months ago when my cat's bum exploded, and I've got a Steam Deck, and I sat on the sofa for a week, basically on my Steam Deck, making sure my cat was getting better because he was very, very, very unwell. Like I don't know. He probably could have died from it if we hadn't taken care of it. Yeah. So I just had to basically sit there, make sure that he ate and he drank and he slept and he went to the toilet and all this kind of stuff. Yeah. So yeah, but I just played that. But now that's the last time I played a big game. So I don't really play modded video games because I don't play enough video games for them to be worth modding. Like, for me, the vanilla experience is enough because I'm probably not going to complete that. Yeah, so there you go. What do we got next? John Henry Eden, thank you for Super Chat, man. Warlord Games and Valve partnership to create a K-47 first-person shooter. I mean, that would be amazing. I really, really hope that Warlord makes... I really hope they partner with some video game company to make a Command & Conquer style RTS. I mean, it's so easy. You could harvest, like rift juice and all this kind of stuff. You could use it. Yeah, that's your resource. That turns into credit. It's so easy. In fact, it reminds me, I'm going to show off something that Evan made the other day for the channel, which I think I had this. It's funny. I sent this idea over to him like, see, the beginning of this year, or end of last year. It was a long, long time ago, and he finally got around to making it, and it made me very, very happy. I'll have you all know, I did the voice acting for this, although Evan has heavily edited it, so you probably can't tell anymore.
In the modern world, great leaders resolve their conflicts with words. Totem code versus bad infantry. Linebacker.
We're gonna make a game out of it. We've already come up with it. I saw the video but didn't get it. Ah, okay. It's here you go.
In the modern
Evan even
world,
made the guys.
great
He made the
leaders
video
resolve
black and
their
white at this point, which I thought was very
conflicts
good.
with words. Step launcher. Carbon bombing. Tomahawk missiles.
There you go. I thought Evan did a really good job. I thought he did a very good job. So yeah, it was a Command and Conquer Generals remake, well, video parody, as it were. But I've already come up with the name. It's going to be Command and Conquer, but both words spelt with a K. And then it's going to be Command and Conquer Rift War. Like I think that game needs to be made. I think that game needs to be made. Yeah. Like, can you imagine a Command and Conquer game, but with like set in the Conflict 47 universe? I would. I know I don't play a lot of video games anymore. But that would be a video game that I played. And I would play it a lot. Exactly, Helens and I. Command and Conquer, the Rift War. I was thinking, like, you could call it Command and Conquer General. As in, like, general, but, like, in a funny, like, maybe, like, Generissimo or something. Yeah. Command and Conquer Commissar, all with K's. Yeah. That would be cool. But yeah, that's what hopefully we'll get. I'd love there to be K-47 like video games. Yeah, yeah. Deathcore of Krieg, thank you for super chat, man. The only sport Krieg knows is war. Indeed. Indeed. Exactly. War and the National Trench Digging Olympics. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Tim, are we sending this thing Hugo Boss style yet? No. Stop it. Cosmic, please. Look. Here's the worm. See? You like the worm? You like the worm, Cosmic? Look, there it is. There you are. Go and get it. Command and Conquer Conflict. To be fair, Command and Conquer Conflict 47 would work great, wouldn't it? Yeah. Lower Decks, thank you for super chat. Episode 1 flashback, stream discussion. Sir, the crew want to know if you're willing to act as a celebrant for planned weddings. We have 40,000 weddings registered on the lower decks right now, and the crew are restless at living in sin. My fiance has threatened me, has said to take me dark elder style if we're not married soon. Yes, this was the first official law chat. How far we have fallen! I love it, man. I love it. That's amazing. That's from when we were doing Rogue Trader, wasn't it? I have to say, I have to say it's been a long time. It's been a while since we played Rogue Trader and all the crazy shit that happened with that, man. Yeah. It's definitely degenerated. I remember, like, we haven't said that in a while. There are definitely a few quotes from the early Morning Glory days that we don't really use anymore. But it's like, when do you think the stream will degenerate? I think it will degenerate soon. Yeah, which is a Peep Show reference. Yeah. When do you think the Morning Glory channel will? Yeah, the stream will degenerate soon. We need to bring that one back. Yeah. You know what? I do wonder. You know what's funny? I think I'm way more tame now than I used to be. Just as the nature of getting older. You know. Yeah. I think, you know, we used to do all like the Giga Chads and everything. And now I'm just here chilling out, chatting shit. Yeah. You are, it disturbs me because I've been wilding out even more. I've just become a chill guy. You know. Just become a chill guy. I've been fucking hell. I've been doing it for like 4 years now. I mean, I was 29 when I started. It's crazy. Crazy times. Good though. I've enjoyed the I do enjoy it. You know. I do enjoy it. You're making me work twice as hard. I mean, to be fair, Cosmic, I think we've all become a bit more chill in a funny sort of way. Which is funny because, like, the more chill we've become, you know, the more drama there's been in a funny sort of way. Cosmic Drew, thank you for Super Chat, man. Topic change. What K47 unit song would you like? Oof. Well, I think we need a replacement for March of the Style Trooper. Because that one has unfortunately been lost to the sands of time. So, yeah, I think a Style Trooper one would be good. I'll say one for each nation. I think you gotta have one for each of the iconic units. So I would say Style Trooper for the Axis, Ursus for the Soviets, Ghost Warriors for the Japanese. Obviously got Fireflies already, and then robots for the Brits. That's what I would go for. Yeah. That was what I would go for, man. Yeah. Gandalf Smoke, thank you for the super chat, man. Check stream discussion for my bolt action bash result. Let's have a look, man. Picked my birthday bash game on Saturday. Today's my actual birthday. Hey, happy birthday, man. Germans won by 3 points and killed a Churchill on turn 2 because he left it exposed in the open. You should never do that. Any target, no matter how well armored, if exposed, will be destroyed. Yeah. Look at that for a board. Beautiful, man. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah. Hey, I love it. That's cool, man. I remember you telling us about the mission. How did the mission go? I guess is the big thing, you know, Gandalf Smoke. How did the mission go? Like, with all of the, because I know you had like the searching for Churchill, the tokens and all that kind of stuff. I mean, that means you must have got Churchill, right? Did you win? If you got Churchill, that means you won. If you won on points and didn't get Churchill, you didn't win. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Yeah. You got to get the big man himself if you want to count as winning. Yeah. That looks awesome, man. I love the board. I absolutely love the board, bro. Yeah. Have we got the other set of photos? Ah, yes, you are correct. Nice. I was just giving them a good viewing. There's 2 sets of photos there. Mission, use manhunt rules and Germans. 1, kill Churchill on turn 2. Oh no. What? Wait. Oh, so when you say Churchill, you mean... I thought you meant a Churchill tank. You meant like actual Churchill. That's why I said the thing about this being so well armored. Oh, well, silly bastard should have hidden Churchill better, shouldn't he? Fucking hell. I mean, the board looks great, though. Who let Churchill get killed? That man needs a damn good thrashing. Yeah. Cool. It looks like an incredible game. And memeing aside, you know, winning or losing, Churchill dying or not, like, memeing aside, it looks like it was an incredible game, hard fought by both sides, loads of units, and a beautiful board. I mean, that's exactly what you want from a wargaming weekend, isn't it? Bunch of mates round, great board to play on, cool mission to play, loads of fun. Yeah, what more do you want? Yeah. There you are. All right. I love it, man. Excellent work. Candle Smoke, excellent work indeed. All right. Righty-ho-ho. I think I'm going to fuck off. We've talked about everything. And we've chatted about Yarrick. And we've chatted about Warlord. And we've chatted about everything else as well, which has been awesome. So yeah, there we go. Hobbying this week? Yeah, probably. Depends what, I mean, it depends what news comes out. Yeah, if there's any big, I think if there's any big news that comes out, we'll cover that. But I am hoping to get some hobbying done today, this week. I can't decide whether I want to do some terrain building this week, or if I just want to like get, if I want to get like loads of, if I want to get another conflict army done. Kind of want to, like, I'm kind of thinking of taking like my Stahl Legion to a tournament, but yeah, I can't decide. Anyway, were there more releases on 11th edition rules? I don't think so. Just the stuff from last week. I think we might get some more new stuff, but yeah. I think 11th, I mean, I have no idea. I'm not actually psychic. I have a feeling. What does it say in the Weird Boy report? Later this week, we're going to get updates to the fight phase. But other than that, I'm not sure we'll see much. I mean, I think that'll be Wednesday. So I think Wednesday we're going to get updates to the fight phase, and then we'll see what happens in the what do you call it? We'll see what happens in the so Wednesday I think we'll get fight phase stuff. We'll see what happens by Friday. But I think we're going to get new guard units revealed. Well, rules revealed. So Centaur and Hippogriff. I'm curious to see if what the Centaur and Hippogriff are like. And you've got Graves as well. Yeah. Because to be fair, sometimes I feel like GW's drip feeding us stuff. But it has been a pretty good pace of information. I mean, we already know that the broad strokes of 11th edition. We don't know the specifics, but we've got the broad strokes for sure. Yeah. Tiki, thank you for super chat. Meme and stream discussion. Doing a fun 1K Orc versus GSC game tomorrow. Ah, nice. We have a Hive City to burn. I love it, man. Good old Tiki. it's Johnny Tiki Mask. Awesome, man. And then we've got Cosmic. Thanks, Super Chat. If you like, the Stardom song is ready for demo. I mean, send it to me and I'll pre-listen to it tonight, and then we can take a look at it during one of the hobby streams. Yeah. All right. There we go. I'm a hungry moose. Do you think infantry with flamers will be more relevant in dense terrain with the new objective rules? I'm currently building a Krieg arm right now, and I'm stumped. Honestly, man, do you know what I would do? I would leave all the special weapons. I'd build everything that wasn't. I'd make sure you're careful you don't lose your bits and everything. If you need to, like, you know, put things in little sandwich bags or little compartments and stuff. But I would build everything that isn't a special weapon. So out of every like 10-man Krieg box, I just make sure like I built. I was careful with instructions. I checked. Okay, this is what I need for the different special weapons. I'm just going to not build those bits, and then build everything else. And then when we know the rules, you can go back and build those stuff. Yeah. Or you can just risk it. We don't. The thing is, we don't know. Flamers could be great, but historically, it's all been about the melter and the plasma. But will that change with 11th? We don't know. So, best thing to do is, thanks, Bunchman, my first army. No worries, I'm happy to help, dude. The Krieg infantry can be... I mean, you know what, man? I honestly wouldn't worry about it too much. If you end up with a squad with a flamer in it, it's fine. You know, it's fine. So honestly, like, I don't think flamers will be a bad choice. I mean, a classic combo. I mean, we don't know exactly what's going to be good. It's one of those funny ones where the traditional combo has been plasma gun and melter gun for years and years. But with the way that things are happening in 11th, flamers could be good. But if you were desperate, I'd build plasma and melter, because even if flamers are like better now, I think plasma and melter will still be a very viable option for Krieg, because plasma and melter are always good options. So yeah, that'd be that. If I would suggest you wait, but if you're gripped by the fever of building an army, which I still suffer from these days. I can't wait. I've got to have my excitement. Don't tell me not to build. Yeah, I get it, right? So yeah, I would say if you're desperate, go for plasma and melter, because they will never be bad choices. Even if flamers end up being better, plasma and melter will never be a bad choice. There you go. Like a Krieg squad, a 10-man Krieg squad. You have a sergeant with a plasma pistol and a power sword, one guy with a Vox, one guy with a medibag, one guy with a plasma gun, one guy with a melter gun, and then 5 guys with rifles. That's like probably your safest bet. And you could, yeah, there you go. All right. And on that note, let's wrap this bad boy up. Gentlemen, I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for everyone who joined the stream, who liked and subscribed. Thank you to everyone who chatted away. And thank you to everyone who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the super chats and member flexes and gifted memberships and all that good stuff. Especially a big thank you to Fun Jacob, who came in with the 50 gifted memberships, and Kalanish Cat, who came in with the Dash Strike chat. Pretty big deal. Yeah. But yeah, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much to all of you guys who have joined. Bobby Paul, would you ever consider doing a guest spot at 40k for me? I mean, I would love to if they'd have me on. I'll collab with anyone. Cosmic, thank you to Super Chat. It's sent, but I have it on YouTube this week. Amazing, man. Thank you. All right. And on that note, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.